Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alessanders, and this is Zach Rusty Pie. My goodness, he's made of wood. Interesting stuff. No, we are getting into week 9 of the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. It is an 11-week season. We are getting right to the pointy end of the competition. Still, EDG well out in front, 2 points against Xiaogu, pulling up in second there. Very exciting stuff, of course. A lot closer than last split, Rusty.
Yeah, it feels like right now there are 3 kind of packs, though, in the standings. There's the top 2 forerunners, the Xiaogu and the EDGs. Everyone else stuck in the middle, and then there's the backrunners, the gatekeepers, the world elites, and the kings just trying their best to make everyone else's lives miserable. But it is a lot closer than it was in the last split. Everything can come to a head very quickly, especially as we still have 3 weeks left of games remaining.
Yeah, and we're looking at the middle of the standings as well. You've still got the likes of IG sitting there, LGD making their run for the playoffs as well. And now that these teams have figured out the format of the playoffs as well, this gauntlet run that everyone has to make, there's not going to be this situation where people are aiming to get to certain positions in the ladder. The playoffs very differently structured, so every place matters.
Yeah, 2-0s are becoming a lot more prevalent as well. Something that is noticeable since the playoffs have been announced, funnily enough, is that these teams now recognize how important it is, and they're just putting everything into winning every single game. They're not taking one back. They're not experimenting as much. They are going all in on ensuring they either make the playoffs now or they're as high as possible.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But I want to get into this first match. Of course, it is going to be Xiaogu taking on Masters 3. And we're going to go through the Xiaogu lineup first here. You can see 69% win rate. These guys coming through from the LSPL looking huge. V there in the top lane. More than happy to play the tanks, but the heck room of this guy is outstanding.
It's super scary. Something you don't want to ever see V playing. He has this innate quirky ability to carry when he gets no resources on that Heck room.
Yeah, and Swift as well. I just don't understand those last 5 champions. The fact that he's managed to get Echo 3 times, the fact that Nidalee very strong at the moment, moving over to 5.13 as well, only gets stronger at that stage. And Doinby, the man that started playing sort of back-to-back games of Morgana in his first set here in the LPL, has now branched out. He's an assassin player doing anything that he wants there in the mid lane. And TNT, TCT, we could talk about these guys for ages.
This bot lane, though, they feel like the resources have split a lot more now, though. There's a 2-threat comp. Xiaogu, they've got the bot lane, they've got TNT, and then they've got Swift in the jungle. But these two, as a unit, TCT is the sacrificial lamb of the bot lane to ensure that TNT gets what he needs. He's basically a guardian. Just trying to hold his kid's hand and get him through to where he can carry. Yeah,
well, it's true. And TNT actually doesn't get a whole lot of resources for this team. The fact that their solo lanes get a whole lot, of course, V does get a whole lot of ability to carry there as far as that money is concerned. But TNT gets so much damage out irrespective of the fact that he may not get as much gold.
Yeah, so it's something that has changed since the later weeks of this split is they've actually invested more time and money into TNT.
Okay.
And it's started to split away from the top laner in V, so he's now the low economy laner. And what this says to me is they're so versatile as a team that not only is their mid laner playing 3 different types of roles still in mid, the supports, the assassins, and even a Nautilus, the tanks.
Yeah.
They've got V, who was getting all of the money, is now getting none, and TNT, who was still carrying with getting none, is now getting all of it.
Yeah, and still definitely able to do crazy things. And of course, TNT, he likes to be pretty aggressive, likes to get to the front lines, and if he's got a little bit more money, he can kill people a little bit faster, and therefore that strategy probably going to work out a little bit better.
Exactly right. We've seen the likes of the Tristana coming out of TNT, where he can just peel for himself and carry. He's a ridiculously good player.
He's very, very strong. And of course, TCT, TNT, pretty decent bot lane, of course, a lot of synergy with the names. But we are going to move over to Masters 3, a team that was definitely struggling in their previous week, only managing to pick up 1 victory on the 4 times that they actually went onto the Rift. But there's the guy in the top lane, of course, is Shyvana, still looking frightening, just unable to come up with the victories this time around, Rusty.
Yeah, he's been playing very well on the Shyvana, has played most played is at Gnar 2 of his last 5, and he's been doing well, but as you said, just could not get there as we move into Condi. And this guy seems to, when the team plays well, it's around him getting the early pressure off. The likes of the Echo, the Rek'Sai, and the Lee Sin, all evident in that.
Yeah, of course, coming off 2 0-2s, unfortunately here. Dade has definitely been mixing it up. Of course, decided to go back to his tried and true Victor there in his previous game, but the Yasuo, the Ezreal there as well. Dade really has still looked good, despite the fact that they were 0-4.
Yeah.
Look, Dade still looking okay, and SMLZ struggling a little bit there in the bottom lane.
Definitely struggling. Still has the highest aggression in his team. Is managing to find the most kills on average in every single game.
Oh,
but in saying that, hasn't done that well, and they've changed.
Yeah, Ruo coming in. Love City out of the lineup here, ladies and gentlemen. Ruo going to be stepping back in. It's been a long time since we've seen him. And we'll see how he goes heading onto the Rift.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how he goes. As we were mentioning, talking about SMLZ not having the best time, but statistically is still definitely relevant and needs to be respected. Maybe changing up the support will give a really emphatic change to the bot lane.
Yeah, well, you can only hope, as Masters 3 now have completely changed up that bottom lane. Of course, Candy and Love City coming through in the first split of the LPL, definitely looking like a strong synergy there, but now sort of playing around with SMLZ and Love City, maybe not finding that, and we'll see whether Ruo can offer a little bit more to that bottom lane and really get SMLZ going.
Yeah, I would like to see more of a self-sustaining bot lane, very similar to that of Xiaogu, how they can just do their own thing. Swift can focus wherever he would like and know that they are okay down there. If M3 can replicate this fact, allow Condi to actually put some aggression in other lanes, maybe get Dade or Looper really going.
Yeah.
He does try to put down the early aggression, and when it is successful, that is where M3 find their success.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Condi can get onto any of his power picks as well, of course. Does like to play these early skirmishing junglers, but a lot of people have said that, you know, this champion pool of this guy, not necessarily up to par.
Yeah, it may not be up to par, but if he keeps getting the champions that he can play, then he's going to be in a very comfortable position. There's not much you can really say further about that. Very lucky.
Yeah, of course, last time these guys met, of course, M3 managing to tie up the series. Xiaogu with a whole lot of ties, actually. 6, 10, and 0 as far as that is concerned. The 6, of course, being those extra 3 points with the 2-0 victory, not going 0-2 just yet. And you can see Xiaogu just gigantic across the board as far as this graph is concerned. And that blue side win rate is out of control.
Yeah, they've only lost twice, once to King in their last 4 games. So definitely a respectable blue side win rate. It's pretty ridiculous. Their aggression, their gank success is all higher than that of M3 as well.
Yeah, really able to get things going here, and we'll see whether Swift can once again have a dominant performance coming over from Korea. This guy has been one of the greatest additions to a team that we've seen so far.
Definitely, and I'm getting the feeling that patch 5.13, more translating to the carry-oriented junglers, the Runeglaves in particular, Swift has picked it up seamlessly and has added it into the team. Something that we mentioned earlier is the fact that they are versatile. Swift is proving that to a T right now. He's gone on to Nidalee and Echo as his most played in the last week. And now he's carrying with those champions, something that we would expect to see from Swift anyway. He was carrying on tanks. He can now genuinely carry on-carry champions.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking back to the fact that this guy plays a lot of Nocturne, has actually seen the success on it, and Sated Devourer is now in this patch. I'd be very excited if we were to see it. Of course, haven't seen it make any breakout performances in competitive play just yet, but if there's anywhere that is going to do something ridiculous, it's probably the LPL.
And if we're talking about Nocturne, you definitely look to Swift as one of the forefront Nocturne players. He's made it work even before the changes, and now with the Devourer, as you mentioned, he can carry just that little bit harder on that champion. The fact that Nocturne is even existing in the game, I'm surprised he's not picked more, because Fog of War is the most underrated resource in the game.
Yeah, it's true. And there's also the fact that Dade plays a lot of Twisted Fate. The fact that Twisted Fate is definitely one of the champions that he favors on the map. The Destiny can be countered quite effectively with the fact that you just make the whole map dark. It's like, okay, where have they gone? Very confused. But we'll see whether it happens. Of course, Shen's there as an option as well. V has definitely played that champion as well. And we'll see how 5.13 really mixes up in this first game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, though we were mentioning it's going to make arguably Xiaogu a lot stronger because Swift in particular can carry. You look over at M3, you think Dade and Looper. It's basically their patch. Every champion that Dade plays, which has infinitely diversified this split, is now even better.
It's ridiculous. I'm looking in the top lane. I mean, you mentioned Looper. The fact that Singed got some indirect buffs here in this patch.
Until it happens,
I know we probably shouldn't be talking about it. I just want to put it in people's minds, like remind folks that
he's kind of a god.
Yeah, he's kind of a god on the old Singed. So I'd be so excited if we were to see Looper pick up that champion. Haven't yet seen it, so look, it's just wishful thinking at the moment, but I'm just really hoping that it happens.
We may continue to think wishfully, but in saying that, we don't know what they're going to do because this is the first week we've seen them play on this patch. So entirely possible that he might go into those options. Of course, the Shen's still very good, and there's a lot of people that you can bully a Singed or at least get through laning phase as Singed now.
Yeah, and do you have any predictions about how this game is going to go as far as change-ups that people might make? Because, of course, all of these LPL teams have had the chance now to have a look internationally, see what works, what doesn't, and see whether there are any iterations to make. Do you have any sort of ideas as to what they might do?
So the biggest thing, and something that China have actually already adapted to, which is funny, is they've already got the Braum as that support option, something that is definitely going to be a big factor in the contention in this pick and ban. And then Shen in the top lane, the two biggest factors. That does unlock the potential for Lupa to go the Shyvanas and carry bully Shen out, but in saying that, he is going to be high priority.
Well, of course, we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. QG, no surprise, is going to ban away the Rise, directed at Lupa and Dade. A bit of a 2-for-1 special there on that ban. Bit of a no-brainer. And M3 taking some time on their first ban as we move into this first game. And look, we'll see whether M3 can bounce back. Of course, they're desperate for a victory here, but couldn't be much tougher as far as the competition is concerned.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I mean, they've banned away, look, nothing yet, but in saying that...
No, they've dropped a ban here, M3. I don't know whether they're throwing it away or whether there has been actually a misconduct here, sorry. They may not have subbed Ryu in fast enough, and M3 just probably dropped a ban for that reason. We'll see whether that is going to be the case, but looks like M3 may have lost more than one.
Yeah, and saying that, as you mentioned earlier, M3, of course, looking to find their wins back. This is their patch if ever there was a time for them to pull out a win immediately since the changes. Seemingly not getting bans at all, though.
Yeah, it's not happening just yet. Of course, QG have immediately banned away their champion. Ezreal going to leave the Rift. Doinby not offering that one in the mid lane, not deciding to first pick that one away. And M3, once again, looks like the time is going to go down. And we don't have an official statement as to whether or not this has been something that M3 aren't allowed to do. So don't quote us on anything just yet, ladies and gentlemen. But look, this might also be a strategy. We have no idea.
I guess the most exciting thing to keep in mind is now literally everything is available besides what Xiaogu have banned. So the first pick is just going to be a complete buffet of possibilities.
Well, Kalista, of course, goes unnoticed here on the draft. 5.13 did see some slight changes. Of course, the AD ratios, meaning that a lot more attack speed-based Kalistas will be coming out. But it is going to be the first pick away here for QG. But M3, they've got a bevy of options now for this first couple of picks.
Always dangerous to see the Kalista taken off the board here by Xiaogu. They're going to have a very strong AD carry irrespective of what is picked right now from M3. So it's a very good first pick, and you can see from a 90% ban rate, it's very rare to see it at all.
Yep, 72% approximately win rate there. Actually, I'm going to round down, 71% win rate, so not too bad either. Condi, with his pick of the litter here, of course, his second favorite jungler. His Gragas has looked very, very impressive, but serviceable Rek'Sai, as a Froskerin would say.
Definitely, the Rek'Sai is just a very versatile jungler. It's very good to pick, but I would like this one a lot more because it's not only picked for Condi, it's taken from Swift.
And Swift, we saw 3 Echo games in his last 5, so intelligent work here from M3. They are going to also lock away the Victor, so Dade got his comfort champion there in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of Victor from him, able to make things happen around the Rift, and it's also a pick away from Doinby. Doinby, fantastic player of that himself. That's
right. When Doinby gets that Victor, he somehow just makes it work for them. It's ridiculous. That is probably honestly going to be their lock-in right now, but on the side of M3, they've got the comfort pick on Dade. The fact he has that Victor is going to do wonders for their team, but then Condi has got that Echo, not only denying it from Swift, but a pseudo-comfort pick for Condi himself. Yeah. Very versatile, very good at getting early pressure down and ganking.
Well, speaking of early pressure and ganking, Rusty, I don't know whether this is actually going to happen. QG hovering the Lee Sin for the moment, going through a whole lot of different options. Yeah, Nidalee, I wouldn't be surprised if it was that pick, but we'll see what decision they do make. And irrespective of that, picking the jungler and support right now.
Oh, he's done it.
It is going to be the Lee Sin, but this gives away nothing here, apart from the fact that they have a lot of early pressure available right now.
It doesn't give away anything in particular. They've got a lot of early pressure still from Swift. That was what the pick translates into being. And then they've got that late game carry with the Kalista, the Thresh, to ensure that they're both going to live in situations where a gank comes out depending on who is actually the one at the back. A very safe bot lane, a very versatile but still early pressure reliant jungler.
Well, M3, now up to them to make their decisions here. SMLZ actually going to lock away the Corki, and it is going to be the Nautilus. Lupa could play it in the top lane, have seen it up there a couple of times. Of course, Doinby even played it in the mid lane. So Nautilus, very versatile, but I have a feeling like that is going to be for Ruo there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so they've got the Nautilus and the Corki, and Corki's something that TNT has been playing a fair amount of himself. It's not necessarily SMLZ's most played, but of late, it has been something that he has found a lot of popularity towards, and something that he's now starting to favor.
Okay, TCT hovering at Galio. Not sure whether that's going to happen, and Azir would be an interesting one here for Doinby as well, and I'm not sure whether it was 5.13, but was that where we saw the Azir nerfs coming in?
That's one of, I think. It's more so coming on much later.
Yes.
The nerfs that'll remove him from the meta are coming later.
Okay, so still relevant, but it is going to be the Kassadin lock in here, and Shen heading towards the top side of the map. M3 with the opportunity of counter-picking this one away if they want to. Lupa with a lot of different options up there in what could potentially be a non-interactive lane, but so far from QG, it's a pretty terrifying team comp.
Yeah, Joinby solo carrying twice in a row on the Kassadin. They've got V now playing that Shen, able to facilitate the rest of his team, force someone into his lane and split push. Wouldn't come as a surprise if they picked that Shyvana. You can see the summoner spells already ready to go from Lupa.
Yep.
So it's definitely a possibility. It does well into the Shen. Something that we mentioned earlier is that it can push him, keep him stuck under the tower with the burnout, and just kind of impede his ability to move around the map. You're always going to be comfortable in saying that. Still not a bad decision, just not as effective in the top lane exclusive purpose.
Yeah, and it looks like M3 actually going with the Gnar here, so looking for a little bit more teamfight control. Of course, that massive Mega Gnar able to get a whole lot of work done, especially with that massive AoE ultimate. So we'll see whether Lupa can get the job done. And of course, Mini Gnar, fantastic harassment champion there in the top lane. So Shen may not necessarily be able to neutralize it as easily as he otherwise would.
Oh no, he's not going to have the greatest time in this top lane. Shen always looking to just get the Barmy Cinder before he can start rotating around the map. Get that level 6 and try and keep the wave not under your own tower. But Gnar is very good at ensuring that it is under your tower at all stages.
Yep.
His wave clear, though not worth mentioning outright, is still very evident. Is going to be much more so than that of a Shen, who has essentially zero wave clear. They've also got a very low pressure mid laner here, Xiaogu, in terms of early game.
Yep.
The Kassadin does very well into Victor, though. It's always a pseudo soft counter, as it has been labeled, is that it doesn't directly push a Victor out of lane, but you can't push a Kassadin out of lane, and that is the important part for a Kassadin.
Yeah, Kassadin, of course, all about just wanting to survive the early laning phase and then just get ridiculous things done as we head onto the Rift. But V versus Lupa here is going to be the first matchup here in the top lane, as Gnar into Shen have spoken about that already. But this is interesting here. Swift taking the Lee Sin against Condi's Echo, and it's almost like both of these players have switched champions.
I was going to say the exact same thing. It feels like they've swapped around a little bit. Suddenly we've got the Lee Sin against the Echo, which is unusual to consider the fact that the Lee Sin is on Swift and the Echo is on Condi. But in saying that, it's still fulfilling what both junglers like to do with their respective champions, and that is put the early pressure down and get their laners ahead.
Yeah, and as far as team comps as well, it makes a whole lot of sense. You want to get that Kassadin through lane if you can, and of course, you want to make sure that you have that Venn diagram if you can have it. Of course, with those first two lockaways, M3 decided that they definitely wanted that situation. We'll see whether they can make it work in teamfights.
Yeah, that's right. The Venn diagram comp, as you've labeled it, is very strong in zone control. It has this unique team fighting capability. It's going to be great.
It certainly is, but we are going to get onto the Rift. Oh, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are straight into a pause here.
How convenient.
Yeah, it is generally what happens, of course. Ironing out the kinks. It has been a week, Rusty. Just need to make sure that everyone is going to be fine. And of course, already onto the Rift. Not a whole lot to talk about, and no interesting items either, as very strangely, Victor has a Hex Core.
Whoa, that is abnormal to say the least. But as you said, everything going to be quite standard. You look at both of these teams and think maybe the big question mark is actually going to be Swift. We mentioned just earlier the fact that he's on a Lee Sin, and that is the early pressure that he's always looking to do.
Yeah.
But in saying that, a champion that is notorious for dropping off around the mid-late stage and then coming back in late game is not necessarily what Swift wants to have if he's looking to actually be the carry that his team always needs.
Yeah, or unless he's just saying, okay, I'm going to go completely ballistic this game, pick up a warrior enchantment and kill everyone on the map.
Entirely possible. He can do that. If a Lee Sin gets ahead, he generally stays relevant through all stages of the game. But then that's also on the preface that you are going to be ahead irrespective of who you're up against.
It's a good point.
Not necessarily easy to kill an Echo ever. The top lane Gnar, unless he's mini Gnar, is very difficult to kill, but you do have a Shen to facilitate that fact. You have a Shen in general, so the Lee Sin can afford to be over-aggressive in his decision-making and his positioning, because you know you have that shield to back you up. There's a lot of versatility around their team comps and what they are designed to do, and we'll see if they can actually make that happen, because it's not easy to execute. But if anyone can do it from the jungle, it's going to be Swift.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I was actually going to talk about the jungle here because, of course, the jungle follows are a question. Are we going to get a lane swap this game, Rusty? Do you think that the Thresh Kalista lane is something you just have to dodge?
It's very difficult to be in, that is for certain. The Corki has an okay time in laning phase, but it's very hard when you have a support that is reasonably high pressure, but not super high pressure. It's just there.
Yeah, of course, on your screen right now, Ruo trying to prove himself on the Rift. Haven't seen him for a while, and we'll see how he goes heading onto the M3 roster. We do see what looks like standard lanes.
Yeah, we're looking at the standard lanes at least at the moment. Everyone being very neutral in their positioning and neutral in their vision as well. So we're probably going to see the standard lanes unfold unless Xiaogu have been the ones to spot that ward and said we don't want to be in it. But that's unlikely given that it's a Shen.
Yeah, you can see as well, lots of pings on the wards going down. You can see M3 actually getting both of theirs spotted towards the top side of the map. And it looks like there might be a switch up here as Nautilus heading towards the top lane. Ruo trying to go for a lane swap.
Yeah, from the looks of it, they are swapping here. M3, something that of either team that you would expect a lane swap, it would be this Masters 3 team.
Oh, yeah.
They're into a very difficult 2v2 in the bot lane. Shen, not the best in a 1v2, has a unique amount of kill pressure because of the taunt being present. But they haven't actually spotted that this is going to happen, so they are going to get a successful 1v2.
Yeah, so SMLZ and Ruo going to be able to make it so that SMLZ gets some easier farm here in the early game. Ruo just going to check this brush. V was discovered, but he's fast enough, is going to be able to make it out of there. And M3, they want him.
He hasn't leveled anything yet, Shen, so if need be, he would have got that taunt and found himself in safety. But you can see SMLZ trying to make sure that the wave pushes back towards them and they get a freeze going by stacking the minions so that they focus one minion themselves.
Yeah, incredibly deep freeze as well here as SMLZ actually tanked up about a third of his health in damage. Already Dade and Doinby going pretty aggressive here in the mid lane.
Something that is a necessity for the Kassadin in mid lane is to ensure that you time your spell shields, your magic damage shields, with the Victor putting down his damage. The best way to force that timing is just by being in his face.
Yeah, and already V able to actually get some farm here as the freeze was very deep. SMLZ is going to be able to stop that relatively quickly as Ruo's just doing some interesting moves here on the top side of the map. But so far, nothing really of note just yet. And we'll see whether Xiaogu are going to have an explosive start with this Lee Sin or whether it's going to be M3 able to make something happen around the Rift.
It's going to be difficult for them to actually deny the Shen, right? Or to stop the Shen being denied right now. Because if he wants the last hit, then he's going to push the lane. They've already secured the fact that they can very easily get that freeze now in their favor. And in order to actually break this, you can see he's just going to stuck at his own. He needs Swift to put some pressure here.
Yeah, actually has taken the Shadow Dash level 2. Yeah, not too bad. Of course, level 1 here for the Nautilus. Does get level 2 now, so Dredge Line is going to be available if he wants it. He's going to throw it out, lands it there quite nicely, and it's a whole lot of Riptide damage.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Ruo's not really worried about taking damage, and the Shen needs to be careful with how much he does take, because if the Corki is nearby, then he will start to struggle in this top lane. The bot lane right now, though, by the way, is a 1v0. Free experience and free tower damage.
And I'm not sure where Condi started as well. By the looks of things, he already had a blue buff spinning around him. So 3 buff start here as Swift unable to get anything. But Dade gets hooked TCT with a massive play there. But Dade not even going to burn a flash.
No, nice hook, but Swift had disappeared.
Okay, V actually going to find SMLZ here. He's going to have to Valkyrie out of the way of the Shen.
Yeah.
Good health now for Corki. So
V actually got a lot of free experience. He wasn't zoned away from the experience at the very least. In fact, he farmed quite nicely. But that's 4 members.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for V. Parallel convergence coming through. There's the dredge line from Ruo. Not going to get the stun here is Condi. They're trying to slow him down. Ignites down here as well as Looper gets the hyper proc. V, he is going to go down, and that's going to be first blood for SMLZ.
Very well executed to ensure that nobody went down, because at this stage in the game, that tower hurts by a ridiculous amount. A lot of summoner spells used though. The Nautilus using both of his, the Corki even flashing to try and secure that kill. Thankfully he did, or it could have been an awkward flash. But in saying that, they get the result that they are looking for. V now struggling again.
Yeah, huge deal as well for Looper, who was sitting on 2 CS to the 14 of V. So that extra money from the assist, although probably not that much and not enough to get him up to par, is going to be important.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the difference between them is still noticeable at this stage. The Shen actually doing okay, considering as we were watching his start of the game, to still have 14 CS and see the pressure that the Nautilus was placing. The second Nautilus leaves, to be able to even do that well in a 1v1 with SMLZ. He's doing quite well, but now that he has died, Na's still going to be zoned. The discrepancy between the two is going to probably stay around the same.
Yep, and especially now, Lupa, this is the really deep freeze. Level 2 Na to the level 4 and the level 3 of Xiaogu's bottom lane. I don't think Lupa wants to go anywhere near this Threshold Ballista.
No, it's going to be very difficult for Lupa to go anywhere near it. Whereas you look at the 1v1 in the top lane, V's actually going to be quite alright. So I like the fact that after all of this time, at 5 minutes in the game, now is the moment where TNT found himself with a freezing bottom. They're going again.
Oh, yeah, the teleport in from Lupa as well. It's another 4v1. Oh, the minions didn't quite make it here to the turret as V is trying to make his way around, holding them off here as SMLZ. He's going aggressive onto him. Gatling Gun, is going to be up. Ruo's going to tank up the tower, though. V gets the Shadow Dash, takes down SMLZ with help of the turret. Lupa grabs the kill. That's a 1v1. V's going to be happy.
Fantastic play from V right there, ensuring that he got the kill. Looking to freeze it so that it didn't get to the turret and give them enough minions or positional advantages where they can actually get in and cleanly dive him. Instead, he forces SMLZ to be over-aggressive, and then SMLZ overstays to look for the kill. He didn't even heal right there, he just died.
Yeah, and M3 not going to be able to take this turret as well as level 5 on V. There's the Shadow Dash. Condi tanking up the turret here, taking a fair bit of damage. So much damage available as the turret does finally go down. Parallel Convergence is going to be able to get the stun and the shield, more importantly for Condi. Phase dive gets him back in, and Lupa picks up another one.
V put a lot of emphasis on ensuring that he actually got some taunts down to get them away from the turret, but he pays for it again. So a really bad teleport at the end result almost was a very smart idea, but in saying that, they have made a trade for him. He still should be able to get there to ensure he gets most of these minions at the top turret. All in all, everything's working out quite alright for Xiaogu. Just maybe not the best possible position for a Shen to be in.
Yeah, was definitely a gamble going for that one here as TCT just going to give Swift a hand taking down this blue buff and offering him a dark passage to safety as well. Doimby going to head back to base, augment that blasting one that he went for his first item.
Yeah, so it's important to look at these mid laners. 61 to 48 in the farm right now, heavily favoring Doinby. Exactly. In a matchup that the only real pressure that came down was a hook from TCT earlier in the game. The rest of it has been pretty much an exclusive 1v1. So doing very well is this Kassadin, as expected in that soft counter matchup, to get through the laning phase, at least successfully.
Well, that being said, Dart8 did just make it back to lane as well, so has closed that gap just a little bit, and Doimby now able to farm up the minions left underneath his turret. So we'll see as the dust settles how this one's going to work. Looks like approximately a 10 CS lead here for Doimby, so you're exactly right. Doing some work. Unable to pick up the catalyst just yet, but does have the ingredients for that item.
Yeah, opting into the blasting one. He wants as much damage as possible to ensure his strength in the lane is still able to push Dart8 out. Someone who, with his ability power, gets a bigger shield from the Q and can sustain through a lot better. But Doinby's matching it, so very smart itemization on one of the smartest players in the LPL.
Yeah, there's also the fact that, you know, that Q, that spell shield, is going to give you a little bit more of a shield as well as more damage based on that AP. So defensive choice and offensive choice with that blasting one. On top of Dart8 here.
To me.
Yep, severely.
Something that you'll see a lot of right now, though, from here on out, is Doinby using his ultimate to actually put down pressure whenever they want, or whenever Dart8 wants to use his death ray to actually last hit minions or control the wave. It's very smart play. It works around Dart8's spells to either deny him the ability to push minions down, or just get him to use the spells onto someone who has a magic damage shield on, and then he doesn't control the minions.
Yeah, controlling Dart8's mana here on the side of Doimby, able to make sure that his resources are spent taking him down. As you can see, Dart8 half health here, and Doimby's able to shove out this wave.
Exactly right. You can see right there just what we were talking about. He death rays Doimby, who doesn't lose health because he has the shield. And then the minions, he's using about twice the mana essentially in this lane just to ensure he can get all of the last hits.
Yep. QG though in the bottom lane going to be pushing up this turret. SMLZ is going to be able to grab that one, but of course his bottom lane outer did fall down, so SMLZ not exactly as safe as he possibly could be. Condi making his way towards the bottom side. Doimby on top of Dart8 here. There's the gravity field. Parallel convergence coming in, but Condi not going to find any stuns, and Doimby just looks like he's able to have the time of his life in this lane. Death. Oh, Death Sense not quite onto Dart8.
An aggressive decision there from TCT. He did have the Echo right there to aim for. Could have maybe forced a flash. but went for the kill hook right there to try and find Dade. Did not connect, so unlucky there from Xiaogu. And a smart little rotation though from that bot lane. They have nothing to do bottom. It is going to be another freeze though, so a very slow start to this game. Both of the AD carries looking for all of their farm.
Yeah, Condi actually getting some decent damage onto Doinby here. He's running out of mana just a little bit. Probably wants that Catalyst ASAP in order to keep that one up. Dade makes his way back to lane. 95 to 81 CS though, as Dade almost has that Morellonomicon completed.
Yeah, not too bad all in all. The mid lane, though ahead in farm, Dade's still going to have his items, still definitely going to be relevant. The bot lane of Xiaogu is actually rotated here, looking to maybe get down some structures.
Yeah, TNT actually with a bit of a turret-destroying build as well. Berserker's Greaves and, of course, the flat attack damage of the BF Sword and Longsword there as well. So UG going to be able to do some work taking down this turret, and it looks like there may not be enough of a response here from M3 in time.
Yeah, you have to question at this stage. It's going to be good of them to get the turret, but Swift is 3 zeros in his score right now.
Yeah.
That is how much impact he has had directly on killing a single member of M3. And as Lee Sin, not a great position to be in, to say the least.
Yeah, Dade had a bit of a smirk on his face there, so we'll see whether he's got anything in store for QG. Teleport towards the bottom side of the map. V just going to soak up all of this farm as it heads underneath this turret, understanding that he could teleport to that turret that time.
Yeah, he knows he's a lot safer this time. The pressure was put top lane. They've managed to rotate as far as mid, but they can't really get any further. So these two are being adorable in their decision. But I say that with a very endearing term of that they're not going to find anything most likely.
Yeah, probably not here. And Looper does have that bounce in order to get away if he wants to. Hex Drinker completed for the top laner of M3, and he's actually just going to head back to base. Has the ward.
Oh no.
Ooh.
It is about to change back. Mini now.
Well, he's going to have a bit more mobility that way. Death Ray looking for Doinby, gets a little bit of damage. Fates calls down. Looper looking to find his way out. Flashes actually. Death Sentence picks the juke, and the box goes down. Looks like Looper's dead. Swift adding a 1 to the front of that scoreline.
That was an amazing hook right there from TCT, predicting that juke. Able to pick it up with the flash. The response is here, though.
Yeah, there's the parallel convergence. V looking to try and escape this one. Not going to make it out just yet. And he's going to go down. There's the ultimate just to reset the turret, and that means M3 can stick around underneath it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the turret, but meanwhile in the top lane, you do have to keep mind on the fact that this is happening.
Yeah, Dade's been flayed. There's the gravity field. Chaos Storm augmented by the turret means that Dade's able to pick up the kill. Teleport in from Looper as he respawns at the same time. TNT very, very out of place as Swift, looking to try and take down Dade. It is going to be Dade. Oh, the triple kill there. And the victor is definitely going now.
The barrier was so well timed from Dade that they actually held off on using the Rend stacked TNT. He pays for it with his life, could not even use the Rend, and then Dade actually barely managing to live from the Lee Sin combo immediately after. This is so well played from Dade. First and foremost, flashing that hook, getting the stun onto TCT. They pick him up instantly. You can see the aggression translates immediately to him, but the teleport makes them hesitate. And this is where TNT makes the mistake with the barrier. He doesn't use the Rend. Almost goes down Dade, but look at all of the stacks inside of him right there that did not get ripped out.
Yep, he needed to pull those spears, but you're exactly right. I mean, he had no other choice. The barrier was always going to be there, and that's a 3-0-0 now for Dade. Augmented that Hex Core one more time, so we're going to have a lot more movement speed now. And of course, tons more AP and a Morellonomicon. This Victor just became very, very scary.
Yeah, and what was a lane that was going decently for Doinby is now very difficult to actually stay in that lane at all and be a part of it, just the raw pressure. In saying that, the instant Negatron Cloak has been the decision here from Doinby.
Oh, Swift going down incredibly low here. Does use the safeguard to get out, but Looper's going to lock down the kill. M3, all of them are here as TNT in no man's land. Parallel Convergence not going to find any stuns as the Riftwalk gets Doinby to safety. But M3 now with all of the cards.
Swift just doesn't feel as refined on this Lee Sin as he has looked on other champions at this stage. He was trying to find the kick, did not connect with a single member, and actually dies walking back in after an attempt to disengage. Could have just taken the Dark Passage and got out to safety, but a very aggressive decision finds him with a kill and a dragon.
Yeah, Condi actually walks away from the Death Sentence here. Phase dive onto TNT, takes the Dark Passage to get out. There's the Flay to try and get this Echo away here. Depth Charge finds TNT though. Phosphorus Bomb, so much damage, and SMLZ he can join the list of members on M3 that are looking pretty strong right now.
He is 3-1-2 with his core items completed. This is a massive power point. This spike that M3 are going through right now should be enough to give them some massive potential to snowball at the very least. Swift, that was smart though.
Yeah, kicks him away, takes the lantern in order to get out here, and QG just trying to do some damage control at this stage of the game.
Not only kicks him away, kicks him off the lantern so that he could click it.
Yeah,
so thankfully,
it's like, move out of the way, you jerk, that's my lantern.
Gets him off the top of the lantern, gets the safety. So smartly using the kick in that respect, but a defensive kick is an indication of how this game is going at the moment.
There's also the fact that Looper, player that we were talking about being a little bit behind in the earlier stage of the game, still behind 30 CS, but that's 3-1-4 on the scoreline. That is 7 out of 9 kill participations. Snara has been all over the Rift.
It has been, and I mean, what can you even say about it? He's just managed to catch up in situations that are otherwise really awkward. I'm guessing we're watching a 1v1 where someone dies here. I didn't actually see this unfold at all, so a bit awkward.
Yeah, Doinby looking to try and turn this one around. Yeah, Dade, the all-in from Doinby. Chaos Storm does go down. Last Rift Walk going to be enough.
And that actually comes down to the Negatron buy from Doinby. The fact that he can consistently still run into the face of Dade and be able to trade that much is just doing wonders for him. And something we've mentioned multiple times already is how smart Doinby is when it comes to playing this game, moving around the map, buying certain items, and the aggression that he's putting down has not changed since the start of the game.
Yeah, and a lot of extra respect now given to the mid laner here because, of course, QG not with a lot of magic damage on this Rift. Shen, I guess the Vorpal Blade doing a little bit of work and the Sunfire Cape, but Shen not known for his damage, so Dade with the Null Magic Mantle there looking to probably pick up the Abyssal Scepter, and that is purely for Doinby.
Yeah, so that is going to be just to get through the laning phase. At the very least, the Null Magic Mantle will become a Negatron, and then he may even just leave it at that for as long as possible if there's no other reason to pick it up further.
Yeah, ooh, Dredgeline lands onto Doinby. That was an interesting interaction as the Rift Walk did come out. And M3 now focusing here on the mid lane. They're utilizing SMLZ's Corki very, very well now that he has the Trinity Force.
Yeah, so they've got the Morellos and most of their Hex core upgraded. They've got decent mid-game items on the Nara as well if they're looking to dive. And they've got a very relevant Echo here. Condi has the items that he requires. Merc Treads, he's working on that health, has the Sightstone. So they've got a lot of vision. You can see all of the vision on their minimap around that mid lane turret. Something they're evidently looking to focus, or they're wasting a lot of their time with vision.
Well, SMLZ looking to try and pick up the Last Whisper as his next item. Never liked it, honestly. But look, a lot of people do it. Still works. I'm just not a fan. Corki does so much magic damage, it just bothers me.
He still does a lot of physical damage.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Being able to get through the armor is great. You've got a Sheen Croc. It does 200% of the physical with a Trinity. It's great.
Yeah, I'm not saying I know more, to be honest. It just irks me. Okay. Real weird. Yeah, Doinby is going to get caught by that gravity field, but of course, it's just so strong at the moment. 8 stacks on that Rod of Ages, and I mean strong by tankiness. He's just got a lot of health, a lot of magic resist, and there's not a lot that Dade can do about it.
Something that Doinby does best is he sometimes even just goes for the zone use as his next item and ensures he has all of the tanky stats possible, but they're pseudo-tanky because they're still giving him damage augmentation, which is phenomenal, and he makes it work. He carries. If he uses his ulti...
Oh, parallel convergence coming in. The Venn diagram on display from M3, but that was probably one of the most obvious baits that I've ever seen.
It might sound a little bit crazy because we can see where everyone is, but that was pretty obvious.
Yeah. Phase dive did come in there from Condi. Doinby, of course, able to rift walk himself to safety. That Sheen auto attack from SMLZ doing some work.
Definitely doing work. You can see the damage it's dealing. Going to be even more with the Last Whisper when that one is completed. So definitely worth noting. He is in a big spike. The rest of his team working around that. Of course, Dade, able to pick up those 3 kills earlier, has only got the 1 assist on the side of that. So individual mechanical plays from Dade has put himself well and truly into this game, if not ahead of the position Doinby is in.
Yeah.
But this 1v1 mid lane cannot continue for too much longer here from the side of M3. That's why they're grouping up, placing their vision around mid, trying to break the turret so they can unlock Dade to not have to be stuck here, because he is struggling.
He is. He's going to be able to take himself a blue buff. SMLZ's completed the Last Whisper, so 2 items for the Corki at the moment, 3-1 and 2. Massive CS advantage as well. We haven't had a look at this bottom lane as far as that CS is concerned, considering the lane swap. It's not all as relevant to compare them against each other. SMLZ does have the Valkyrie, so he's going to be safe. But that is a huge discrepancy of 60 CS in favor of SMLZ.
Yeah, massive. And then the 3 kills to boot as well. So that's like a ridiculous amount of gold between the two. I can't really say anything for this Kalista right now besides Xiaogu are looking for, say, 35 minutes in this game until the Kalista becomes relevant once more. Whereas SMLZ is so very relevant right now. Has his 2 penetration items, finished the boots and the last whisper. So he's in a fantastic position to output damage. The Kalista, at least until the Hurricane is finished, from now until then does nothing.
Yeah.
Like as close to literal 0 as possible in this game.
Well, it does have a couple of daggers, so, you know, he is able to pick up that recurve though pretty soon. Ooh, Doinbu with some cheeky moves there over the top. Going to be able to get some damage down onto Dade. Dade probably looking just to play with the minion waves at this stage.
It's like throwing feathers really fast. It doesn't really make a difference because they don't really hurt. So at this stage, Xiaogu, they've got Doinbu though. This is the big, really important factor. We've touched on it a few times. And that is because he needs to bridge the rest of his team at this stage. He needs to get them going, or at least be a big carry in the mid-game to ensure they hit that point.
He wasn't able to take down that ward. Doinbu just saying, yep, I'm pretty tricksy. I can take down this pink ward. Not a whole lot you can do. Riftwalk actually on top of Dade here to prevent him from getting down to this fight. Lupa making his way towards the dragon. Exactly the reason why these teams are grouping at the moment. Because that one has just respawned. Yeah, he's down to half, and that was all Doinbu.
He's doing burst. The trade was nice though because Doinbu's taken some damage himself. He has to be very careful from here, as we mentioned, being the sole carry of the team.
All Dredgeline and Depth Charge going to be used on top of Doinbu here, but he is able to make it to safety. Condi is going to take down TCT. M3. Dade's going to burn to death now as QG turning it all around. Massive damage out of this QG lineup as Condi's going to fall. Lupa very, very low. Actually, Condi not dead just yet. That was Ruo going down. Lupa trying to be huge, but Condi eventually falls. Wallop onto a couple of these members. The flash out from Lupa's not going to be enough, and it's a double kill for Doinbu. And it looks like the beginning of QG.
The ideal team fight again in a very awkward situation in terms of strengths in this game. Swift kicking SMLZ, the big force in their team, the big damage output source. He goes down pretty much immediately by Swift's kick into Doinbu and the turret to boot. That was a phenomenal fight for Xiaogu. They're going to be able to translate that one into the dragon, and we're going to see this again. So Doinbu actually getting caught, but the reason he can be so aggressive is because a Shenol comes down. This kick from Swift right here doesn't even have the ward placed just yet. He flashes instead, knocks them into Doinbu and a taunt from V. So SMLZ had no chance, and from here, the big damage source down. Lupa, even in Mega Nard, does not really have the impact. TNT was still alive for a very long time. That is a very important point to make, is even though he's not really doing damage, he was the focus of F3 and he wasn't even doing enough, but he stayed alive for such a long time that, I mean, Xiaogu just looked really, really strong right there, and a coordinated team fight, something they do very well.
Yeah, the layering of CC definitely working out here. Doinbu once again going to get Dredgeline, but Riftwalk, or Rift Hop, as we like to call it now, it's going to be ignored here as Doinbu just running around.
Yeah, Doinbu starting to push his luck, but he is 4-0-1 with Lucidity boots as well. He's gone for the double AP pseudo-tanky items, so he's got the Rod of Ages for health, the Abyssal Scepter for magic resistance, but it was missing that cooldown reduction that a lot of Cassidans prefer to go with the Athenes. Picked that up in his boots, and now has already got the makings of what looks to be that Zhonya's that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
He's going to be so difficult to stop once he finishes that.
Yeah, the back coming through from TNT. Death Sentence onto Condi now, but he's pretty tanky at the moment. Does have that Aegis of the Legion built up. So he is going to be fine. Sonic Wave not going to be answered with a Resonating Strike from Swift. And M3, now that they're grouped, moving around seeing if they can get something done.
Denying the recall right there, V. Just being a pest as much as he possibly can be. I mean, you look at the score lines of the AD carry, the top laner, and even the jungler to a degree, and you don't see a team that is directly winning this game. But Doinbu, 3 games in a row now if we include this one. It's definitely not over yet, but if he's already carrying. So he's had standout performances on these Cassidans. He's found his replacement for the LeBlanc essentially at this stage, and he's putting in work.
He has, and Doinbu, definitely a player that we weren't expecting to be this strong heading into the LPL, but looking brilliant at the moment. Now has that Zhonya's completed now as well, so can go into stasis in the middle of these team fights, and we'll see whether he's going to start getting things going, because he's got a whole lot more options now.
He definitely does. The way that he can play around the game, similar to the Rumbles, where they just find this innate ability to become a tank out of nowhere because they have the zone use there. The active is just tankiness in and of itself for this very smart utility that it provides. He is leaps and bounds ahead of his lane opponent here, who already had a triple kill, so doing a lot of work in mid lane doing B. As we mentioned earlier, bridging his team potentially to a point where they are strong. Kalista finally has those 2 items and is strong.
Well, Condi taking almost half of his health there from Doinby as he just pops over the wall. He's able to do that all day. Clears out the ward there at the same time. So QG, not only with control of the game, but their control of the vision is just ridiculous right now.
Yeah, they have placed down relevant vision is the way to describe this. They are only looking to fight in areas where they have the vision control. Something that is worth noting though at this stage is, we were talking about it earlier, M3 are looking to focus mid lane a lot. They're putting a lot of their efforts into trying to unlock Dade because he was the one struggling in lane by getting the turret down as soon as possible. It seems that Xiaogu 100% were aware that this was happening, and they've won a team fight now around that mid lane. It's delayed everything by a fair amount here for M3. They can't utilize their mid laner just as much anymore because if he tries to clear a wave mid, he finds Doinby on his face.
And this is very interesting, actually. SMLZ stepping away from what is sort of the Chinese corky way of grabbing that Blade of the Ruined King. Is opting for what looks like a Bloodthirster as his next item. Well, Death Sentence actually picks out Ruo here, but he decides to turn it back around. Stand United is down. There's the Fate's call. We'll see whether TCT goes back in here as B finds his way into the fight. The first kill for TNT now in this one as the Ren sets are starting to become a big deal. Looper about to get into Mega Nard. Doinby gets pushed in. Actually, Rift walks, flashes over the top. There it is. The kill goes down for Dade, but the work is done here from Doinby V. Very, very low, and TNT now able to get his work done. Nice dodge out of the way there for SMLZ, but the Rend, it's going to do it, and QG just tearing these guys apart. And Dade, that was just a look of disbelief on his face.
Exactly what we were just talking about is Doinby got the rest of his team going. He did the damage that was important, and his build is not designed to assassinate people. It's designed to be an overbearing, frontline, tanky assassin. It is exactly how he played that fight. He's got TNT with the 2 big items now, the Bloodthirst and that Runar's Hurricane completed.
Yeah.
He was the big carry member in that fight. He was the one ensuring that people were dying after the heavy lifting was completed by Doinby. And now they've found themselves in a position where they don't have just one threat anymore. They definitely have 2.
Yeah, and we were questioning V's play in the early game as well. Teleporting that back to that turret wasn't exactly the best idea, but how he's played out these team fights has been immaculate. Always down to incredibly low health, using that health bar as a tank should, like a resource. Like, I can now be in the middle of this fight and soak damage, and he always does it to the utmost of his potential every team fight.
And even in that last fight, connecting the taunts onto the important members. TCT.
Yeah, Dade thought that he was caught out there just a little bit, but TCT taking the full brunt of Dade's burst is going to go down. Nice dredge line comes out of Ruo, but Swift makes his way in V around the side at the same time. TNT looking to get this fight started. Dade going down very, very low. Nice shield from the Q, but Doinby locks down the kill. He's huge in the middle of this team fight. Not into the wall. He's probably going to go down, but we can't see him just yet. Looper finishes off the kill. SMLZ finally into the fight. V very tanky. Flashes out of the way of the dredge line. Condi tanking up the turret for what looks like as long as he likes. And V's just so huge.
He's not going to die anytime soon, but they do take down Doinby. They do get down TNT.
Yeah,
the 2 carry sources are completely removed off this map right now. They're able to translate that into the Dragon already, and that was a better team fight from M3. It's what they're looking to do. Looper didn't even connect his ultimate, by the way, onto Doinby. He used it too early, but he had the damage there to secure the target going down. It starts to turn back around. The gold lead is actually still in favor of M3 all in all. A lot of wasted time and effort, though, has allowed Xiaogu back in this game. We're essentially back to square one.
Yeah, I just want to point out the fact that Dade played that last team fight so beautifully on a defensive front, because Xiaogu, all they wanted to do was kill Dade. They just wanted to get him out of that fight. He managed to secure the first kill onto TCT and then just moved as far back as he could, allowed the rest of M3 to get there, and it was just the extra flanking power and the fact that Dade took so long to kill. Xiaogu just used too much to try and get onto that carry.
Yeah, the important part, of course, is that TCT was not available from the start of that fight. He was removed completely before it basically even began. So the ideal scenario for a fight starting there from M3 was to get a pick before you actually look to team fight. And that is what allowed them to so convincingly take down TNT in particular, is that he had no way to stay alive. He didn't have his partner in crime to throw at them to get them out, get himself out, and he didn't have someone to lantern him to safety. So TCT needs to be a little bit more careful here, because he's one of the biggest reasons that TNT can actually deal damage and not die.
Well, we'll see whether they can continue this one up here as TCT. Oh, someone took his lantern. He was getting a little bit upset there for a moment. I could feel it in that.
It gets a bit hypey.
Yeah, I mean, you want someone to take your lantern. If you're offering it, it's like, I spent mana on this, man. Why aren't you taking my lantern? It's TNT just clearing out. This top wave is going to be able to get that one done. But I want to talk about the items for a moment here. Randuin's Omen and the Thornmail completed for Lupa. Not going to be scared of TNT whatsoever. Is this now building towards some of that magic resist. So the Doinby isn't going to be able to do too much, and see whether M3 can now start their path to victory, or whether it's going to be QG turning this one around. Of course, their late game comp's pretty scary, Rusty.
Yeah, it is. I mean, both teams have a very good late game that needs to be respected. I think it comes down to execution a lot more. If the Lee Sin, if we do hit late game, is still going to be very relevant with one kick. That is the important part, is if Xiaogu's, if Swift can hit that kick, then they can still have a very convincing team fight. But at this stage, it just feels like it's so easy for Ruo to be the one initiating for their team.
Yeah.
And just throwing down that ultimate and ensuring that someone gets caught. Lupa, as you mentioned, building tanky, can actually just stack armor and then go for Doinby.
See whether it does work as we move towards the later stages of the game. At the moment, it feels like that point where Swift is searching for relevance, Rusty.
Definitely is. He is waiting for a very important moment where he can be the one initiating. But this is basically that trough that we were mentioning, where the Lee Sin still okay, but just not going to be having the impact that an Echo could have in this game. And one of the bigger question marks is the Xiaogu's drafting as to why they went for this Lee Sin, perhaps.
Yeah.
Didn't really get anything happening. Still been very relevant now, 10 out of the 13 kills. It's been doing well. But now it feels like, at this point in time in particular, Swift's starting to struggle.
And we were not expecting this moving into this matchup as well. If we go back to what we were talking about earlier in as we were introducing these teams, we were looking at the jungle and thinking, this is a mismatch. We were looking at Swift to say, this guy is a god coming over, has looked fantastic, but he's trying to play Condi's game, and it's not working.
Yeah, Doinby is just trying to play the catalyst of his team's success.
He certainly is. Parallel Convergence is going to come down, but Condi's soaking a little bit too much damage, of course. Oh, there it is! Doinby not going to be phased by it, though. Heads over there as the Stand United comes in as well. This Cassidy is taking a lot of killing. Does have the Zonyas. Going to use it. TNT's going to take down Dade, and now he's going to explode over this fight. SMLZ is going to be the third kill as the triple comes in, and TNT just rocked that fight. That was all about him.
TNT performing in that fight right there, being exactly where his team required him to. But this is the pick that we were talking about, where M3 found a successful fight, turn that around, and this is how Xiaogu win that fight. They catch Echo out of position, force Condi's ultimate immediately, and then they have a very easy victory. Doinby quite literally threw himself into the dead center of that fight to try and be a tank, bait them into hitting him, and then use the Zonias to ensure that he stayed alive, because he'd already done his job. He got down Condi here. He initiated all of this, even using the flash after Condi gets over the wall to ensure that he dies. Straight away, now watch what Doinby does and how he just puts himself in the dead center of this fight so that they're going for him. Swift's kick there was phenomenal, and it puts Dade immediately in the front of TNT, who is sitting at the perfect range, the perfect distance to ensure that he can put down all of his damage and not be touched.
Yeah, complete safety there for TNT, and it's once again the Swift and V show in the team fight. There's the fact that the kick comes through, immediately taunted.
Yeah, their combo is doing wonders for team fighting. It's always on the important members. Dade has been the focal point. SMLZ was the last one to get kicked into a taunt as well. So
yeah,
Swift doing well to make sure these kicks are on their carries, and not only that the kick is on the carry, but the follow-up from V on the exact same target, and it's in front of a carry from Xiaogu. It's just doing so well for them.
It really is. That being said, SMLZ headed back to base and grabbed himself an Infinity Edge. Thought it was going to be the Bloodthirster. No, he had about 2.3k, so he's just going to spend that money on the massive crit item. So this Corki going to be doing a lot of damage.
Do you like the last Whisper more now?
I do like it a bit more
He's got
now.
the Infinity Edge so that he's critting for a lot more damage.
Yeah, he's only got the extra crit of a Trinity Force though, so look, could be better. Would still like to see Berserker's Greaves and a Phantom Dancer.
You're implying you want a Phantom Dancer on a Corki that is a spell-based AD carry.
Look, it's not about that. We are going to have a team fight though here as Dade's just going to get destroyed. Doinby takes down the mid laner of M3, and now they're just going for the dive. Looper not at Meganar just yet. TNT running rampant over this fight one more time. Just poising everywhere right now. Looper, that death sentence from TCT. What the hell? QG, they all get nard. That's just going to take them close to the turret and themselves breaking the base.
The only member going down was someone dying to the turret right there. Swift finds exactly the engage again that they're looking for, immediately taking out Dade. No response, no time to react. And that Gnar would have been fight changing. They may not have even lost the turret of the inhibitor if that had connected. But TCT, with the miracle death sentence in terms of timing, managing to save his team. They only lose one person, as mentioned, to a turret. And now Xiaogu have just basically pressed that on switch. They decided they felt like winning a game.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going well and truly towards at this stage.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Condi for a moment, holding onto that minion wave, making sure that Xiaogu couldn't finish the game at that point. Of course, they still had a lot of damage. 4 members of the team, and one of them being TNT means they're able to take down turrets, but they just couldn't tank it. V was just a little bit too low, and it just meant because that wasn't there. What the hell?
That was the longest Dark Passage I think I've ever seen. That was amazing.
Yeah, deliver TNT to the Krugs. That was the fastest I've seen one person take down Dragon and Krugs ever in my life. So thank you very much for that, TNT. I'm learning on the Rift.
That was amazing. But you're right, the way that they've actually worked around Condi actually saving the game essentially was really nice.
Yeah, cute.
The fact that Looper got the ultimate off as well saved them a little bit because Swift was down. There wasn't 5 members there exclusively. They've done well M3 with what they have, but they're also being engaged on. Something that we mentioned, Lee Sin's kicks. The only thing he's really good for later in the game is hitting that kick. But he's done it twice in a row on important members. And that is one of the biggest catalysts of his team's success from here.
Yeah, we were talking about Swift as not being able to get the work done in the early game, which is what you expect from a Lee Sin, right? But now that it's the late game, this is where he's really able to shine. And it's just not what I was expecting moving into this game. I was thinking that maybe, you know, Condi now has more tools to get things done. But it looks like, based on how the scores are evolving especially, 2-3 and 16 now for Swift, he's just been able to get more work done.
But when you've got a Kassadin engaging for you, it just feels all too easy. The focus 100% onto Doinby. You can just get into the backline, seamlessly slip your way in, and hit that Dragon's Kick that you're looking for. I mean, it's just working wonders, the fact that Doinby actually was successful in his laning phase against the Victor. They may want to question why they've actually picked Victor so early in the order, taking it away from Doinby, but it also unlocks the Kassadin as a complete possibility, and he's carried with it every single time he's been on it.
Yeah, and M3, they knew that that was a pick that was an option for Doinby here as well. So now, of course, that the Rod of Ages has been buffed on this patch, we have to remember that it's 5.13. SMLZ takes 1 Q. Yeah, okay, that was a heck of a lot of damage. Doinby, you've just got to...
He actually doesn't care.
Yeah, decides not to come down here as the depth charge is going to get blocked by that Zhonya's parallel convergence comes in. Doinby actually jumping out of it is going to burn to death though as the ignite ticks down. TCT gets Fates called out and QG want nothing of this fight now that they've had their mid laner picked off. And M3 looks like they've still got some fight left in them.
V not using his ultimate as well there raises some questions as to what
some eyebrows
he
there
was
of Doinby as you just
doing. Yeah. I would raise my eyebrow too. It's Jen not hitting the ultimate. He got out to safety, probably worth using it. In saying that, it's not a massive loss. They're going to lose at least 1 turret though, maybe even 2 turrets, depending on if M3 are feeling over-aggressive. It does seem like they want to go towards that. And Doinby, while we're talking about what over-aggressive is personifying that to a T.
Oh, yeah. And when they're running a 2-threat comp like this, they can't afford to lose that portion of the damage because M3, they do have options to get into the back line, and TNT just is not safe enough for them to try and fight anything.
Yeah, that's right. They are running almost exclusively that 2-threat comp. The rest of the teams looking to work around the strengths of this Kassadin and bridge themselves, something they've done successfully now. They've got TNT going. But he can't continue to be by himself in the middle of the enemy base looking to put damage onto a Nautilus. There's situations where you realize that you're making a mistake. That was probably one of them. And he might be a little bit smarter from here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit sheepish at this stage, but we do have the Blade of the Ruined King completed for SMLZ. Trinity Force, though, built by V. So, look, what I was talking about when I was saying a 2-threat comp, that was before V decided to grab that Trinity Force. Now doing, some damage. Can actually threaten SMLZ, not only with the fact that he's impossible to kill, but also the fact that his auto attacks are going to be doing some work, and he has a whole lot of extra stickiness with that Rage passive coming through from the Phage component of the Trinity Force.
I like it. I'm more of a fan personally of a static shift, but I definitely
I like
still
Wit's End.
Oh
you see, I've been speaking about some ridiculous stuff here as Doinby does have to stand united this time. TNT trying to bounce around this fight, still untouched, already taken down one. That's two, almost picking up the third here. Death sentence onto Looper as well. TNT just bouncing around the fight. Looper's gonna die. Not after a decent gnaw there into the wall, and V's gonna lock down the kill. Condi, the last man standing, one more time. But QG, they might be able to finish this one off.
Looper has spent this whole game wondering where the hell his team has disappeared to, because they keep just getting engaged on so well. The big difference in that fight, Doinby actually got the Shen ultimate. They should be able to end this game on the back of that, but it's a very stellar performance from Doinby in particular to ensure the rest of his team gets going. But in saying that, the rest of the team working around that so well. V using his ultimate, the Shen ult, onto Doinby, and Swift hitting those Lee Sin kicks.
Yeah, and of course, Kalista may have got a slight nerf, but still, in China, as well as every other competitive region, it looks like the Kalista's still a massive pick here, and we'll see whether M3 can bounce back, whether they can possibly get a ban onto the board in the next match round, but it looks like QG not going to lose 0-2 this time, definitely once again going to prevent that from ever happening, and we'll see whether any other team can actually take a 0-2 loss here for these guys, because they're well and truly looking strong.
Yeah, looking to get that 2-0 as well, Xiaogu. Put themselves at least now above EDG in the standings. And just till further notice, something that has been happening a fair bit in the LPL is they win a game, EDG follow them closely behind, but a very nice draft from them in particular. Getting every single champion they could ever want as a 5-man team, and just a very convincing closeout.
Yeah, most certainly was. Of course, 28 points was their score heading into this one of EDG's 30. So if they win the next game, they actually get themselves a point ahead of EDG on even games. So we'll see whether Xiaogu can actually manage to grab that top spot, or, of course, after the break, whether M3 can turn this one around and put another tie onto that scoreline of the QG lineup. But after that performance, I don't know whether they can. We'll see whether the power of Dade will be enough after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is Rusty, and we just witnessed Xiaogu really going to town on M3 towards the end of that game, but M3 showing signs of life throughout.
Definitely showed signs of life.
Yeah.
They've still got the potential in there. Their team comp that they had was great. They just couldn't execute it because Xiaogu were not allowing them to do so. And really, you have to say, it was on the back of Doinby and the way that he got them to that strength point, forced M3 to go mid lane and deal with them.
Yeah, and just played the team fights immaculately as well. And you have to talk about that front line at the same time. Swift and, well, of course, Swift actually going to pick up the MVP here. So those kicks in the late game, worthy enough to give him that MVP position. And I do understand, of course, I just didn't get how he was playing this Lee Sin. And he played him as this late game tank that was able to get the work done.
He has a very unique play style on this Lee Sin, to say the least. There's moments where you don't really understand what he's doing, but here, this in particular, he makes it work so well. Kicking Dade not only into a Shen taunt, but in front of TNT whilst he has no health. This happened multiple times, and the way that he can actually allow the rest of his team, it changes the team fight. So Doinby is the one initiating. He's that bruiser Kassadin in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But Swift is the one actually turning the team fight on to that convincing victory.
Yeah, and played so well with V at the same time. We were talking about it time and time again, the fact that these shadow dashes were happening right after those kicks were in exactly the right spots, making sure they get all of the carries out of position. And when Dade was falling down, it just looked like M3 didn't have a whole lot left.
Yeah, and Dade, he found himself a triple kill early, so he was trying to get going, but he just could not get going because he picked himself with a first rotation pick from M3 into what is essentially the counter pick of this Kassadin, who is so strong right now. Patch 5.13, the Rod of Ages, gives more ability power per level. Like you needed that on a Kassadin already.
Yeah.
He was winning lane against the Victor. That translated into the rest of the game, and try as Dade might, he was the focal point of every single member of Xiaogu.
Yeah, and there is the fact that, M3 didn't actually get any bans in that first game. We'll see whether this next game, now with some bans under their belt, able to remove a few of the power points from the QG lineup. I mean, that Shen may not be seen. Kassadin might be taken off the board. And Kalista, I highly doubt will get back onto the Rift.
So Kalista didn't necessarily have the best impact. I think even started 0-3 at one stage.
Didn't do great.
So not having a great time, but hit 2 items, became Kalista, funnily enough, and actually played a big part in carrying out that game and team fighting very well. It's just too maneuverable once he has items. So something that Chinese players excel on.
Yeah, of course. And TNT just keeping himself in a safe distance. I spoke about one of the team fights. I think I said it was all about TNT, of course. It was largely about Swift nailing the kicks into the right spot. But the fact that TNT was always there, just out of reach, getting so much consistent DPS down. And even if it was just on a single target, stacking up that rend, making sure that he could remove all of the targets from a fight as soon as he pressed that E button.
And that's what he did so well, is he stayed basically at the cusp of his range, hitting the closest target. So very Vayne-esque in the styling behind that, but has the Hurricane to boot. So not only hitting the closest member, actually hitting multiple members in doing so. So very smart play from TNT. Very smart team-based play based off individual mechanics of the entire Xiaogu team.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Xiaogu can continue that pressure as we move on to our next game. Of course, Xiaogu starting off on the blue side, definitely their more favored side of the Rift. We'll see whether they can make things happen on the red side, of course. They certainly have done, but whether they can do it one more time is yet to be known. And, of course, if they win this next game, the extra 3 points putting them ahead of EDG with even games played, which is a huge deal for this LSPL side.
It definitely is. First split, breakthrough split, basically, into this season. They've done so much work to even be where they are now. It's surprising everyone, but they just look so well-rounded for what is an LSPL team. They look super versatile individually and as a team. Swift bringing out Nidalee, Echo, and Lee Sin in his past 6 games is just phenomenal to see how he has translated the new patches, how they've adapted the new patches as a team and as individual players.
Yeah, and his interpretation of the tank Lee Sin as well, how he managed to play that one out very, very calmly in the early game, not necessarily feeling like he wants to get the work done there, but instead turns it on completely in the late game with all of these beautifully executed team fights that it just looks like some sort of orchestra composition type thing, everything falls into place, it all works. I'm surprised that you know what I mean, because honestly I only partially do.
You didn't express it too well, to say the least.
Yeah.
I know they come together beautifully, so it's like...
Yeah. Like a symphony.
Yeah, like a symphony.
Thank you. That's what I was going for. There's a word for that, Atlas.
Yes.
Who would have thought? Beautiful crowd shots here, though, as we move into Game 2 between M3 and QG. You can see we're about to hop into Champion Select. And look, we'll see what happens on this ban list. Because as you can see, M3 didn't get a lot of banning done last game.
No, they didn't really get any banning done last game whatsoever because those dashes indicate nothing has been banned from them. Hopefully this time things change as they're already one ban deep.
Yeah, or banning away the Echo here. So Condi not looking to grab that one as a first pick. He definitely did some work towards the early stages, not taking anything away from Condi there, but looks like they're just going to ban away their team comp.
Yeah, so they're banning away the things that were not working for them last game, but they're also denying them away from Xiaogu. The reason they picked that Victor, the reason they picked that Echo is to ensure that Xiaogu didn't actually get those champions, something that seemingly is a big priority for them. Not only that, though, all of their bans are denying Doinby and Swift a lot of their strength.
Yeah, Ezreal actually making it through the ban phase this time around. QG not opting to take that one away, of course, on the red side now, so have to ban the Kalista. And Lupa will see what he decides to go with for that first pick. Ezreal is available, so like I would like to see that one come through, but do you think it's strong enough here? Of course, China has been playing it a lot more in the AD carry position. Haven't seen as much of it in the mid lane.
So China and M3 in particular have also been flexing that Ezreal pick, but I don't think it's worth first picking in 5.13.
Whoa, okay.
That's a very questionable first pick, though.
Very strange first pick. We'll see how it pans out, Rusty, as Lupa's locked in Aurelia.
That's confident. I guess he could flex it with mid. I mean, it's
we have
the possibility.
been seeing a bit of it. Depends what Doinby's going to take into that lane. Of course, completely blind at the moment. Condi could play it in the jungle. Who knows? Sata Devour Aurelia.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, probably because it has absolutely no clear in the jungle at the early levels, and you're basically useless. So that could be it. I'm not entirely sure. Have seen it work.
Big one, you can stun it.
Yeah, maybe. Whoa. Okay, but V, back onto the comfort champion here. Swift considering grabbing himself an on the hunt. I mean, a Sivir.
Basically the same thing there.
Yeah, that was kind of my point.
I get that.
Oh, dear. Well, bottom lane now being considered with 5 seconds to go here from QG, and it looks like we are having a bit of a focus on movement speed, Rusty.
Yeah, so you've got the focus on movement speed, but in saying that the Sivir, who, as you said, is basically just an on-the-hunt bot, now does a lot of relevant damage because you've got Janna with that shield there, not only to increase the AD, but to give that extra survivability to a particular member. So in laning phase, TNT is going to be very hard to push out.
Well, we'll see whether this bottom lane does work as Dade's hovering over a Graves. We'll see what M3 decide to go with. Of course, feeling a little bit more comfortable now. They've managed to get some bans onto the board, so that's definitely a step up. And the fact that they're on the blue side, of course, M3 as well, having a little bit more of a chance of victory on that side of the Rift.
Is that locked in as well?
Yeah, that's Graves locked in.
Yeah, wow. This team comp they just know what they want. They've got a strategy set in stone, or they don't have one and they're playing comfort picks, but SMLZ,
well, at the moment, they're ignoring QG. They're just saying, okay, we don't really care. It's like Lupa's like, I'm playing Aurelia, guys.
Yeah. They're picking for himself right now, Lupa. He gets that Aurelia. They've got the Graves to boot, and then they've got the Rek'Sai. So there's a lot of early pressure between the Graves and the Rek'Sai. They've got a lot of mid-game strength between all three of the champions. Seems to me like their team comp does have set in stone that mid-game power spike win condition.
Yeah, we were having some interesting considerations there as V could definitely go... Whoa, okay. Dade has a smite in the mid lane already. Might be thinking a bit far ahead, but of course haven't seen Doinby on the Ezreal just yet. We'll see whether he decides to go with it here as Swift considering the Nidalee here for himself. Doinby hovering that one, of course. M3 will be expecting QG to be picking that mid lane last.
Yeah.
So probably not expecting an Ezreal to be locked in right here, and M3 probably going to opt for that one if they do. Judging purely by the summoner spells of Dade, but it is going to be Nidalee picked for the jungle, and we do have Shen heading back towards the top lane here for V.
And I mean, I like this comp, honestly, that Xiaogu have locked in thus far. They've got the Nidalee, who doesn't need to be that big engaged tool anymore because they've got the Sivir on the hunt ultimate to actually enable that ult to happen. And then they've got the Shen in the top lane who can protect not only TNT on that Sivir, but Doinby.
What's happening, Rusty?
It's locked in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was. I didn't want to say anything. I thought I'd let you play that.
No, I don't want to. I'm opting out. SMLZ, though, considering
Support
the
Aurelia.
Ezreal. Okay, so that's something that we understand. Support Aurelia might be coming in. A bit of the Martyr special.
Yeah.
As we head onto the Rift. Look, that's a heck of a lot of burliness there on the bottom side of the map.
Tenacity, yeah.
Burliness is an interesting word for it, but
yeah.
Aurelia Graves
That
as a
is-
lane just sounds super in your face.
It sounds like the strongest, just brute force base damage lane
And there is a lot of we just want to go in, according to this M3 lineup. I mean, you've got Dragon's Descent. That's going to get you into a fight. Doesn't do a whole lot of getting you out again afterwards. And Aurelia just going to be blade surging around. So look, M3 might be just going for the all or nothing play.
So there's a couple things I like about M3's team composition in particular is the Graves and the Ezreal first and foremost.
Yep.
That is fantastic because if one Ezreal ultimate connects, Graves' burst is through the roof. And they could actually kill someone almost outright from their spell rotations whilst Dade is mid. So that is fantastic to consider between the two of them. But the support Aurelia, into the Janna, they don't have much of a kill threat to say the least here.
No.
Because it's a Sivir and a Janna. Whereas a Graves and an Aurelia, if you're looking at potential kill threats, is pretty much through the roof.
Looks like a kill lane, like of old.
Mm.
You know, when you used to run Garen.
So we're going to
in the
see
bottom
like
lane.
a Graves top lane and Shyvana Aurelia bottom and just run at them.
Who knows, Rusty? I honestly would not be surprised. But we haven't actually spoken about the fact that Morgana was locked in there for Doinby in the mid lane. Of course, going back to some comfort here. We'll see how it goes against the Ezreal out of Dade, who's already played it and did look powerful. As we are going to go through the lineups here. Lupa taking Shyvana into Shen. Definitely a matchup that he likes in the top side of the map. Condi going back to the Rek'Sai as Swift is going to pick up the Nidalee. So both junglers switching it up and going back towards their own styles here instead of switching over to each other's. And as we just mentioned, Ezreal versus Morgana in the mid lane.
Doinby going back to his roots, getting that support laner as we move towards the AD carries and SMLZ against TNT. Graves into Sivir.
It's an interesting one. We'll see whether that spell shield can be used to great effect in the bottom lane to make sure that he can get rid of a little bit of that buckshot damage. Ruo taking the Aurelia. So going from Nautilus to Aurelia in his sort of first two games for quite some time in the LPL. Definitely some aggressive choices on the rim.
Some versatility between top laners being supports apparently for this Ruo guy.
Yep.
He knows what he's doing when it comes to tanks.
Yeah, it certainly does. But look, I just want to see how it works. So let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for M3 versus QG for our second game of the night. Still our first matchup here as QG looking to try and get ahead of EDG on the standings, whereas M3 just trying to get themselves some more points, get away from the tie that they have for themselves with IG towards the middle of the standings. At the moment, second takes on sixth, and M3 looking to try and get some work done. And Condi,
That's amazing.
oh my god, so adorable. Look at him. And he's in the river as well. That's the best part.
That is great. That's the best skin. And then Rek'Sai, of course, on Condi, that early pressure jungler. Swift also on a Cougar, so there's animals everywhere right now.
It is.
And there's a lot of early pressure from both of these players. It's nice to see them defaulting back to something they're comfortable with. But M3 are also running the 3 Smite comp at the moment. Embracing 5.13 with open arms.
Yeah, Graves just got his girlfriend there in the bottom lane. Feeling pretty good.
Though he should be. He has an Aurelia in his lane.
Not
He's
bad.
not the one that has to solely put out damage at this stage, which is always nice, having
Exactly.
3 damage threats. Twice
Exactly.
the amount of damage potential.
And a fair bit of sort of kill threat if they do manage to work it right. Of course, TCT with the disengage, going to be pretty happy to get that one working as well. But we'll see whether this lane swap does come in as Swift is going to pay a visit to the brush. Looks like 4 members have been spotted out here by M3. Lots of pings going down. And the lane swap going to be opted for here by QG.
Yeah, so they put it into effect. The Aurelia not going to have a relevance in the direct 2v2 laning phase, but it doesn't necessarily favor Aurelia or not, in a way. I don't really see how getting the 2v2 lane is by any means a bad thing here for Xiaogu. The Aurelia does have a lot of early pressure, but you are a Janna Sivir lane after all. So I guess their ultimate goal is more of the PvE style. They actually just want to push down turrets. Very hard to do so when they've got the wave clear of the Graves.
Yeah, really, really nice last hitting there from Dade under the turret as Doinby is just shoving this wave relentlessly, as a tormented Soil Morgana definitely likes to do.
Yeah, and we're going to see a repeated defender here, Doinby, pushing this in consistently and then trying to disappear. It's something that Doinby does so very well, is actually just keep Dade mid and then actually roam, which is good because the Ezreal likes to use the ultimate and be elsewhere, but that he's stuck under the tower. He can't roam at all unless he's the one in control of minutes. It's so hard to do so against them all.
Yeah, and it looks like QG actually opting for 2 non-interactive lanes here, as they've got Sivir, who definitely wants to play against a minion wave.
Yeah.
Both of the mid and bottom lane going to be doing the same thing here, as Shen probably just wants to be a damage soak. So honestly, this laning phase, not where QG are going to be focusing. They want to get to these team fights. They want to get that form of relevance on the Rift here, and there's not going to be a whole lot that M3 can do about it.
You know, the cool part about this as well is that though they're low impact laners, when it comes to ganks, if Morgana hits a bind, or Sivir has some kind of usefulness with the level 6 as well.
She has some kind of usefulness.
Which
Please!
Before 6 isn't really existent, but in saying that, if they can get a gank up with the level 6 Sivir, these low impact laners or more wanting to farm oriented laners then have a lot of relevance for a potentially gank.
Yeah, that's true. Well, M3 with the man advantage on the bottom side of the map are going to be able to take down this dragon at about 4 minutes into the game. Something that we've seen a lot of, but getting it done definitely going to be working out here for this team. We'll see whether it is going to be a fast push in response, grab some extra turret gold here from QG, or whether they just want to keep it in this laning phase.
Committed to the freeze.
Oh, actually, Dade going all in here on Doinby. Gets through his own Essence Flux at the same time. You saw all of that attack speed. Dade making things happen here in the mid lane, and Doinby has to go back.
Yes, a very well played from Dade there to ensure he has control of this lane. Doinby putting a lot more of his emphasis on actually last hitting minions. You know, the cool part about this lane is that Doinby, though he's actually stayed, has teleport to get back anyway.
Oh yeah, of course, does like to pick that summoner spell up on the mid lane champion, and it looks like Dade getting possibly some attention here in the mid lane as a couple of friends hanging around on QG's side. Oh, Dark Binding does land. Dade does have Arcane Shift, forced to use the flash actually, dodges the spear though. He's going to be okay, and Dade just saying, oh, why are there more people in my lane?
Focusing on those mechanics, but a flash for a flash, not too bad for an Ezreal considering he has the E anyway, can get out to safety. We'll just be a little bit more hesitant to use it in an offensive manner from here on.
Yeah, Condi trying to make his presence known here as well. V just deciding that he wants some of this mid lane farm. More than happy to grab that. Doinby completely out of mana though, is going to head back to base. Get himself a bunch more of that. So Dade with a CS advantage here in the mid lane. No potions yet remaining and no flash.
And in typical Doinby fashion, wants to go for damage, does not want to go for any type of sustain.
No. Grabs himself a blasting wand. And we'll see, Rusty, whether that's going to be going towards the Abyssal Scepter, which is definitely something that a Morgana likes, or whether he might be going for a Rod of Ages as well.
Something that I am interested to see how that does progress, because it's very likely, given that we are 513, a Rod of Ages could be the way to go for him. It scales super well now, and Morgana, very in your face with the ultimate. Being a mid Morgana, you want to ensure that that does connect. Rod of Ages is very good for survivability. And maybe the build will be exactly what we saw in the Kassadin, but a repeat on a Morgana.
Yeah, I like it. Rife with anticipation now, Rusty, as well. So we'll see what happens. See whether Doinby does like to go for it. Of course, having some extra health, pretty good idea. And you can just build it sort of like you would sort of the old Kassadin, where you just go Rod of Ages into the Zhonya's Hourglass and just be that monster that can't be removed.
Yeah, exactly. There will always be a Zhonya's on a mid Morgana. The question is when in the itemization.
Yeah.
And, I mean, given that we are on the new patch, the changes, we don't know exactly what Doinby's thinking, but he's a very innovative and smart player, so we'll see what he does want to do.
Yeah, almost able to land that Dark Binding onto Dade there as well, sidestepping nicely, still 5 CS in the lead, but QG starting the fast push in the top lane, of course. 4 members available are going to be able to push that turret down. M3 did organically have about a 500 gold lead, but QG now, after they are going to be able to remove that turret, are going to push themselves ahead.
A lot of that lead is almost on Shyvana exclusively as well, based off the fact that they have 5 CS on V right now, not exactly having a great time, but he's been spending most of his time rotating around with the jungler, Swift, who has found himself doing quite well. They get the top turret.
Yeah, Dade has had no company at all there in the mid lane. It is Swift moving down now. He's going to be able to get a trap out, but Dade sees it as he moves over towards that side of the map, but almost towards that Runeglaive. That's when Dade's really going to start to go off. Of course, all the Runeglaive nerfs that you've seen coming through in 5.14 not here just yet. We are on 5.13, so that Runeglaive actually had a buff in the transition that Dade just went through as far as his mid lane Ezreal is concerned.
Yeah, still very strong, still needs to be completely in consideration here. And Dade getting that Ezreal is something that does raise some questions as to how that got through the draft completely unattended until much later in fact, I think it was one of their last rotations.
Yeah, the interesting thing here that I want to mention is the fact that Dade's Ezreal actually got a direct buff because he didn't build Luden's Echo, and that was what was changed as we moved from 5.12 to 5.13. So we'll see whether Dade's able to utilize that.
Walls are hard sometimes, Swift.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's not quite leveling tier just yet, though.
No, but you're right. The fact that Dade's itemization, although his item build, is now getting an indirect buff because the Luden's got nerfed from the part of Runeglaive that was making it so very strong, is going to do wonders for his mid lane. The fact that it got a 10 AP bonus as well.
Lupa being the annoying Shyvana that he is, able to take down this red buff here, down to about 900 health. Oh, Swift going to find his way over. He's going to be able to take it down, so Lupa unable to get the steal. Doinby over here as well, Soul Shackles up. Dragon's Descent down, dodges out of the way of both the binding and the shield as SMLZ has to deal with TNT now. Ruo, got to be a bit careful. But after everything, it looks like M3 able to assert some dominance.
Aurelia is one of the funniest supports because she finds the strength in having no health because it guarantees the stun. It's one of the cooler parts, and you can use your Q to actually get next to them, use the Relic Shield stack from that also, and then find a stun. So there's a lot of cool, unique ways that the laning phase does come about with Ruo on this Aurelia.
There's also the fact that if there's more people, she's not going to be stunned for as long here as well, as there's the Equilibrium Strike. Oh, that collateral damage did so much work to heal. Is it going to be enough? No! Oh my goodness, Ignite not ticking down far enough, and TNT is going to survive another day.
TCT finding the shield as well just to ensure that he did not go down, but exactly what I was just talking about is the Relic Shield dash from the Aurelia. Hits the stun or forces the spell shield immediately, and then follows up with another strike and the Graves combo, completely pushing TNT out of lane, and you can see from that alone why they didn't want to be there.
Oh, well, Runeglaive now completed for Dade as we see him in the mid lane here, and see whether he can assert more dominance now. Of course, that Smite having a little bit more relevance, opting to go for the Trailblazer just to make sure he has more wave clear. And something that Monte Cristo actually mentioned just recently is the fact that getting wave clear on an Ezreal is such a big deal.
Yeah, massively. It's why most people go for that Trailblazer opposed to a challenging or chilling Smite. So exactly what Dade has gone for here, as you mentioned, getting that wave clear, and most importantly, matching Doinby's wave clear so that he isn't stuck in mid lane and he can go elsewhere. Yeah, it's difficult.
It is. It's a Morgana. She's able to kill creeps. That is most definitely one of her skills. TCT hunting Condi down, who can't actually see her. Can see the tremors. He's going to be able to swim away. Yeah, he's able to create these little pools. You know? It's amazing. How do you swim across grass, Condi? Please tell me your secret.
There's a lot of questions there. He's using a tunnel system directly underneath the water, the grass.
Which is right, got it. Subterranean water.
If the ground doesn't change.
Yeah, I think that was part of that really bad James Bond film, if you remember. Ruo, though, taking some harass damage here. Nice boomerang coming out of TNT as Condi just saying, okay, now she's going to be able to get a pretty guaranteed stun there in the bottom lane. I might hang around. But one thing I want to talk about, Doinby is going for the Rod of Ages.
He is going to go for that Rod of Ages, maybe even going for the exact same build we saw last time when he was on that Kassadin. The pseudo bruiser mid lane that should not usually be there is now becoming very prevalent. Doinby going to go for at least the Rod of Ages of that build so far. And something more importantly that I actually wanted to mention at this stage is the difference between the top laners. That is 70 CS to what was 40 is now going up because Lupa had left the lane. But he's pushing Shen in. And then he's taking the jungle. We've seen him at the red buff. He took the Krugs earlier.
He's
he was at his own Gromp before, as he's done it a second time now. The only time he hasn't gotten jungle camps is when Swift has been invading their jungle to take it away from Lupa.
Condi, they're actually going to go straight into the Dark Binding there. Swift going to try and jump on top of him. The flash out there, but everyone following. SMLZ with so much damage down now as Doinby trying to get it turned around. Ruo, so much damage out of the QG lineup. Lupa teleporting in is going to be able to protect everyone, and Condi, the only man to die.
That was so well played by Xiaogu. They both go over the wall aggressively. The flash from Doinby on the Morgana, and Nidalee getting the reset on that pounce, getting back to safety only barely. Lupa's still here though. He might want this.
Yeah, it does have a smite available, remember. 3 smites here for M3, sampling all of the the jungle items that he can. Condi actually managed to void rush his way into this fight. V quite low now, but he's very tanky. Dade with an interesting flash over the wall as QG trying to get out. Oh, the teleport.
Nice.
That's going to get V to safety and back to base as well to pick up some items.
No one actually dying from that. Dade putting down a lot of damage onto all of the retreating members of the Xiaogu lineup. They keep V stuck in the pit, but he manages to get out using his flash and teleport one after the other. And the fact that nobody died right there from Xiaogu, they still got the dragon. They managed to find a kill prior to that. Everything's going well for them right now.
Yeah, and that's actually Swift picking up first blood as well, which is a big deal. The fact that Nidalee, a little bit more of a carry jungler here, and in the hands of Swift, that makes it no different. Condi and Ruo are able to secure that Gromp, as QG decide not to take that on their way through, and a lot of vision available from M3 on the bottom side of the map. Pretty upset they didn't get the dragon.
Yeah, they've got a lot of control of this bottom area. They're going again.
Yeah, there's the tunnel in. TNT's going to get knocked up. Transcendent Blades is here. Ruo trying to find the Blade Surge, but not going to get there in time. TCT making his way out here as well. So SMLZ making his way back towards the lane. And he is going to be free from opponents for a moment.
We mentioned how hard it is going to be to actually take down TNT and TCT, either of them. Super difficult because they've got shields at every possible corner of their kit. But in saying that, the Aurelia, the Graves, and in this case Condi on that Rek'Sai as well, they just have so much damage threat, so much burst potential from their mid-game based champions that this lane has been so difficult for the TCT-TNT combo to even get through.
Yeah, it's been very, very hard. And of course, last game it was QG sort of winning all of these lanes, able to get large CS leads across the board, apart from the fact that SMLZ was so far ahead. But now you've got Dade, he's ahead by 30 CS this time, instead of it being Doinby. We'll see whether this Ezreal is going to be the turning point. Nice Dark Binding. Doinby going to lock himself down a blue buff. And Scuttle Crab is going to fall down as Swift grabs that one. So CS advantage for Swift here in the jungle. And that is just generally how it's going to work. I mean, Nidalee just eats jungle camps.
Yeah, pretty much. Especially once you get that Runeglaive, it just exponentially increases. But something I really wanted to touch on here about the Ezreal in particular, as you were mentioning, has that CS lead. The way that Dade is playing the Ezreal is super important. He's actually saving his Q for when the Runeglaive is active, because the Q cooldown, if it connects, is lower than that of the Runeglaive, actually using the AoE proc.
Oh, okay.
So he's waiting a little bit of time, just that tiny bit extra, to ensure that every single Q he's throwing out is getting the proc and is helping his wave clear against this Morgana.
Yeah, Condi as well. Actually deciding to follow Swift around just a little bit. Spear not going to land, but you can see Condi, now that he has that Cinderhulk completed, pretty tanky.
Definitely tanky. He's something that needs to be respected. Has gone for the Sidestone option too, whereas Swift on the flip side, cooldown reduction, ability power.
Dade's just doing so much damage.
Machine gun right
now. Hitting a lot of these ones as Runeglaive is going to give you a little bit of cooldown reduction as well. Now has the Fiendish Codex for a little bit more. See how close he gets to 40% as we move forward. SMLZ actually has to be very careful. Ruo making his way towards the back line, but
that got spell shielded by TNT as well.
Oh dear.
Graves ultimate no longer available.
Awkward. Collateral misfire just a little bit. SMLZ chugging down on some potions though. He's got a lot of consumables in his back pocket and continues to have a CS advantage as we move in. But Swift making his way down. Ruo, it's have to be very careful. There's the heal from SMLZ. As TNT is going to get taken down. That Monsoon a little bit late. And the True Shot Barrage not going to be necessary in order to take down that AD carry, and Ruo somehow survived.
Ruo super low, but the committal was not there from Swift. Did not want to use the dash offensively with two members directly there stalking the outskirts of where Ruo was. Needed to be respected. They actually lose a member for their trouble, so maybe in an afterthought, Swift should have committed to that, maybe put the focus onto him. But TNT, nice spell shield yet again. Didn't have it to save him though this time.
No, not quite. As Dade and Doinby just going to be trading blows in the mid lane. Dade just arcane shifting and carrying himself. Oh, no Dark Binding, but not going to, as he's just going to head back to base. It's like, okay, this will do. Just want to go home.
Though, he's found Doinby.
Just throws down the cheeky twin bite, and he's going to leave. Dark Binding just going to be juked ever so easily by the Shyvana. And I think Lupa's playing PvE League of Legends at the moment. He just wants to kill jungle camps.
Look at the wards in Swift's jungle. The focus has just been bottom. They just dove bottom. But Lupa has quite literally just been in Swift's jungle, getting all of the farm that he possibly can that isn't his. And so now the ward coverage that has been in that jungle also, you can see it everywhere, littered around where he would be wanting to farm.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. Lupa, A, he's in a non-interactive lane. V, not going to be pressuring him out too much, but he's also against a jungler that really wants farm. You can see it's a Rod of Ages second on Swift after the Lucidity Boots and, of course, that Runeglaive. Swift wants to be getting around. He wants to be getting farm as Doinby all in from Dade. Oh, the Q not going to be enough as Dade just one more time unable to get the work done. Nice knock up there from Condi as Dade thinks, oh, maybe this is my time to grab a kill. Q's not going to find it here. A bit longer there available from Condi. He's able to land it, but Swift is going to be safe for now.
Yeah, Swift just waiting for those stacks on his Rod of Age. It's nice to see he's taken more of a health-based build. And we're looking at the side of Xiaogu, and they're actually pretty much just bruisers. Shen, the only dedicated tank. They've got that long-range missile barraging style of Nidalee who can become the bruiser, and same with the Morgana working towards that Zhonya's second item.
Dade is throwing around a whole heap of spells. Whoa, I thought that spear was going to be able to take that one down, but there's the Equilibrium Strike. Swift taking so much damage. Ruo unable to get over the wall, but is the Ignite going to be enough as Condi? He's going to get taken down. True Shot Barrage. TNT taking so much damage from Dade. Wants to be able to get the kill. Essence Flux, not enough. Lupa burns him to death there as Dade now trying to chase everyone else down. This Runeglaive doing a bunch of work. Swift is super low. Arcane Shift over the wall, but just not quite enough damage just yet with only that Arcane, the Chalice.
Yeah, Athene's.
That's the guy. Eventually managed to figure that one out, but nice team fight there from M3.
Dade even using his Smite there to ensure he had mana to go back over the wall. The aggression from this Ezreal is just through the roof. And we were talking about how Xiaogu are this bruiser style of mid lane and jungle duo. Well, the bruisers from M3 are just doing it better at this stage in the game. This Aurelia support initiating onto Swift on this Nidalee, who had no relevance outside of being in a ranged missile throwing form, could not actually do anything in that fight. The rest of Xiaogu, V having to use his taunt to get over the wall because Swift was in full retreat. It's just working out super well for M3 at this stage of the game.
Yeah, really, really is. 2 dragons now to 1 though. QG have managed to get one, and look, when you've got 3 times the smites and there's no Callista on the other team, you're probably feeling pretty confident as far as these neutral objectives. So QG did well to be able to grab one of these dragons and may not be able to get another one as we move forward.
It's definitely going to get more difficult for them to do so, but it does come down to one big fight essentially from Xiaogu. They've got the makings of a fantastic team fight on the back of the Morgana. Maybe looking towards the Zhonya's Hourglass before they really commit to a full-on 5v5 fight. Swift finding himself a True Shot Barrage, so you've been spotted.
Yeah, most definitely. Not exactly the most delicious thing to eat on the bottom side of the map, but there are a lot of members. They are just trying to clear out the wave here as M3 turning it on. Condi finds his way in. Void Rush going to get him here just to help out this bottom lane. But the tower very, very low. There's a lot of wave clear available. Lupa just decides, okay, well, I'm going to take this turret.
Xiaogu are looking for the response, of course, though, so they're going to be trading.
Yep, the 1-for-1.
Graves, SMLZ in particular, is just so trigger happy with that ultimate.
Yeah, Dark Binding onto Condi. Dade able to get a Q over, but he's lost a lot of health. And TNT ain't stopping.
No, they're going to keep going. Finally, Shen responds to Lupa, though, so I mean, nothing actually going to come any further. Just a bit of pushing their luck from both sides. Still looking to scale, though, for the most part, as Dade's actually found definitely the better end of this deal.
Yeah, 40 CS in the lead here. Spear not going to find anything. Grabs a bit of air. There's Sorcerer's Shoes and a needlessly large rod now for Dade. So his AP is stacking up. And yeah, QG just transitioning the Sivir around. Does have the Infinity Edge. The Berserker's Greaves there as well for some more attack speed. These towers don't last long. Dark Binding is going to find Condi. Spear as well. QG with some decent poke. Boomerang almost grabs the second one, but the tunnel in. Condi still looking for it here. Ruo turned around on him. Massive damage from the True Shot Barrage, but M3 not enough to offer in this fight. Shyvana, Lupa just getting caught out. Does have to use a defensive dragon to get over the wall, and Dade just more than happy to sit in the back line and get the poke down. Doinby
If by backline you mean direct frontline, that is exactly what Dade
well, his
is doing
frontline
right now.
sort of wasn't there anymore, so he became it. He was trying to be in the... It was hard. It's difficult.
He's having a very rough time, Dade.
Yeah.
That particular trade right there was forced onto Xiaogu, but it was also on their terms, essentially. They've got the Janna shield, the Morgana Black shield, and then the Spell shield from the Sivir. You can see exactly what Xiaogu's comp is trying to do, and that is letting them engage onto one member of your team with the single target damage of even the Aurelia to a degree, and then completely turning that fight around just from the raw amount of shields that they have. Didn't even mention the Shen. Didn't need to be mentioned, but that's another extra shield of about 500.
Yeah, just casual 500. No worries there at all as TNT. Spell shield was there, so even if Dade did hit that Q, probably would have been A-okay. Just denied a little bit of mana. A little bit unfortunate there. Probably would have liked to have been hit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, Lupa continuing to shove out. Full tank Shyvana, not opting for any sort of cheeky second item. Blade of the Ruined Kings, anything like that here for Lupa just to keep his pushing on. He just wants to be farming minions and being a monster.
You don't
oh
want,
my
wow.
goodness. What? Dade going 1v2 and being pretty capable of it at the moment by the looks.
Dade going full aggro with that aggression too. He maxed the W second. He's got 3 levels in his E already at level 15. The second that Dade hits 16, that power spike exponentially increasing. So difficult for Xiaogu to deal with just the Ezreal, let alone the rest of their side. When Lupa actually joins a fight, that guy is going to be a monster of a man. 210 CS at 24 minutes. The only one, well, both carries are beating him, but his farm is huge. Shen's farm is lacking. But you look at the mid lane in particular. Keep in mind, we're at 24 minutes in the game.
24 minutes, Rusty. What the heck? Dade has been like the agriculturalist this game. He is farming everything.
He is the epitome of a herbivore at this stage. The fact that he can be this far ahead of the clock, he is...
that spell shield was insane. Whoa. That would have been most of TNT's health bar.
No doubt. He's working towards that needlessly drop item. I'd say the death cap here from Dade.
Yeah, it was what he went for last time.
He's going to be near unstoppable in terms of damage output, near unrivaled in terms of damage output. But it is worth noting at this stage, TNT still farming, farming very well still, has got himself that Zhonya's Hourglass and an AP Elixir right now.
Yeah, so in comparison to like 280 CS at 25 minutes, which is ludicrous, you know, in comparison to the clock, Doinby's still doing absolutely fine.
They're going.
Yeah, now looking to try and grab this one. It is going to be locked down by Condi. A couple of extra spines going to be helping here. True Shot Barrage didn't actually find anyone here as QG still able to get a decent team fight. The double stun from the Soul Shackles gets them at least Ruo. And Lupa now in no man's land on his own. Dade trying to get the poke damage in, but Doinby just takes him out. And you can see, look at this man's face. Doinby very excited about getting into these fights. Always looks like he's concentrating with everything he's got, and Dade now has to try and defend this turret. And
you can tell that he wanted to fire right there. The rest of Xiaogu always on that fact, just from the fact he had an Elixir alone. That says to me he wanted to spike, he wanted to match the power of the Ezreal in that moment. They fight in the pit, engaging with a Nidalee with a Shen ultimate on top of them, and then just force M3 out of the pit so that everyone that was stuck, they went down. And that's the fight that Xiaogu are going to be looking for. They've got such great, not tank frontline necessarily, but overshield on bruises, which makes them indirect tanks.
Yeah, SMLZ with it. Decent quick draw is going to get him out of the way of the Dark Binding there from Doinby, which have been on point, forcing skills, forcing flashes if you want to be able to get out of the way of them. Doinby knows his way around a Morgana most definitely. Still able to get some stuff done. Both of the kills for M3 have been onto TNT as well. Despite that, still able to pick up an extra couple of kills. Smoke screen down from SMLZ.
Oh, no.
Nice quick draw to get out of that one. Dark Binding has to land here if Doinby wants to do anything, but the teleport in from Lupa. V actually flashes on top of SMLZ, able to get out of it though in time. And Condi, he's now found his way around. Doinby has to be very, very careful. Lupa locks down the kill onto V, and now Doinby Black Shields there. True Shot Barrage is enough damage, and Dade locks down the kill.
A complete misplay from Doinby right there. The dash from Graves, as expected, but it completely dodged out of the Morgana ultimate. The binding actually then connected to a minion. So
yeah, but that minion was so dead.
The minion was a hero right there in that fight. The fact that Graves is able to just instantly turn that around, V having to use the teleport to try and save his AP carrier who just made that mechanical error. They end up paying for it with more than just their lives.
Yeah, and M3 actually looking like they have a lot more control this game. Their movements around the map have been fantastic here. Swift and TNT trying to defend the turret, but Ruo gets on top of TNT. He gets evaporated. Swift now in trouble. True shot barrage across 4 people as the spear lands onto Ruo, but he's a supporter, really. He's not too worried. Face of the Mountain already completed for him as well. Swift with an elixir in his back pocket. Void Staff complete as well. It is a scary Nidalee, but M3 able to brute force their way through and grab a turret.
It feels like a desperation play from Xiaogu by that gank in the bottom lane. It's Doinb trying to make something happen, feeling pressured essentially to make that happen. It's reflective of the fact that they have 2 elixirs on their mid laner and their jungler. They're looking to instantly match the power that M3 were outputting around that dragon fight and try and snowball a control of the map from that. They got a good fight, but it didn't translate any further into a direct control because of one mistake from Doinb.
Yeah.
That now, the 400 gold that they've both put into elixirs is about to run out, and the control that they had, the item efficiency is dropped by an extra, say, 800 worth of items.
Yeah, and you really need to get something out of that one because 800 gold is a decent portion of their gold at what was an advantage, but now it's a deficit. So now it's as if they're behind by an extra 1,000 gold, which is something that QG really don't want at this stage of the game.
And you're looking at about an entire Athene's worth of gold difference between the mid laners as well from the looks of it, which is just disgusting.
Yeah. So much farm onto Dade. 1-0 and 2 now as well. Again. He needs to land the Dark Binding, and as soon as he doesn't, this is the problem with Morgana. He's like, oh my goodness, it didn't land. No, it's the problem with Morgana is that you just don't have enough after that misses.
Yeah, you rely a lot on ensuring that one of your 2 spells hits so that you can combo it with the other. Otherwise, the mid Morgana feels a little bit lackluster at best. You're then just a walking black shield. The pool never going to be relevant. Oh my god.
What the hell? Okay, pretty sure Swift is dead, everyone.
He is so dead.
Yeah. Yes. I think this would be the time to use Super Dead.
Super dead.
Yeah. TNT, TCT, though, they want to try and defend this Baron, but triple smite. Looper with so much of an ability to tank this one up, and the quick drawing SMLZ able to get in here. The teleport is down, though. V wants some of this fight. They have no Swift. Doinb gets in, does have the Zhonya's, wants to be able to get this snare, but Looper just Dragon's Descents out of it. SMLZ locks down Doinb. The rest of QG has to run away, and M3 decide they'll just take the free Baron.
And again, it feels like desperation from Xiaogu. Everything that they are doing is in an attempt to deny M3 from getting something. It's backfiring pretty much in its entirety right there. As Doinb was the one to teleport into the Baron pit.
Yeah, that was Doinb. I apologize. I'm used to it always being the top laners.
He was then the one to flash ultimate 2 members and instantly have to Zhonya's. He then he didn't use his flash. He then flashed back into the Baron pit and died to the Baron, basically.
Right.
So, not a great idea. But you can tell that the decisions that he was making were in an attempt to do something desperate, to get his team back in this game by whatever means possible.
Yeah.
And unfortunately it did not work for them. But this side of M3, it's starting to become overbearing in their strength. The Ezreal instantly destroying Swift before that even started.
It was ludicrous amounts of damage as well. True Shot Barrage over TCT, didn't actually hit him.
Half health Doinb though.
Yeah, a little bit late on the black shield there, but probably wouldn't have done too much. That's more than half health out of Dade, who just wants to land more Qs, reduce that cooldown even further. TNT takes a quarter of his health from 1 Q. Dade's got plenty more where those came from.
Yeah, so they're probably not going to push anything further. They might look for maybe the bottom tower at best, but that's a very long way away from them, M3. They're looking to probably just reset. If they can push mid, that'd be great, but maybe rotate it into the dragon again.
Yeah,
it's a point of contention.
as well. Yeah, Condi needs to be careful here. TNT found him as well, but Looper makes his way over, does have enough for the Dragon's Descent, can get over there if he wants, but Swift once again eliminated from the fight. Looper dancing straight into the pit, collateral damage over for Doinb, able to use the Zhonya's. True Shot Barrage nets a kill into TNT, and Doinb with nothing left is going to get destroyed. SMLZ locks down that kill. They'll grab a dragon off it. At M3, this looks like a completely different team.
They look almost completely unbeatable at this stage. They're now translating that immediately into the mid lane, allowing Condi to just sit back there himself. He'll have his ultimate up as well, so he can just recall and come straight back into the fray if need be. Instead, he's going to go bottom and get that going. But this mid lane, very, very dead. It is super dead, Atlas.
Most definitely super dead, Rusty. Thank you very much for identifying that fact as the inhibitor does fall down. Ruo going to be able to get himself to safety as well. So M3 able to break the base now with an 8,000 gold lead, 6 turrets to 3, 4 dragons to 1. That's the big deal. The fact that 5th dragon looming in another 6 minutes for QG. Blue buff going to be taken down here as well as Dade grabs that, just uses a whole heap of buttons and gets his way out.
Oh no.
Well, actually decides not to because he may have spotted Swift on the map.
I think he's found himself an opportunity to be cheeky and maybe look for a kill. You can tell he's waiting. He wants someone.
Well, he has True Shot Barrage off cooldown. Oh,
okay.
No, decides he just
I'd probably just recall now. That was a waste of time, mate.
No, he kind of wishes that we weren't watching.
That was slightly embarrassing.
Doesn't matter, though, because True Shot Barrage, such a low cooldown. Dade's like, why wasn't he there? What the heck? Killed us so easily. Okay, well, he is going to head back, grabs himself the finished Void Staff, now has a QSS as well. Of course, this is an Ezreal. He wants to be auto-attacking. He can grab a Mercurial Scimitar and it'll be fine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this team right here of...
Actually,
M3?
With a Runeglaive on this patch, changes the auto attacks to magic damage.
Yeah.
So with a Void Staff, Mercurial Scimitar actually gets boosted by the AD with the auto attack.
So does crit, I believe. It changes to magic damage crits.
That's silly. Maybe he builds Infinity Edge as his last item. That'd be silly.
So his boots get a Zephyr.
Yeah, he's got no extra crit from anything else, so it'd probably not work at all. But I'm excited by the idea. The prospect is most definitely there.
No, Xiaogu, you can tell. I've been calling them desperate for a while now. They're now sitting in bushes looking for any attempts.
TNT. Nice spell shield saves his life. True Shot Barrage again goes sailing by as Doinby has to be careful. Oh, another couple of spells from Dade, but not going to find the mark with the Essence Flux. Condi trying to find his way in. Looper right round the side as well. Everyone pressured off. Dade locks down the kill onto Doinby. I'm just not ready for it. It's so much extra damage.
He's going off right now, Dade. There is no stopping this Ezreal. He is well and truly putting his team on his back. He's sick of this Victor and getting counter-picked in mid lane. Playing the aggressive Ezreal and making it work for him. Once this ultimate is back up, if he connects with either Swift, TNT, Doinby, or TCT, someone dies.
Yeah, in he goes. There's the Monsoon to get Looper out of the fight, but he's right into the backline once again. Dade flashes forward. True Shot Barrage! Instant double kill! A triple out of there as well with the follow-up Q. And M3, they'll use that to seal the game.
M3 feel like they've just woken up and become the team that we are usually expecting to see from them. It's such a convincing closeout. These guys, they did, as you said, look like a completely different team.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. And Dade, if he doesn't get the MVP, I'm going to lose my mind. But last couple of kills, like, you saw his face in the last game as well. This guy did not have a great time. His Victor, 3 kills in a row in the early game and then sort of fell off, was unable to get anything done. And Doinby rolled all over him. This game, entirely the opposite. Doinby looked like he was able to shove the waves in, able to get things done early on, but after that, looked like all M3 and honestly all Dade.
It feels like Xiaogu, they admitted the fact they were behind from an early stage in this game and they started making these desperation attempts, just these really, they just wanted to get back in their game however they could. They almost wanted to cheese their way back in, but M3, they reigned supreme in that game. They looked too strong to handle and they just ran over the top of this Xiaogu side.
Yeah, and we'll see whether M3 can replicate this kind of game without the Ezreal available. Because, of course, we are going to be moving forward. Runeglaive is going to get toned down just a little bit. Of course, we are going to be on 5.13 for quite some time. So, look, we'll see whether Dade is ever going to get the Ezreal again. Because I have a feeling like this is going to be like the Rise against M3. Just never let it be seen.
Something that they can flex pick as well is they've seen SMLZ playing Ezreal. It's got so many strengths more than just the fact that Dade went off on that. But you're right. Something that's probably going to have to be attended to, the fact that the Rise is banned away from top and mid, maybe the Ezreal from mid and AD. It's a really big flex pick, and M3 are a team that works super well around these flexible options. They have very versatile drafting. They had an Aurelia support.
Yeah, and they'll use that flex as well. They're not scared of it. And that first pick, Aurelia, I mean, we looked at it, we said, okay, this is optimistic, interesting choice. And Ruo, I'm not sure whether he necessarily made the plays to really stand out in that series on the Aurelia, but definitely got the work done, and M3 came out with the big W, so I can't question it.
Didn't directly stand out, but they were looking to get the 2v2, and Xiaogu smartly avoided that one.
Yeah.
But in saying that, the second it went back to a 2v2, just destroyed them.
Yeah, most certainly did. But ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 more series coming up, and after the break, we are going to have Vici taking on King, and we'll see who's going to be able to take that one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, and coming through onto the desk now is going to be Jake Spawn Tiberi to take us into our next matchup. But first, Jake, I just want to talk about the last matchup here. Dade just going completely ballistic in Game 2.
Yeah, he went off, and this is a Dade we've always expected to arrive into the LPL.
Yeah,
now,
goodness
with
he's here
that
now.
Performance, he has made a good case for him of being back to his previous form.
Yeah, and Dade actually last week was playing quite well. Of course, the team just not quite coming in around him, but now really looking like things are happening. Still, I mean, Lupa maybe going in a little bit aggressively too early on, dying a little bit there. It's like there are still kinks to iron out, but with more play like that coming out of Dade, you could see this team moving up.
Yeah, well, Game 1 showed there's a lot of kinks still to be ironed out for Masters 3. If we're completely honest, Dade's level has stepped up, though, and what that means is every now and again you're going to see performances like the last one, where he just solo wins a game. It's not going to matter about his team's performance anymore, because if he gets Ezreal or a pick like that, where he's able to play safe but still aggressive, he's just going to be able to take over, and that was a complete Dade show, You got to have a look around the Rift and give credit where credit's due, because the rest of the team played a supporting cast very well, but that was a one-man carry show, and he was deleting Swift every time he found him.
Yeah, Swift and waiting in that brush as well. Didn't actually quite manage to land the cheeky true shot barrage, but that could have almost solo killed him, managing to get so many kills off the back of just that ultimate, which you have always been a massive advocate of. Despite which kind of Ezreal it is, if you manage to hit a champion first, it has always been the Spawn idea that it does a heck of a lot of damage, and I think that's been demonstrated.
Yeah, it certainly has. When we see AP Ezreal, especially now Luden's Echo isn't in the build because it doesn't proc. It's just all about the death cap. It does stupid amounts of damage. And, I liked it on AD. I actually played AP Ezreal before it was good a lot. It lost a lot of elo due to it, but the ultimate was never the problem in the kit. And now that it's got some form of wave clear, it looks like it's going to be around to stay no matter how we tweak it. Probably fall off next patch when we take away the magic damage.
Yeah, of course, Runeglaive not going to be quite as powerful, but we'll see whether people still decide to take that one into the mid lane. Of course, just Ezreal has been out of control. So, look, we'll see whether it happens. And it's not going to change the True Shot Barrage. If you build AP, it is still going to do that much damage.
Yeah, exactly right. We'll take a look at that last game. 12,000 gold ended up being the advantage. And you can see they controlled the map very well, something we don't credit M3 for.
Exactly.
Up in turrets, up in jungle control, really able to extend that through. And
surprise.
Yeah, not surprised at all coming through there.
8, 0, and 4.
Yeah, went off.
Completely. So legendary towards the end. Picked up the triple kill to close out the game. And that was with a True Shot Barrage and a Q, I think. So 2 spells.
Oh, this was when you really knew it was bad. And this wasn't much better because TNT stays on that amount of health and dies in a second from a really good True Shot Barrage that comes across and just,
evaporates. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
This is the one you were speaking about, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, a little bit more to the left, it would have been the immediate triple, but, his eye wasn't quite in. The game didn't go for that long.
No. He just didn't need to kill that many people, okay? Focusing on finishing
Dade
the game.
Merciless. Merciful.
Yeah, the Merciful. Merciful Dade, able to allow people to live so that he can just win the game and people can hold on to their lives. Not entirely sure whether that's how it is, but I do like to say it when someone has such a dominating performance because things looking good for M3. Of course, QG still tying this one up. Only 1 point below EDG as the dust settles. Now, EDG and QG on the same amount of games. EDG going to be playing in our next series. So, look, we'll see whether they can pick up a 2-0 there. But we are going to move into our next matchup. King taking on Vici Gaming. And I want to highlight the top lane / could be jungle matchup here. You just described it to me. The fact that this is the world's jungle matchup, but in the top lane.
Yeah, we have some worlds matchups everywhere here, but for this one, it is going to be the top lane. Insect going up against Dandy as both top laners now, and, both have shown relative, composure up there in the top lane.
Yeah.
They've started to really work on it. Insect, of course, playing it because his teams need it. Dandy's up there because he feels like he is the next best top laner on the team, so couple of different ideas going on up there, but it's all about the bottom lane here for me. Like, if coming into this, Mata showing so much prowess can really keep Zero down through that, start bullying Name. It's going to be one of those games that Vici can win by their 1,000 cut strategy and really try and just take over the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, and do you think their slow and methodical sort of strategic play is going to work here? against this team. Like the likes of King that really like to go ham. If they're going to be ahead, they're going to be ahead by a heck of a lot in the early game.
As we go through the picks here, have a look at Insect there in the top lane, plays a lot of Vladimir. I definitely think that if King get off to a flyer, it's going to be harder for Vici to crawl back in, whereas Vici, there's always that chance that there is the big boom that comes out of King mid-game and they take back over.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Huey there on the lineup has been picking up the Gragas a little bit more often, but of course hasn't been netting them all that many victories, but they have tied their last two. Things for King are looking a little bit better. This is a team that's in second last position at the moment, and Korn right there been mixing it up, going back to his melee-style carries there in the mid lane, and Name really just doing some crazy things in this bottom lane, but Siva still a power pick for this team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Name coming across has a very similar champion pool to a lot of people, but just plays them in a super aggressive mode right now. You can see that not the 2014 Name where he's a little bit more reserved trying to get to the late game. Right now, during the laning phase even, Name is trying to do his thing. So, you know, you have to take a look at this. I like that you mentioned the fact that they still are keeping it together here, King, but this is probably their last chance to make a huge push. They're on 13 points. Vici's on 17. They need 3 here to try and close the gap between themselves at second last and the 8th place Vici and try and storm into the playoffs to make that run. Because you know with this team, they will not be happy with anything but a world's birth.
Oh, definitely not. And if they manage to grab that, they're actually ahead of Vici here. 2-0 puts them ahead, like you said. So really, really huge. And the fact that there is actually quite a squish going on in the middle of these standings means that that's going to get them to quite a decent point in this one. And if they make a good run over the next couple of weeks, of course, it is now week 9 of week 11. So not a whole lot more games. But if they do well, King can definitely get themselves to a good position here. And look, they just need to be able to step up, and we'll see whether they can do it against Vici.
Yeah, and you have to think just so much pressure right now on Zero. We go back to it, but coming up against Mata really is a lot of the early game that comes through for Vici Gaming. If Zero can control vision around the bottom half of the map or in a lane swap situation, it will mean great things.
It certainly will, and we are going to go through the Vici Gaming lineup here as well. So looking in, it is going to be Dandy there in the top lane. So, of course, Insect versus Dandy. Yeah. Has definitely picked up a lot of those. Was able to get Rise a couple of times as well and really showed his prowess on that champion. World 6, you can see, has opted away from sort of what he was playing in the beginning after picking up that Evelyn, but we'll see what he does move on to, especially now that we are under the 5.13 patch. And moving into the mid lane, it's actually going to be Peng, so Hetong out of the lineup for now, and it's going to be Pengin.
Yeah, so as you can see, Peng only a couple of games plays the control mages so far. Have to see whether that is a stylistic choice, and
Schwan in there
the bottom lane.
So, no, Endless. So, look, Vici really mixing things up.
Yeah, and you know, we said with the new playoff format, no time for experimentation coming through, but apparently Vici has thrown that out the window, running 2 subs into King right here. You see Mata on the screen. He's not going to mind too much.
No, not going to mind at all, of course. Look, as long as you have Dandy and Mata there.
Hetong and Endless. There we go. We just saw them in the crowd. That's where they are. Problem solved, Endless.
Yep. Damn it. Why didn't they get them to come? Okay. Doesn't matter. We'll we'll just have to see how these subs do on the roster. Of course, it's sort of very different to talking about subs. I don't like that word here in the LPL just because a lot of these teams just have a whole lot more players, and a lot of these players able to be interchangeable a little bit more easily.
Well, substitute's still the correct word to use when you take a starter off a lineup.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not too dirty for me. I play a lot of sports with substitutes, but that's okay.
Okay, I guess in terms of basketball, subbing's probably not too bad.
In fact, sometimes you put your next best player on the bench.
Yeah, you're probably not going to leave LeBron in for the whole game, are you? Because you'll get tired.
Exactly right. You know, maybe they're tired. Let's go with that. And did you call Endless or Hetong LeBron? Sorry, I mixed which one.
No, I just was talking about basketball as a sort of, compact element there over to the side.
No
I wasn't likening it to Vici.
I was curious, just clarifying for the people watching at home.
Thank you. I think we probably needed to do that there. Look, Hetong and Endless, they certainly did their jobs on the lineup. Endless was stepping up, getting some work done. Hetong, known as a facilitator, janitor type player there in the mid lane, able to get a pentakill earlier in the season in a game that they lost, which is interesting because it sort of highlights the fact that he doesn't necessarily carry games on his mid lane champions.
Yeah, that's certainly a way that you would describe him, more of the janitor cleanup duty, come in, take the rest of the health off people. Both teams actually rely on their top laners for a significant amount of their damage. You see them playing a lot of mages, the Rumbles, the Vladimirs, the Risers coming through for Dandy. So have to see whether Insect took back to the Shen, a pure tank up there in the top lane that he looked relatively comfortable on, or whether he wants to carry again and play something like a Yasuo.
Yeah, Yasuo, Vladimir, Ryze there is been favoring a lot of Vladimir in the top lane just recently, but King have been known to mix it up. Of course, look, Insect just goes on a tear in solo queue, plays something a heck of a lot, and then decides, okay, I'm just going to play that in back-to-back games in the LPL. That's just what I feel like doing.
Yeah, exactly right. And, one thing we do have to point out is that both teams play a terrific Braum in the support position. Zero, very good support Braum player. Mata, also a good Braum player. So maybe won't see as much of the mid Ezreal coming through in this game because they both are known to be able to pull that out with ease into the support position. We've seen that if there is one thing that really does shut that pick down, it is the big Unbreakable being thrown in front of the ultimate, thrown in front of all the Mystic shots.
Yeah, so you're not going to be able to get all of that damage that we saw demonstrated from Dade in the previous series. So, of course, being able to nullify that, take that one out of there, and look, I mean, Insect might be the answer here as well. Grab a wind wall, chuck that in front of a True Shot Barrage is going to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly right. So double shield always been a potent strategy to come through here. Also helps that Braum has a knock-up in his kit. So, there certainly is some synergistic elements there. I would be surprised if they gave Insect Yasuo, though. He's been playing a little bit more standard lately, to my dismay.
Yeah, Korn's also been able to pick up the Yasuo a couple of times as well. So a few separate options here for these the top laner or, of course, the mid laner as well. We are going to be into Champion Select very soon. We'll be able to see exactly what shenanigans are going to erupt. And you can see the Insect. Why do I keep saying Insect? It's Yasuo. Has been banned away in the last game by RNG when they did match up. And went 1-for-1 there in that one. Stop grinning at me like that, Spawn.
This is not just the first time it's happened though, Atlas, so you got to have a grin on your face.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And Echo is the first ban.
At least it's a smile coming from the other side of the desk. Yes, Echo is going to be banned away. Vici going to answer with the Ryze against Insect. Or Korn, of course. Korn, another one of these mid-lane Ryze players. As King now thinking about their second option, of course.
Oh, you saw a bit of a massage going on there in the background.
Yeah, there it is. Just got to make sure you get your players ready here. Haven't you watched any other sports? I thought we just had a gigantic conversation about that. Make sure Dandy's ready to pick exactly what he wants. King actually going to be banning away the Evelynn here, so World 6 getting a lot of respect for that pick in their last game. Yasuo once more going to be banned away from Insect and Korn. Yeah,
so the dual bans coming through here. Pretty smart strategy when you think about it because you just get maximum value.
Value for money.
Yeah,
the 2-for-1 deal.
The Evelynn doesn't surprise me at all because King like to get ahead in their lanes. They do well in the early game. When they win, it's from such a large 10, 20-minute gold lead. So Evelynn just puts way too much implied pressure on the map that strategy is shut down by a single jungle pick up there and not really countered very easily. So have to think that is the tactic. And they also take away Rek'Sai, probably a priority Gragas pick coming through.
Yeah, Huey wanted to grab that one. Of course, Vici can look at this and say, we want to ban it away, but it is going to be the Fizz. Another 2-for-1 special here. So Vici kind of getting 6 bans this game. Not too bad there at all, as Insect would be happy to play that one. But Gragas, that makes a lot of sense to me as well. We'll see whether King actually lock that one in.
Yeah, I can't see them not locking it in. They've taken the 2 priority off the board. And we'll have to see exactly how it works out.
Yeah. We'll see whether they are going to lock it in. Of course, it is going to be taken away at 26 minutes left on the clock. And Vici now mixing things up with their hovers. And we have to actually find out what they want to pick here moving forward. And Kalista being left up a long time. And Schwan, we'll see whether he's going to be the Kalista player here. It looks like it is going to be that bottom lane that they want to lock in. And with an untested AD carry, I guess that is an option. King thinking, look, maybe he's not going to be that power play there in the bottom lane, but I'm surprised it was left up. And Huey, I guess he just needs to have his comfort pick.
Yeah, so we see that they have opted to go for the Kalista Thresh bottom lane. Very good in 2v1 situations, but also very good in the laning phase just because of the Flay passive as well as the Soul Linked. We'll have to see exactly what's coming through here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Shen in the top lane, just because Insect has played it really comfortably, and it's a brick wall up there. There's not really much you can run into Shen to shove him around in the laning phase.
Yeah, it looks like King also opting for sort of that double displacement composition as well with the Monsoon and Explosive Cast. Or, like you said, the Braum.
We'll have to see exactly what they're going for. Still taking their time here, and King, no rush to get their draft going. They want to leave support open, because of the mid Ezreal pickup there from Pong in the mid lane. So we'll have to see whether Jinx is what Name wants down there in the bottom lane.
Well, he's going to be locked in here, of course. Name plays a lot of Jinx. We'll see whether it is actually going to work out this time, because just recently, of course, sort of went off picking that champion because wasn't getting them the victories that they were wanting. Civil was available as well, so just wanting to take the extra range into that matchup against Kalista, give it a little bit more carry potential to this King lineup.
We see World 6 is actually locked in Lee Sin as well. So with all the bans coming through here towards the jungle position, feels like the mid-game centric Lee Sin is something that he would like to invest in and goes for it.
Yeah, goes for it here. Zero was hovering Tahm Kench, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he picked it because it's Zero.
Yeah.
And that's just generally something that he wants to do. Dandy, though, he's gone back to the horsey there in the top lane as Hecarim's been locked in for Vici. So already a strong lineup here for Vici, and sort of versatile as well. I mean, they've got a lot of options as far as what that mid laner wants to be. So Pong able to do whatever he wants. We'll see what King decide to do to round out their lineup now as well. And Braum going to be locked in. So Zero going to be taking the gigantic chair or shield or door, whatever you want to call it, into the bottom lane, as Korn is going to lock in that Victor for the mid lane. So going to be a little bit difficult to counter that one out, but we just recently saw a Kassadin do very well in the matchup. Pong could take that one if he wanted to, but he could go straight back to the Azir. That's also an option. He's going to lock it away.
Yeah, just no hesitation whatsoever. So we do have our 5v5 team comps coming through here. I have to say, a lot of scaling on both sides, with a Kalista going to be taking on a Jinx late game. You'll probably give the benefit of the doubt to Name there, as he does run a third offensive item relatively early in his build. But you have to have a look at a little bit more in mid-game early roaming pressure that can come out of Vici. You'd have to say, if World 6 and Mata are able to team up, use the Thresh and the Lee Sin to its best effects early on in the game, then they're going to have a good time being able to get into Korn's head, try and gank out Name early and really get the game started.
Yeah, the thing that I'm looking at here is the fact that Dandy has a whole lot of ways to get on top of Name, and Name doesn't have a lot of options to get out of the way. Of course, there is a Stand United there, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, so all he's going to do is he's going to get Stand United and then try and kill the horse. So as long as it's not an incredibly fed Hecarim running at him, especially with Cinderhawk delaying an offensive item coming through, they're probably not going to be the most damage out of Dandy.
Yep, so Insec up against Dandy here, so the Shen trying to take as much hay away from that lane as possible. Huey up against World 6, so the early game jungler is coming in here, but of course Swift showing us that Lee Sin doesn't necessarily have to be that early game carry jungler that you could often associate him with. And Korn, very standard matchup here in the mid lane, as Azir is going to be up against Victor.
And you have a look at the bottom lanes, it's going to be Jinx as well as Braum taking on Kalista, Thresh as Name takes on Xuan, and Zero takes on Mata. And you have to say that return to World, Zero versus Mata. Mata definitely got the better of the matchup then.
Yeah.
Even though Zero had the dream run through and a lot of pressure on Zero to be able to keep Name safe.
Yeah, certainly has to, and it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, Mata's got a skin after him as well in that bottom lane, and it is the Kalista and the Thresh, but we'll have to see how it works as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. King versus Vici for our second matchup of the night. You can see a bit of a defensive start for both of these teams, so it looks like we are going to have potentially standard lanes.
And you see just a 5-point defense coming through from both, not even a deep ward in the mid lane coming out of Vici.
Just a bit of a giggle out of one.
Uh-oh.
Kill it. Not bad.
Oh, look at the synergistic skins in the bottom lane. Mata forgoing his own skin.
Yeah.
To give us the Blood Moon bottom lane.
If only there was an Akali picked up here.
No.
And if Insec was playing for the other team with the Blood Moon Shen. Is there a potential 5 team that you can run full Blood Moon?
Yeah, I think you can get Blood Moon Zillion in there somewhere.
Oh my goodness. In the mid lane. Yeah, it'd work. Shen jungle.
You'd lose 100%.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I'm not saying you'd win, but we have at some points in time seen all of these champions in separate roles.
I would say Kali jungle right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, Runeglade?
Yeah.
I like Devour Akali.
I don't.
What do you reckon?
I think it's bad.
Yeah, it probably would be. As are most of my item choices and champion choices. Oh dear. Well, Xuan is actually going to move back up into the lane swap situation, so it looks like Vici actually decided to go for that swapsy. I'm not entirely sure whether that works out. Of course, Thresh and Kalista generally a pretty good lane, but respecting the range of Name.
Yeah, and also just allows them maybe not as comfortable playing with Xuan in the starting lineup, and Pong as well. Give them a little bit more defense in a lane swap and just transition into strong mid-game calls.
Oh, Zero got it.
Did he get the blue?
No, he got the cute little Sentinel guy, preventing a bit of experience.
I was so excited then. I was like, he is a genius, but not the case.
Well, Huey might be here as Dandy's actually caught out of position.
And
no flash available. Gonna get stunned, and that's first blood so easily over to Huey.
And it was Dandy that had the blue buff, so now Huey's got the blue buff. That's not going to be on World 6. And the bottom side of the map controlled by King, and this is a problem with starting on the weak side of the jungle. You know, we mentioned the lane swap. All of a sudden, they just get invaded and taken to because credit to Huey, he started on a major camp.
Yeah, Insec actually going to take one little Raptor.
They do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure he wanted both and then realized that he can't fight them.
Yep, nope. You can see blue buff is still available here. Not entirely sure why the observer's showing us that one.
The two little sentinels as well, so he just did the clear of the little camp.
The little clear. I like it. Didn't actually notice the fact that little guys were gone. So.
Well, sentinels actually give you a lot of gold early game. I think they're like 20 apiece.
I think it's 20 apiece, yep.
Yep, so when you look at it, that's not bad bang for buck early on in the game, Atlas.
Exactly. Especially if you try and ignore the big rock dude smacking you in the face as well while you try and take that one down. King going for the fast push.
He's a tank ninja. They don't ignore anyone.
Yeah, it's a very strange ninja. Let's not get into that conversation. That's just a whole nother one. As World 6 is going to be able to take down this blue buff, so it's not going to be a 2-buff start.
They give it to Dandy again, so they're very keen to give Dandy some form of mana regeneration, but King get the first turret and they start up a dragon.
Yeah, that was a 3.5-minute turret as well, of course. That minigun from Name able to definitely ramp up the attack speed, get that turret down as quickly as possible. King also going to be able to do the same thing to this dragon.
And bottom lane not going to be able to freeze because they bounce it successfully off the turret. All of a sudden, all they have to do is send Name with a shot, probably a pickaxe, into the top lane to break Xuan's freeze, and they're in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, it could be very dangerous. Of course, no need to keep that bottom lane towards the bottom side of the map just because 6 minutes until the next dragon is up, and that's largely about what the reason you want to keep more members towards that bottom side. So look, we'll see whether Name is going to be able to push down yet another turret, and looks like they're heading up there. Oh man, actually going for the Avarice Blade.
Investment Baker. Name is back, so probably...
Investment Bacon?
Banker, wow. Yeah, so they're probably just going for more of a standard lane now that they've got the early gold investment. Thank you for not calling that to everyone's attention there, Atlas. I really appreciate you doing it solid. And good vision control means that they are going to spot out Name heading towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, Xuan actually holding this wave, but looks like it might be pushing back.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's most definitely stacking up here as I didn't see the next wave coming in. So Insec and Dandy down here on the bottom side of the map, and pretty standard matchup here, but Dandy probably going to have his run of this lane for as long as he wants.
But it's such a long lane right now that he can't stick around. You know, Insec has the ability to just hold CS under turret. Dandy has to push and leave. Has the smite, so will be able to jungle relatively successfully, but that's going to take creeps away from World 6. And you have to think that that would be the logical lane right now for Huey until level 6 is reached by the Hecarim to repetitively gank.
Yeah, he can head down there if he feels like it. Currently taking the Gromp on the upper side of the map. 1,000 gold to lead for King after that turret did fall down, but otherwise Vici doing fine in these lane matchups. Very even in the mid lane, and of course, actually, it's going to be Name fairly far behind as far as the AD carries are concerned. But he wasted a lot of time, of course, taking the dragon, taking that turret. So it makes a bit of sense.
But they broke the freeze as well, which is even more important. So even though he's behind in gold, probably up in gold, as they check the brush.
Yeah, World 6 is here. Well, Winter's Bite not going to find the mark here. It's a nice juke out of the way from Marta.
Warning shot.
Yep. Maneuvered away from. Good game sense from Marta as well to get that lantern out there. Make sure. Oh, Chaos Storm goes down in the mid lane as we have a look at Marta's face. As Pong actually It's taken down to half health, but Korn just probably wanting to, I don't know, press R.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you reach level 6. You just try and shove people out of lane, get any form of advantage you can. You're probably going to back anyway at this stage of the game to upgrade your hex core, so why not just put a little bit of pressure on the mid lane?
Yeah, and you're not utilizing your ability until it's on cooldown as well. So
it's like when
may as well use it.
Ignite used to give you 5 AD and AP. So level 1 you used to walk up and smite.
Yeah, well, it was on cooldown. That was so cool.
Bad interaction.
Well, still fun. Felt like using it felt good.
Yeah, reward for use.
Yeah, it was great, especially when, you know, Elixir first Rengar was a thing. Okay, Relic Shield from Mata is going to be able to feed Xuan a little bit more there. BF Sword was the first completed item here for the Kalista. Now going up against the Berserker's Greaves of Name.
This is an all-out farm build for Name, designed to push turrets and secure neutral objectives. And going into a BF Sword lane as Xuan comes back means that they will have a lot more burst trading potential out of the Vici bottom lane right now. So needs to be able to play this one properly and not get caught out. Otherwise he might be in for some hurt. As World 6 gets spotted by Insect, he's low.
Yeah, Insect does have the Shadow Dash. He's just going to wait for the safeguard, get over the wall. Insect not going to be able to follow as Dandy was waiting in the wings. Pong going back to base. We're going to pick up his next item. Actually decided to go for Double Doran's Ring. We'll see what he gets as he heads back towards the lane. Looks like a Fiendish Codex towards either... Oh, actually, it is going to be the Morellonomicon as the Fiendish... the Idol, Forbidden Idol, going to be picked up as well.
Yeah, so Morellonomicon's still more of a kill presence in lane. A little bit more survivability comes out of the Fiends. And you see some more upgrades coming through for Korn, looking to get that Hex Core one away from perfect and just continue to move through the game with the scaling AP. Yeah, see what the thing about Victor, he's just such a good laner that he doesn't really need items to augment that with the Hex Core. So you can be very flexible in how you go about it. We've seen everything from perfect into Death Cap, like one upgrade with Abyssal. All happens.
Oh, World 6 makes his way around. Name gets the Stand United on top of him, trying to turn it around now as Zero has the Unbreakable. The flash into the double play, the heal already out, but Dandy finds his way in. Name is going to get evaporated. Xuan now trying to get the work done. More Rens available for this Kalista, but look, the work here is done.
And that's what we said. They do not want to fight right now because of the item discrepancy coming through. Hook just sails past Huey. They're going to invade the blue buff, and even though a good early game secured by King, it was relative gold to everyone. Right now, a lot of it is sitting on the AD carry for Vici.
Yeah, Huey was waiting out the side. World 6 didn't want to give him the opportunity to smite that one away, so Punk not going to be able to pick up that blue buff, but still definite good news story here for Vici as they're able to get their first kill of the game onto their Kalista.
Zero sticking around, holding the wave here for his AD carry to come back. Just, oh, wow.
Yeah, play back into the box there as well. And cheeky little Ren. Yeah, Xuan going to get it. There's a Shadow Dash, though, as we have another look at Mata. The rocket's coming down onto Xuan. He has to use that Martial Poise to get to safety. In fact, even goes so far as to use the heal. They are going to be able to find themselves in
that was
nice
a good heads-up play out of Insect to kind of even the lane out as they're going in again.
Yeah, Fate's Call gets them over here. World 6 waiting in the wings as well. Death Sentence lands onto Name. Another one, and man, they are just feeding this Kalista.
Yeah, they certainly are, and Insect completed the recall. He saw the ultimate come through. Must have been communicated there, or if it wasn't, it was a miscommunication on the side of King. But he goes back to base, and they pick up another kill onto the AD carry. 3-0-0 right now for the substitute coming in. It's not great news right now for King.
Certainly isn't, but Vici looking fantastic here with a very different roster. It's difficult when you change two players at once here, especially in the LPL, just because it's hard to find that synergy straight away, especially when there are a lot of sort of different languages, all sorts of different stuff going on with a lot of these teams.
But as we said in Champions, like the tactic right now for Vici is to get Mata and World 6 on the same page, repetitively visit a lane with both the Lee Sin and the Thresh and be able to set up all the ganks. And as you can see, that's certainly been the early MO with World 6 involved in a couple of the kills, and Mata,
Zero's going to take down the Scuttle Crab there. He just uses his door. Well, shield. Damn it, I wish it was a door. Rockets from Name going to show up Dandy in here at the same time, and Kalista is on the bottom side of the map taking the Grom. So Name might be able to make his way towards this turret.
And then you can see this is one thing the build does do relatively well, and that's chunk out structures. But Dandy going aggressive.
Yeah, some rampages on top of Name. Nice use of the door. Rocket is going to stun up Dandy, but it's pretty tanky now. Does have a cloth armor in that Balmy Cinder, so he's going to be okay. There's the Sonic Wave. Actually, Glacial Fissure is down. Stand behind him by 0 to get him to safety, and they are going to be able to lock down the pink ward. But
so successful disengage. They definitely did not want to give up another kill in the bottom lane here.
Yep.
And you see Insect relegated to farming under turret, but he has a way to make them attack him if he wants to with that Shadow Dash coming in, so they need to give him some respect, although looks like he just wants to forfeit it.
Yep, he's going to be able to kill the turret here. And Juan now with the Bloodthirster completed.
Huey being patient for a gank, wants to, I guess, re-engage after they engage onto Insect, but not going to happen. They just leave, and Dragon now appears to be the next objective.
Yeah, Vici definitely all about the objective play, so they're able to take down the turret.
Oh, Dragon with the deny there.
Yep. No, out you go. Well, Vici, this is going to be their first of the game now. Currently 3-1 as far as those kills are concerned, trying to make sure that they get more than 1,000 gold ahead. They want to be even on Dragon.
Oh, Ren came through from World 6 there, nonchalantly recalling as his jungler struggles to tame a dragon.
Well, look, that's fine. That's what he feels like doing here. Chuan had better things to do, needed to grab that dagger and some brown bags.
Now heading back towards the top lane. 17 CS still the advantage, but more importantly, the 3 kills right now mean that there's a huge global gold lead. Actually, only about 600 coming through from Vici, so the rest of the map definitely doing a good job of keeping up. In fact, there's even a 20 CX advantage right now on Insect.
Yeah, of course, Dandy falling down in that early game meant that he was initially behind a fair way, but we'll see whether Insect can actually translate that lead. Of course, known for playing a lot of these carries, has got some Shen in that match history, but look, we'll see whether he can play sort of that front line. I just want to be constantly around and taunting you so you can't attack the right targets. Huey actually being very patient here on the top side of the map. Name just acting delicious.
They want to shut that guy down. Wow.
Zap not going to find it here as he is going to get stunned. Marta taken down very, very low. There's the Fate's Call, but oh my goodness, Schwan hit by the rocket. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find it, but they're both going to die. King sent everyone into the top lane. Gravity Field, just because Korn was frightened. And King, they answer back.
And this is the best thing about running a Shen in your team composition. Insect can go back to base and use his teleport, or some early home guard boots even, to get back into that bottom lane and deny the push coming out of Dandy. So really nicely done there. They might even look for a turret dive here or some continued aggression. No, just back away.
Yeah, Sand Soldier's able to clear out that minion wave quite efficiently. And King actually turning around this one. So now ahead by a couple of 100 gold. Things are so close. Let's see this again.
Yeah, so they initially go on to Marta with the Stand United coming through, puts Insect in a great position for this taunt. And then it's just all the layered damage that can come through from Korn, from Name, in an AoE clumped up scenario.
Oh, yeah, you have a fight breaking out here, though.
Insect
Zap
back.
hits Marta. Insect coming back in. There's the Shadow Dash. Marta, he's going to get stunned up and killed here, but is the rest of the team going to be okay? Insect takes down Marta. Dandy with a massive ultimate into the backline of King, but he's getting it turned around on him. Every member of King just seem to be more together in these fights. And World 6 and Chuan just got the hell out of there.
Yeah, and it's not surprising. This is double substitute coming through from the Vici lineup, and King on the same page, really making them pay that time around. And this is what we say about the Balmy Cinder Hecarim coming through here, that he hasn't got a phage, he hasn't got any additional attack damage coming through there, something like a Sheen to really get Name and delete him off the map. Instead, he's running around with some tank items, and you saw that ultimate, it looked fantastic, but it just was not impactful enough.
Yeah, and you expect it to be, you expect it to be like, everyone running away in fear. It's like, my goodness, what is this horse doing to me? But no, just unable to really find too much, and Chuan, despite the fact that he has had a great lead, just couldn't get anything done in that last skirmish. And we'll see whether King can continue to make sure that he's not as relevant, because a Kalista this far ahead, and he's still very far ahead. He's a very scary prospect.
Certainly is. He One thing we have to point out, though, is Name's been sitting on an Avarice Blade since minute 3. So he's probably not as far ahead as we expect him to be, especially with a couple of turrets down. You can see right now King have an advantage, even though CS is generally in the favor of Vici. So Name wouldn't be too far behind right now. And the real worry for me is how well Korn's been able to respond around the map. Pong has been late a couple of times here. Korn has always been the person that's able to get his combo down, really impact the team fight. And when you have a Victor that's able to use that extra mobility from the Q to accelerate himself around the map, he can be that good roamer that can help shove out lanes and win these skirmishes.
Yeah, and do you think that's why he actually upgraded his X score so early?
Yeah, it definitely is. You see Victors do it all the time. They like run past jungle camps, just queuing stuff.
Yeah, queuing scuttle crabs.
Yeah, queuing scuttle crabs up the river, just getting as much movement speed as possible. As you can see, mid lane turret was taken in response to the last roam, so it's evened out somewhat now that the top has fallen down. So that means there's still more standing gold in favor of King if they do win the next team fight.
Yeah, we're moving towards that 20-minute mark. Spoke about the fact that generally King, if they are going to get ahead, they're going to be ahead by a long way. But this game, very, very even as we approach that 20-minute point.
And good early control. This is normally what we compliment Vici for. But in droves, the whole of the lineup, with the exception of Name, moves down to the bottom side of the map. You can see that Vici, they definitely had control of the top side. But right now, Dragon is littered with blue wards. And they've swept out the majority of the vision that Vici are relying on. Now they have to face check. And as soon as there's a Gragas on the map, peak potential for one member is so much higher because he can separate everyone else whilst isolating that target.
Yeah, and there's the fact also that they've got so much follow-up to all of that displacement as well. I mean, you've got the Shadow Dash gravity field there, just puts down on top of the taunted target. Everyone's going to be locked up for an incredibly long time. See whether they can make that one happen as Insec heads back towards the bottom side of the map. Pang actually going towards a Rabbidan's Death Cap for his second item. A lot of damage to come out of this Azir.
I just wish Champions yelled back at Sentinel. That would make me so happy. You know how you have those movies where something jumps out, like yells at you?
Yeah, the champions just freak out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I generally freak out. So maybe they're just relying on the player to do that for them. Makes a lot of sense. Thankfully, we while we're casting, I feel like that might be distracting.
I can start if you want. But
yeah, that'd be really cool.
Vici in a position now with Insec heading back towards the top lane to start this one off. They have, and we'll see. It looks like a fight.
Yeah, a lot of Ren stacks in this Dragon. It is going to go down as the Ren does come through. There's the explosive cast. One. Oh, the Chaos Storm exhaust down onto the Callista as well. Meanwhile, in the backline, World 6 has fallen. Zero going down very low. Dandy able to grab that one. There's the Emperor's Divide. Punk has them all where he wants them. Double kill instantly, and King have to get out of that pit. Man, that was terrifying, and Vici actually come out with a victory.
They overcommitted onto the AD carry, and the Azir rips them apart. You mentioned the fact that a needlessly large road blasting one had been picked up. All of a sudden, Pong in that mid lane, able to get 3 Sand Soldiers out, and a beautiful ultimate to get everyone back into the Dragon Pit, just took over and really exerted his presence as Azir over that mid-game team fight. So you have to think that King probably going to take a step back and reevaluate target prioritization next time around.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hang on, why wasn't that happening? Oh, okay, yeah, no, Punk wasn't actually there for all of those fights. So, look, maybe they will be rethinking how they're going to go about this one. But just generally, I mean, fighting in a Dragon Pit, probably going to work out better for the guy that can just close off the front of it and auto-attack you to death from range with AoE auto-attacks.
Yeah, so that's what happened last time. You see push coming in on the mid lane turret now to try and get that one down. King very much still in this game, only 200 gold, and they're behind a dragon and a turret, so nothing to really write home yet for Vici, but this has always been Vici's style. Get yourself just ahead, control the map, make sure that you regain control of vision. You saw that they did that before the last dragon beautifully, and then use that to get you small victories. And if the game can continue to go this way, 3-1 trade with the dragon on top of it, going to be Vici's style.
Vici able to slow it down as well as another thing to mention. And one thing I want to talk about, Spawn, is the fact that Huey, he's taken a lot of these kills. Massive kill participation. He's had a great game, but 4-0 and 2, is it good for King here to have all of their kills on the jungler?
Well, It is in a sense that he's going to be able to zone Schwan completely out of the team fight with that Frozen Heart. Also impacts Azir quite a fair bit for an AD item, so you kind of get the double dip as Zero goes a little bit low as he takes some damage. So it's not the worst thing, but would you rather have it on Insect? Would you rather have it on Name? Probably coming through there if you can. But beggars can't be choosers. I'm sure they'd rather on Huey than, I guess.
Than not at all.
Yeah, World 6.
Yeah. A very good point. Of course, actually, they'd probably be pretty keen. That'd make it a 6v4.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Thank you very much. Ward is going to be taken down here. Pung able to do that one. Sun Turret is up there in the mid lane.
Phantom Dance is a build right now for the Kalista, so going for a single target Kalista build with a little bit of crit. See whether the Infinity Edge comes out or whether it will be double lifesteal with just that Phantom Dance for some crit.
And it might be the fact that Schwan has actually looked at this King lineup, seen the fact that the tanks are actually getting really far ahead. I mean, no deaths on either Insect or Huey. He will have to deal with a huge front line from King.
Yeah, especially if they just send one next fight to deal with him and the others to lock down Pong there in the mid lane. So it might be a strategical choice. Go into the Phantom Dancer next and ensure that you have maximum single target damage to deal with all the armor.
Yeah. I like it. We'll see how it pans out.
Also gives you better single damage against like Baron and stuff.
Just got good statistics on it, Spawn. The fact that you got a whole lot of extra crit as well, as a lot of that was moved. Oh, Huey though is going to get caught out. The massive pick! Jeepers, that bouncy castle was huge here as Vici might transition to a Baron.
Yeah, and they've actually not started it up here. They've got two members
for the bait.
Looking for the pick. And no vision control coming in means that they have no idea. Teleport.
What the heck? Just testing them, I guess?
Yep.
Insect does have Stand United, so still able to get into this fight if he can. The Baron has been started now from Vici. Nice use of the Scrying Orb. He's going to...
World 6 taking a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, Pung as well, actually taking a lot at the same time here as Juan uses all of his shield. Actually, World 6 makes his way out, but look at the damage from this Chaos Storm. Super Mega Death Rocket from Name. Dandy makes his way in, but gets stunned up, and Schwan, Name is going to focus on him. Insect locks down the kill, and King, I don't know how they managed to get that to work, but it was really good.
They isolated the AD carry in the pit, which meant that he took so much damage, and Insect was zoning him. And then on the other side of the rift, the complete deletion came out of Korn. Just really good team fight calling coming out of King right now. They transition into a good objective, and they'll take the lead back for themselves.
Yeah, King just looking like they know what to do at each situation. And I thought it was beautiful from Insect as well, cancelling that teleport after he knew everyone was trying to collapse in around that area. He's like, okay, they're not doing the Baron. I'll cancel that one. And then I can make my way in.
Stand United, he came in for the presence, not the big shield. Wanted to be able to taunt someone as the fight started, so he actually altered early. So completely agree with you, just good awareness coming out of the King lineup, understanding what they needed to do to win that fight.
Yep, Scrying Orb. Great use there by Name as well, just to make sure that everything was going okay. So, King take a little bit of an advantage, but I mean, it's not even at the 1,000 gold mark just yet. Vici still able to do a bunch of work. They are ahead in the Dragons, even on turrets, so the whole outer ring is down for both teams.
So that was a huge spike that just came through from Name. He was Infinity Edge, Avarice Blade when it started. Now he's completed the Static Shift, picked himself up a pickaxe. Will be going into that Last Whisper as his next item. And 3-item Jinx, pretty good point of the game, especially with some of the armor penetration coming through. Needs to position well, because on the other side of the rift, you can see Dandy is starting to ramp up in defensive stats. But if he's able to hit squishes at any point, will be doing damage.
Ridiculous damage. And of course, Name has always been known for his sort of team fight positioning. Actually did say, what's the point of, you know, having dishy-dashy moves on an AD carry when you just position better?
Was that his wording, dishy-dash?
No, I don't think it was dishy-dashy. I was just going to throw the technical term in there just to make myself sound smart. That's what I was going for. I'm feeling a bit embarrassed now.
They're allowing Juan to get more
spears in. Yep. Another end is going to be able to take that one down. Third Dragon goes to Vici. A bit more movement speed. Death Sentence not going to find the mark, but Vici more than happy to walk away with that Dragon. King still looking to try and pick a fight.
Trying to keep the inside track. They actually want the tower here. You can see that Huey walked through the forest. They've zoned them away. They're going to be able to trade very successfully.
Yeah, a lot of damage available from Name as well in that minigun. There's the belly slam onto Dandy.
That's not good news when your jungler can single-handedly zone the top lane.
Yeah, especially when it's a Hecarim, of course. You want that Hecarim to be able to do a lot of zoning work himself. Going to be happening this time. Not doing too badly here is Dandy, actually ahead in farm in that lane by about 4. Does have a few items.
Certainly is taking up, as they said, Name back to finish up the last Whisper. Actually, doesn't have enough gold as of yet.
Wants that longsword.
Oh, I hope he has a pink ward on the map, otherwise there are analysts world over screaming at him.
Should have switched over to the green. No, I'm not even going to say it.
Thank you.
Yeah, not worth it. Insec going to be able to clear out this bottom wave, doing the split push thing that Shen definitely loves to do. Does have the teleport back available as well as the Stand United. Name going to clear out this mid lane, try and catch up as best he can to Chuan, who's died a few more times but does still have the kill advantage over Name. Looking to try and pick up that last Whisper as soon as possible.
Yeah, and really the only advantage Name has in this game is the fact that, well, his team's up in turrets right now, which is 1, but he held on to the Avarice Blade for so long in the early game and would have nearly paid for itself. Got up around the 300 gold mark.
Yeah.
Just ensures the smoothness, if nothing else, of the item build coming through for the King AD carry. And Name always been known for his efficient shopping coming into lane. Now progressing that throughout the mid game.
Yeah, known as a brilliant consumer. But look, we'll see whether King can make anything happen here as we move forward into this game. Vici still going for a very similar style to what they have done in the past, just with some different names now. We'll see whether they are going to mix it up as we move towards the later stage of the game. They're always very good at control. They've still been playing that way. You can see that in the fact that they've been able to grab a large amount of these dragons and get the vision down where they need to. But King, one credit to King is between, I guess, objectives like the dragon being falling down, they have been able to control portions of the map, which you feel is so important against Vici to not always fight on their terms. Like right now, they've controlled the Baron side of the map because they knew that all the vision was around dragon. Zero hook might go in. Yeah, Death Sentence onto Zero here. Is able to get the Glacial Fissure out. Flashes to safety as well as Dandy's going to lock down the kill. We'll see whether King can actually answer with this one as Korn zoned out of the fight by Dandy. Pung off to the side now as well. Korn still making his way into this fight. Huey, though, extraordinarily low. Name able to lock down the kill onto Marta, but he's going to fall down. Emperor's Divide for fun here from Pung, I think. But Vici are going to be able to take down a Baron.
There is still an ultimate available on Korn. Didn't want to drop it on just Dandy, but needs to make it work right now, you would feel, because Baron has been started up. Insect can get in there, still relatively healthy. King have a hope.
Yeah, they've got an ultimate on Insect there as well, as is going to be Punk instantly falling down. Dandy, he's going to fall. The double kill for Korn. Xuan is going to be able to lock it down in the end. Insect, I don't know whether he'll be able to lock down this kill.
There's no way they can kill him, though. He's just so damn tanky right now. And you see that Korn, really smart decision to not burn it on just a Hecarim, uses it to delete Pong off the map, ensure that Baron cannot be taken. And that was a split team fight, because right now, Name's on the right side with Insect, trying to fight a closing skirmish, as you can see, against World 6, against the rest of the team, using their zone really well. It's only Huey that gets caught out because he went through the choke. And then Korn is on the left side with Zero fighting it up, and you can see that Vici kind of wins both little scuffles because of a great kick out of World 6, but holding that ultimate just meant that all wasn't lost for King.
Yeah, Stand United as well, not used by Insect until the very end there onto Korn, but did manage to net them a double kill. Of course, prevent that Baron, like you said. So King now gaining positional advantage one more time. Sentinel going to spot them out, but Dandy's still here. There's the onslaught of shadows. Lots of fears down here as Name actually positioning quite well. Another Glacial Fissure on top, but look at the death rate from Korn as he makes his way in the back line. The trade is going to be AD carry for support in the interim, though, as Vici trying to get the work done now with no Name on the map to deal with Pong. Lots of damage on this Azir with those 3 items. An Insect finally going to fall. It's a double kill.
Make it a triple.
Yeah, make it a triple now as well.
And that was, once again, a really good fight coming through from Vici. I think it was a 3-man kick that actually came through from World 6 after a nice Hecarim ultimate started it all up. And that's a clean ace this time around. Vici able to get themselves the one team fight. This time Baron is all but assured, unless Pong really messes up here and stands in some tentacles, but he doesn't. He lives. And Dandy and World 6 going to be able to take it out.
Yeah, Pung's just like, I'm out, guys. Sorry, that guy's too scary. Just going to head back to base. And it is going to mean that this Baron is going to fall. Yeah, please.
Dandy had his available as well.
You don't want to use it? What if you needed to skirmish something? You never know.
God, he has his saber.
It's very, very true. But 4, 5, and 7 now for Name as he's going to respawn, but hasn't been able to stop the onslaught.
And that was really the first thing that, like one of the first times in this match that I thought there was a positional error that came out of Name. He flashed into the corner of a wall, not over terrain, which meant that he couldn't get away because Mata came through the pincer as Insect's also being caught out.
Yeah, not entirely sure.
He needs a Thorn Mail. They're throwing so many spears into it.
Yeah. Schwan, of course, wasn't going to be able to kill him.
Dragon number 4, though, started up right now for Vici.
Zap's going to come down. Dragon 4 is going to fall, like you said, very, very quickly for this Vici lineup. 2,000 gold, the lead for this team, so still not a whole lot, especially now that we're at about 33 minutes into the game. But Vici starting to run away with it, and these team fights seem to be all about Pung. This guy on the Azir looking very impressive. 6, 1, and 6, now with another needlessly large rod on top of that sort of trinity of mid lane items with the Morellonomicon instead of the Athena.
Yeah, so it goes for some cooldown reduction, you know, same kind of flavor of the build there.
Yeah.
And they own the map at the moment, even though it's only 2,000 gold. 4 dragons means that King will be forced to fight within the next 6 minutes. And Vici have just hit power points in every lane. As we mentioned, the 3 items plus a needlessly large rod. Defensive items now started off for Schwan. Triple defensive item finish for Dandy. He can go towards offense whenever he is ready, although it looks like he wants even more magic resistance in his build.
And why do you think that is? Of course, you'd think that he wants to be jumping on Name, or do they think that they can delete Name quickly enough so that Dandy only then has to deal with magic?
Yeah, that seems to be the game plan coming through here, because it is such a magic-focused team coming through from King with only Name doing any form of physical damage. Just tank him purely through health and the armor coming through from Glacial Shroud, the Frozen Heart, and then just concentrate the rest of your effort towards the majority of the damage. Right now it's working, but if Name is able to grab another offensive item, you would think that he would start doing some serious damage to both World 6 and Dandy.
Yeah. Well, Dandy is going to head towards the bottom side of the map, start split pushing this one out. Doesn't have the teleport available. King have an opportunity now to try and get some work done if they want to. No Baron going to be up, no Dragon up, so Vici do have to try and use this Baron to take some turrets.
Yeah, and you can see that no response coming through right now from King on the top side of the map means they will give up a turret for free. And probably smart at this stage. Very hard to defend all 3 points at once. And they do need to get a couple more big items finished up. Bloodthirster would be fantastic. Void Staff would be great onto Khorne right now.
Oh, yeah.
With the Locket and the double defensive items on Dandy. So if they can just stall out, only fight at the next Dragon when they have to, you feel the Kings still have a very real shot of winning. It's about not going too early.
Yeah, there's the fact that, you know, their comp's still very, very strong as far as heading towards that later game stage is concerned. Sun turret, some extra gold for King. Scrying all going to show that King don't need to worry about anyone waiting around. So Vici heading back to base, just trying to grab some more items before they decide on what they want to do next. And no neutral objectives up anytime soon. This is generally the Vici way. It's like, now that there's nothing to grab, let's do nothing. Go home.
Yeah. So let's farm out waves. Let's wait until there is something meaningful on the map to fight over. Vici will not shy away from a fight as long as it is over an objective. You can see right now, they've finished up a Banshee's Veil on Dandy. They've finished up another one on Schwan. Zonya's Hourglass also finished on Pong. Right now, they're in huge spikes. Every single member just went back and completed a core component to what they need to have success. And on the other side of the map, it's not the same, you know. Insects still waiting on the Thorn Mail. Void Staff not yet even started by Khorne. Bloodthirster not completed on Name. Vici, even though it's only 4,000 gold, that 4,000 split amongst them is the completion of the big item.
It's incredibly well spent, so efficient gold added to the back pockets of Vici Gaming. But they are going to be able to push down this inner turret in the bottom lane as well. Insects here, the rest of King turning up, but just too much damage out of Vici, and
well,
they got there
was
first.
Actually caught farming Gromp there. So if they had have pulled the trigger, Jungler would not have been available, but it was not to be. So maybe a good bluff coming through from Vici.
Yep, Fung here in the mid lane did make it there first, so he's able to get into position to clear out this minion wave. The rest of Vici now making their way around. Baron buff has worn off.
So a minute 40 until King must fight Vici. Dragon number 5 about to come up. You see, they control the whole bottom side of the jungle as well.
Yeah, Vici with so much extra vision. You can see there's only a couple of wards on the map here for King as they've been strangled and sort of pressed into their own base.
They have the timer, so they should know that this is about to come up. A minute, they probably have time to get a last shot into their carries and try and get back out on the rift, but it doesn't look like that. Thornmail will be completed by Insect.
Yeah, Insect did actually go back to base there, grabbed himself some home guard boots. You've got Name heading back. He wants to get the Bloodthirster like you were talking about.
And they're actually pinging that they want to shove up the mid wave. They don't want to approach through their jungle where they're all that vision. They want to shove the mid wave up, make sure that they can go through river, not get picked off in a bad team fight scenario where Azir can really zone off a choke point with his soldiers there and allow Swan to do all of his Kalista damage. And they've set up split pushes in top and bottom. So right now, good control on the map overall coming through from the King lineup, but it's just a dragon area where they can see absolutely nothing.
No, you can see now it's actually King able to push out this wave. Oh, World 6 was looking for Name. Decides not to pull the trigger there. The rest of the team not
Dandy's
quite
there.
close enough. Dandy, there's the skirmish to save it. Oh,
Might
Blake
have
not
missed.
going to hit onto Name, but the rest of the team all the way around. Huey lands an amazing barrel, right on top of everyone. Minigun isn't going to be able to do enough against Dandy here. There's the Stand United. Name survives everything out of Vici, and these rockets now splitting this team up. It's a double kill though. Emperor's Divide. Name gets obliterated. After I talk about the fact that he survived so long, there's only so much that man can do. And King now with only 2 members alive. Korn picking up Martyr.
But they're the right 2 members. The huge tank, the mid laner with all that consistent damage. Name did his job, positioning like only he can in the team fight. You know, they threw the Lee Sin kick at him. They threw the Dandy ultimate in the end. Azir even had to commit his ultimate to be able to clean up that team fight. And with Stand United about halfway off cooldown and teleport still available, Insect can definitely get in this fight.
Yeah, he's teleporting in towards the backside of the fight here as well. Korn
home guards.
very, very healthy.
Let's take another look at it. Name gets kicked out of position, and that's what we were talking about. Mata whiffed the play and just not able to get off the kick he was looking for there. Name really good positioning in this fight, just gets so much consistent damage. And it's not until Pong goes incredibly deep with a great Azir ultimate, because Name walked up to a soldier right here and it gets turned around on him, that they're able to really chunk him out.
Yeah, Korn had the flash out of the way of that one, but you can see King was zoning the Kalista away from the
Dragon
Dragon.
number
Actually,
5
no, he
secured.
went down in the end. Dandy's going to get... No, he's not even going to get stunned. Onslaught of Shadows gets him to safety, and Vici grab themselves a 5th Dragon.
And King are pinging out the Baron. This is a risky call, because right now that 5th Dragon buff is circling the Vici members. They've got a 5,000 gold lead, and they're all massive. If they pull the trigger on it, might be the last team fight we see.
Yeah, well, the rest of Vici able to make their way towards this Baron very quickly. Lots of vision available from King, but there's still wards here, and they haven't swept them out. Oh my goodness. So King now trying to set up a little bit of a gank rush. Lots of vision still available for Vici.
And this is what we complimented King prior. You take a look at the top wave, up against the turret, that huge creep wave that Schwan just cleans out with a pierce. Bottom wave, exactly the same thing. And they're just securing control over Baron, because a great side wave control might save them from having to fight against a 5th Dragon Vici.
They do need to wait until his 5th Dragon is gone, though, as King looking to try and at least save everyone here. Huey and Insect may not have been
still behind
spotted
them
just yet. Oh, Sonic Wave does find its mark. Body slam through, but there's the resonating strike. Not going to get the kick through the wall, though. Huey, pretty tanky, is going to fall down in the end. Turret falls on the bottom side of the map. Vici, they ignore that, though. The Baron's going to go down. No jungler available for King. No extra smites on this team either. And Super Mega Death Rocket looks kind of like a Super Mega Tickle Rocket at this stage.
Yeah, it does no damage, and you know, they're not able to get anything off it, King. Bottom turret did fall, but Baron now on the Vici members along it with that 5th Dragon, nearly about to expire, and they're trying to break the base.
Yeah, this Vici team just looks like they still have the same level of control, but it's now the fights that are also looking a lot better for this side.
Yeah, the more aggression out of the mid laner, I think, is what we can really nail that down to. Pong compared to Hatong, who we credited for a lot of later stages of the team fight damage, but not really the initial burst. He's just willing to go in, man, and mix it up on the Azir.
Well, Vici now able to just to push forward. They grab this inhibitor turret, and Xuan, as soon as he starts hitting this inhibitor, he's going to make short work of that one as well. Baron buff still moving around. 5th Dragon still on Vici. Not going to have too much longer with that one, but King just feeling suffocated now. Considering the fact
all of a
that he
sudden,
can't fight that team.
10,000 gold is the lead coming through here. They're going to try and hold off, but I feel like Vici, it's all about a waiting game right now. They don't need to pressure anything till mid lane wave arrives.
Yeah, Zap's coming out to try and deal with this siege minion. Vici just trying to protect it as best they can, giving it as much time to do some work as it might. Now Huey just going to tank that one up. Rocket out from Name is going to secure it. Death Sentence from Armada not going to find anyone. Nice, cute little flayback onto Insect.
Dandy's in the mid lane, shoving the minion up a little bit quickly. They go in.
Yeah, Zero looking for a Glacial Fissure. Is there Super Mega Death Rocket as well as the Chaos Storm for a lot of AoE? Emperor's Divide going to disengage that one out though. World 6 finds his way back in. Pang taking a lot of damage. If that was a crit from Name, I have a feeling he might have been dead there, but King not so lucky. Do disengage quite nicely though.
Yeah, successful disengage comes through. They make sure it's only one inhibitor going down. It is the mid lane, so even easier to, I guess, successfully defend against. And you can see, looks of concentration, I think, is a fair way to describe Zero's face right there.
I would definitely say so as well, as Insect does finally have that Thornmail completed. I think you mentioned that. Void Staff here for Korn at the same time. Still one item slot for the Victor to fill.
Nah, mate, 0 defensive items. I like it. Has picked himself up another BF sword. You know, in a world where you exist, that's an Essence Reaver, but probably not.
Curial Scimitar would be the better option, Spawn. I can't believe you always talk about Essence Reaver.
Thank you, Alice. That was beautiful.
See, that's how it feels. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. I'd much prefer an Essence Reaver. Of course, you want to be throwing those rockets as much as you possibly can. Don't want mana to hold you back. Bit of cooldown reduction as well would not hurt. Plus, double lifesteal.
Double lifesteal, I like it.
Perfect. It's not going to happen.
I hope he does it just for you.
Oh, I'll be so happy. Luden's Echo, though, is completed if we have a look on the other side of the rift. You've got a 6 defensive item Hecarim as well, who just completed the Thornmail. So Dandy, not a whole lot's going to be doing a lot of damage to him, and as far as that damage being made up, it's an Infinity Edge on Xuan. So that's just a flat-out single target damage Kalista.
Yeah, looking to tear people apart here, and has been able to put out a lot of late game damage here. 50 seconds until Dragon number 5 is going to be available again. World 6 trimming top waves. Interesting position to send a jungler. Of course, he's the only person that needs some items, so understand why they want him to absorb farm. Just needs to get down to the bottom side of the map quite quickly.
Well, Vici with 4 members here as well. They're going to be able to...
No, 0.
Yeah, we're going to try and grab something. Is going to be, I believe, a red buff. World 6 heading back to base. Going to complete a Guardian Angel as he gets there.
The KDA protection item.
Yeah, not bad. 1, 2, and 16. Not sure why you wouldn't want to protect that.
Of course, GA is a great item if you think there's one team fight left in the game. Just gives you so much immediate stats when you revive.
Yeah.
All the health pool to come back to re-augment that. But King, they want to successfully take their second dragon of the game. Haven't had one since about 6 minutes in. Dandy looking for another flank.
Yeah, Ward did spot him out though, so Dandy not going to be able to get in with a surprise attack, and you can see Name trying to position himself as such as well. Yeah, it was actually. More Ren stacks hopping into this dragon though as it's trying to reset.
Even Insect takes damage right now from...
Oh, Death Sentence onto Huey. Probably not the target that they're looking for. Huey needs to be able to grab this dragon as Insect makes his way back in towards this pit as well. Name gets the dragon. No 5th Dragon available for Vici, and Name with decent positioning. Stand United shield on top of him as well. But Pung makes his way in. Chaos Storm eliminates him straight away. No ultimate available from this Azir as Name's able to get himself out. World 6 with the GA is going to be there. Name trying to do the work, but it's a triple kill already for Schwan. A double kill finally for Korn. But my goodness, that damage out of Kalista was ludicrous.
Yeah, and you could just see more damage coming through consistently, at least, onto Insect than they could put out onto Danny. The guy was an absolute brick wall. Vici will finish this game 1, 13,000 gold, and take the first win.
And it's always how Vici win as well. It's so calm and collected. They never take risks that they can avoid. They're waiting for the times where their fights will always go their way, even if sometimes they may not necessarily.
And that's a great example of what 5th Dragon does to a team. You know, you fought against it once, you overcommit to the Dragon, don't want to give up another one. Instead, you end up losing the game because you commit to a I guess, wasn't a great team fight for King. They positioned well, they got the best they could out of it, but the gold leads were just too much in the end. Do you give it up? Probably not. So they really did just play with how they had to do it, but just to get to that situation in the first place against someone like Vici is very hard.
No, most certainly is. And Name, you could see talking to his team a lot after that game, but it is a best-of-2 series spawn, and look, there is going to be another game, so we are going to have a short break, but when we come back, King try and take revenge against Vici Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and we're about to get into our second game between King and Vici Gaming. Vici sort of slowly and methodically taking the first one.
Yeah, they were able to actually burst out on the Rift, though. Yeah. Got their 80 carry. Chuan into a 3-0-0 position, really picked on the Name bottom lane. What that meant is that he was a little bit too weak to deal with the tank top laner, and that was the end result, a 13,000 gold win coming through for Vici.
Yeah, definitely doing strongly here. And Vici, 63% jungle control as well. The fact that World 6 was able to get around the map, and Pong actually manages to pick up the MVP. Third performance on the Rift here for Vici, 9, 3, and 11. Definitely deserving.
He had a really good game. Surprised that Dandy didn't get it. I thought that Dandy was a person that corralled Name, made him uncomfortable. But as you can see, to the uncomfortability was added 3 Sand Soldiers most of the time, and they were doing a heck of a lot of damage. Picked up a lot of the team's kills. Had some sweet Azir plays, as you can see there. Able to pick up a double,
we
triple
didn't
kill.
See that. That was out of control.
Yeah, and even this team fight, he was able to go deep, fish Name out of the backline, and do a lot of damage. So you can see deserving MVP there, but definitely a team performance, as it always is when Vici play.
Yeah, this is the Vici MO. The fact that, you know, you've got Mata, such a smart player there, especially paired up with Dandy, is now in the top lane, able to really make sure that everything's okay. And look, the whole team is now in between them. You know, you've got the support, you've got the top laner, everyone else in between being taken care of.
Samsung White sandwich, you know?
Yeah, Samsung Witch.
Yeah, so, but really nice play coming through there. A couple of things I want to point out is the fact that they have vision control was really good around objectives. They controlled Dragon. They had a 5th Dragon. They had a chance for another 5th Dragon, and they were able to come through with some Barons in the game. So Vici playing the map, once again, very well. On the other side of the Rift, you have to say that King, their job now is to protect their AD carry for the first 15 minutes of the game. If Name gets behind, not able to catch up in items again, you can see that his positioning, still the same old Name, but he has to be in a position where he's ahead of the other top laner, especially in a pure tank meta, because otherwise you just can't trade through. And this is why we've seen a little bit of, I guess, distance from people playing AD carries that really need to scale and get going. Civ are a lot more popular because on one item would have been better off in those team fights. Instead, with the Jinx not able to get rolling, just meant could never really deal with World 6 and Dandy.
And Dandy as well was just able to get so many key ultimates off. The fact that he was right in Name's face almost that whole game. See Mata on your screen now trying to work out exactly what Vici want to do for their next match.
Braum pickup was to deny the APS rule. You have to think that is the case. They were hovering Jinx for such a long time.
Yeah.
And you replay a lot of those team fights when Zero is on Janna, sorry, not Jinx. When he was on Janna, going to be able to disrupt a lot of what was happening, make sure that Hecarim as well as the Lee Sin cannot converge on Name there. Maybe see if they go towards more of a peel style this time around.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that Braum is going to be a key component now as well. Of course, these are teams now going to be switching sides of the Rift. We'll see whether Ezreal is going to slink through the draft once again, or whether it is going to be picked up by one of these sides.
Definitely excited to see what is picked up in the next draft. Insect may be going towards more of a carry-style top laner. You feel that when they have a threat in the top and bottom lane, it's a little bit harder to decide where you want to gank and keep down. If you are playing against the King lineup, even if it's something that's pseudo-tanky like a Vladimir but adds a lot of damage potential, you feel like they might have to change World 6 paths, maybe send him towards the top laner more often than not.
They could even prioritize that Hecarim a little bit more over the side of King as well. The fact that, you know, Dandy did do a fantastic job on that champion, and Insect being known to play Hecarim in the jungle or in the top lane.
Yeah, so Insect definitely is a Hecarim player. Wouldn't be surprised to see him swap over onto it. I think that there are better champions. If you're going to go with that, I would just make a really strong argument of putting Insect on Maokai and acting like just go all out on peel damage mitigation, make sure that you can build Name up. Keep him in a best position to carry, because wasn't the diving threats that was the problem there. Insect had a relatively good game on Shen, especially for the first half of it. It was just as the game continued, there wasn't enough damage on the King lineup to tear through both World 6 and Dandy.
Well, we are into Champion Select, and we'll see exactly how this one's going to go down. Vici now on the blue side. King going to be over on the red as well. Vici desperately looking for 3 points now, and King looking to try and get themselves up this standing. And Vici is one of the teams that King wants to knock down. They do not want them getting 3 points off them especially.
Did you see? Standard bans coming through here, except King do hit Hong there with the Azir ban coming through.
Makes a lot of
Weren't
sense.
happy with the last performance, and Yasuo hitting the bench, and they're throwing a lot at Insect.
Yeah, Insect actually getting completely target banned here. And of course, the Vladimir wasn't the one getting banned last time around, but it was largely to do with the fact that Vici wanted to remove a lot of different options. Now that the Ryze being banned on King's side of the map means that an extra one goes into the hands of Vici, and they are just going to make sure that Insect can't play anything. Kalista isn't going to get through this time around, though.
So after a strong performance coming out of World 6, they've decided to leave the jungle pool open. Remember, that is where a lot of the bans went through last time. You can see the Evelynn, you can see the Rek'Sai on the ban list. So this time around, they hit the two main carries and make sure that the subs, Hong and Shuang, can play something else that isn't Kalista Azir.
Yeah, and when they're new players to a lineup here as well, it's very good to test them out. Make sure that they're not getting comfort picks time after time, because you need to work out whether, you know, this is just the thing that they play very, very well, or whether they are able to move it around, grab something different instead. And now King looking to grab their couple of picks. It is going to be the Gragas locked away for World 6. And King now to respond. Of course, Rek'Sai is there. Few other options available for King if they want them.
Probably don't need to go to the jungle pool this early on in the game. I think there are some other options. You know, get rid of Mata's Thresh would be my first advice. Get that one over onto Zero. Play something a little bit safer, like the Sivir, that can give you a positional advantage.
Exactly.
With Gragas on the Rift, all important to be able to have that spell shield to not get knocked back into the team. So definitely think that there is some answers right now for King to be able to respond to what Vici's bought.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether Vici are going to continue down this path. It is going to be King locking away Braum and Sivir, though. So Name going back to the Sivir pick. Of course, we've seen a lot of Sivir out of Name just recently, and know exactly why that is strong. But Braum picked up very, very early on. And Pong considering going towards the Victor pick.
Forcing Korn onto something else there. Of course, Korn plays some different picks there in the mid lane. He's taken the Yasuo a couple of times, played a good Fizz, but has also seen a lot of the likes of the Victor, so see what else he would like to bring there. And Mata actually commits to a Janna pickup.
Yeah, Mata going back to his roots here. Of course, Mata known as a fantastic Janna player, but deciding not to pick up the Thresh, which is very interesting.
So this is a team comp that Frostgurun really loves to play at the moment. It's the Gragas Janna, gives you a lot of decision making in when you want to fight, when you don't want to fight. Allows you to get a pick, isolate a target, reset the team comp, team fight, and then be able to go again with all the follow-up abilities that comes out. Good siege, good anti-siege, so very well-rounded composition right now coming through from Vici. But a little bit more aggression and pick style League of Legends you have to think coming out of King with the Evelyn lock-in.
Yeah, Evelyn actually already locked in. Of course, Huey able to play that one very recently and get a victory on it. And Korn looking to head towards the Kassadin as this clock runs out.
Yes, Kassadin is a safe laning matchup against Victor. You can absorb a lot of the poke that comes out in the laning phase, particularly early.
Yeah.
Maybe even try and whittle him down with your HP as a resource there. And then start taking over as the mid game happens. Assassinate the Victor, assassinate whatever the AD carry is. And they've left top lane for the counter pick. So right now, this is a blind pick coming through from Dandy.
Yeah, Dandy forced into an uncomfortable position. Will have to pick safely here, and Insect will be able to take whatever he wants into the matchup. Of course, I say whatever he wants. He has had 3 bans thrown at him, and he can't play the Rise either, considering the fact that King has banned that one away. So not quite as many options as he would like, but definitely still ones there. And like you mentioned, the Maokai is an option, and On the Hunt is there as well here from King. So getting that tree sped up is a good idea.
Helps out with the flanks as well. Huey going to be in a good position to be able to lend himself on the Evelyn to the flanking plays. But Na's a little bit of a lane bully here, so will be restricted in what he can play. Maybe a Shen again will come through just for the safe lane.
Yeah, he does have that option most definitely.
Rumble is also
a possibility.
Not a bad pick into Na at the moment. Rumble with this patch had some buffs coming through, just pure itemization buffs.
Yep.
You know, 80 AP now on that Leandry's Torment. A little bit of a smoother build path coming through for the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. That's up to 100 AP as well. So do like Rumble on the current patch, being quite vocal about it actually, that he is one of the stronger top laners, and
yeah,
Insec has shown in the past that his Rumble is pretty top notch.
Yeah, his Rumble is definitely serviceable there on the top side of the map. Dandy has been playing it a little bit himself. Still some time left here for King to make up their mind. Switching over to the Shen for now. We'll see whether Insect does want to take that one up there, but again, it's putting themselves into a position where they don't have as many threats onto the Rift.
The reason I like Shen with Kassadin specifically means that you don't have to go Zhonya's Hourglass third item. You can go the Roller into some cooldown reduction, grab a Death Cap, and then just jump in with a Shen. He's your Zhonya's Hourglass in that situation. Go for the Void Staff in there as well. Keeps him very safe, especially against 3 legitimate damage threats on the Vici lineup. And it just means that Korn is the one that's going to be set up for success. Of course, when you have a positional carry like Name, always a good idea to give him another tool there as well in a team fight if Insect does want to ult his AD carry superstar. So definitely still think the Shen is a good pickup, but I like to see Insect play something aggressive, not going to lie.
Yeah, maybe we'll see him build a static Shiv. Who knows? Does have some options there for aggression if he wants to, but didn't get the opportunity to get anywhere near any of those items last game around. But now with Name playing a champion that he's been historically very aggressive on, we'll see whether King can get things going in the early game.
Yeah, definitely loves to shove up the lane, does Name, when he plays the Sivir and try and harass people out. But, you know, we saw the makings of a lane swap last time. But as we go through the lineup, top lane, Dandy versus Insect, Na versus the Shen.
Yeah, Na versus Shen, so Na probably going to have that one there. Gragas versus the Evelyn will be a different one. No Rek'Sai to be taken into this Eve, of course, as that Gragas was first picked away. Pong going to be taking the Victor into the Kassadin. Decent matchup there for Kassadin, of course, for Korn, and Corki against Sivir. We've seen this one a whole lot of times, and Sivir generally just makes it about killing minions.
Yeah, certainly does. Shoves in, tries to harass under turret. Mata, big job to protect the windows that they will have to harass. You would think that Zero just all about keeping his AD carry player safe again. That Unbreakable, the Fissure that can come through for some good disengage. Yeah. I like the fact that it's got a persistent slow, so it's harder to get to Name through the rivers, but going to have to see how it plays out.
Exactly. Let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Vici versus King, Game 2. Vici looking for those 3 points if they can get them. And at the moment, they're just standing defensively in a line of 5.
Yeah, so once again, 5-point defense from both sides. And it's Korn that pushes up the lane for the ward. One more time. We also have a pause again.
Yep, cute little pause here. I'm just going to check out our players while they are onto the Rift. And we have seen this a couple of times. Of course, might be just a little bit of an issue here with someone's equipment. We are going to get back on as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I've seen him a couple of times.
Yeah, I think we've seen him a few times, especially considering the length of the LPL splits. Pretty long, Spawn. Quite a few games.
Just the right
these
length.
teams. Okay, World 6, though, is going to be waiting in this brush. Huey doesn't want to give himself away as Pong and Korn starting a little bit early here, but Korn able to get decent early ward down. Body slam from World 6, actually. They're going very aggressive onto Huey early. In the end, Huey answering back with some hate spikes. He's going to be fine.
Yeah. Wasn't too happy about it, you know, though. Just backs away.
He's like, guys.
Deep vision now on the red side of the map means that he cannot start on that buff. We'll probably just start at his... So on the top side of the map, I actually, on Evelyn especially, like to start on the Krugs and take my E because you get good stun procs out of the attack speed and the triple hit that comes through on that. Bottom side of the map, just prefer to start on the blue buff. Gromp really doesn't give you much as Evelyn.
Because you want to be kiting around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Don't want to be taking too many of those auto attacks for that poison to really work out. That makes a lot of sense. Beachy waiting around here. Not giving King any vision of them starting, but they are going to now move over. Take the red buff instead of grabbing those Krugs. Looks like standard lanes is going to be the result, though, Spawn.
Insec, once again, going for his level 1 play.
Dear.
A little bit sneaky down here, acting like a proper ninja. Wants to be able to get the flash taunt.
Yeah, may
Doesn't
not
even need a flash.
Yeah, not going to. There it is. The double flash actually comes down. Is not going to find the stun just yet. Marta, though, he's in trouble. Gets stunned up. Is it going to be enough damage? Not entirely sure. There's another Eye of the Storm as Schwann's trying to get back here. Teleport up from Insec.
So split damage coming through onto the members of King. They'll also get the shove, which means an earlier level 2. But in the end, a great response coming through from the Vici lineup, returning a lot of the damage. And it means that Insect had to burn teleport without backing. And now he's against a level 2 Gnar.
Yeah, level 2 Gnar that has shoved up that whole wave as well. 11 CS to 1 now in favor of Dandy.
World 6 going for an invade here.
He's going to find Huey. If he does find Huey, sorry. He's going to find him on about 400 health here. Stealth
but he hasn't seen him there. This is dangerous from World 6. He's level 2 versus a level 3.
Yeah, no vision available here. Huey actually comes in, does get the ward down. Insect's waiting around as well. The taunt actually lands. Red buff's down, so the slow's going to be there as well. Hate spike's coming in. Dandy
Huey
is Mega Gnar.
So Huey went aggressive there, knew that the call had come through, that, Pong had left the lane. Dandy had also left the lane. That was really evidence. Burns a summoner spell. Probably should have just been content with securing his buff, but tries to go aggressive.
Yeah, continues to here. Krugs are going to go down here for Huey as a consolation prize. He's a little bit surprised that she's on the camera right now. Dandy and Insect continue to farm it out. So 20 CS to 5.
Yeah, not going to be a great lane for Insect.
No, Winter Spike going to land on Schwann. Nice boomerang damage there from Name as Unbreakable is going to deal with a fair bit of the auto attacks coming through. Or not going through, which is what that spell actually does.
But they're using the shield very well to mitigate any aggression that can come through from the King bottom lane right now. And just using Phosphorus Bomb to shove up. Miss spell shield there means that Name going to have to be even more stringent with that mana bar.
Yeah, Death Ray coming down to the mid lane as well. Punk trying to do his very best just to shove this one out. And Winter's Bite once again onto Schwann. Doesn't have his potion left. Neither does Name, of course, but still sitting on a high health pool at the moment. See whether King can make use of that now. Punk continuing to shove this one through. But you can see Korn actually doing fantastically well in this lane.
The problem with Cassidy is just so hard to shove off CS, which means that if you're not a champion that can deny and farm, it's the time bomb scenario where you can just see it ticking down in the mid lane where he's going to get to 3 items and just take over the rift.
Yeah, there's the Force Pulse out though. Huey actually lands the Ravage at the same time. Down to 400 health is Pung.
Had the barrier, so knew he was relatively safe if they were going to go for a dive.
On down. Now getting low on mana. still might want to head back. Does still have the flask. We'll see whether he's got any charges of that one. Scuttle Crab going to go down for Huey, grabbing himself a little bit of a speed up there as World 6 hasn't really been seen too much since that earlier stage. Shadow Dash onto Dandy,
really
actually.
Nice damage coming out of Insect there. Good trade. See, both junglers also heading up into the top side of the map. We might have our first real 2v2 skirmish.
Good potentially here. Meganar very, very soon for Dandy. Insect does need to be careful about whether he wants to start up this fight. Just instead going to head back to base, and Huey decides not to hang around either.
Yeah, and Insect doesn't hold the wave off the turret, so it's just going to crash in, equalize, and relatively even early game coming through. Bit of an advantage in the bottom lane, due of course to the fact that Insect messed with them, but it's been returned in the top lane, and probably something that King would be relatively happy about right now is getting Name ahead of Xuan.
Yeah, nice use of the spell shield there as well. Pickaxe to the makings of the Phage here for the Corki. Zero, nice use of the Unbreakable. Stops a whole bunch of that damage, but you can see Vici still having no trouble pushing this wave in. Name, of course, probably will be able to shove that one back. Being Siva, that is kind of her thing.
Yeah, and Siva has the luxury of not having to choose whether she shoves the wave or does damage to creeps, as Huey doesn't check the brush for a pink ward. Cardinal sin number 1.
Yep, he's just going to stand
Zero
in full
instead going to
vision
go
of it.
check it.
Yep, stands, just gives him a free phosphorus bomb. Zero is going to deal with it, though, in the end.
Successful gank. Wasted all that mana.
Yeah, look at that. Not bad. King have the wave exactly where they wanted as well, making sure that Vici have to move further away from their turret, giving Evelyn some opportunities to move their way around.
Cool,
Another
so
Rift Scuttler goes down.
Tiny interaction there that you just saw Zero did. You saw him walk out of the brush, grab the creeps, and walk back into the brush. Reason he did that is because generally, if the creep wave is on your side of the rift, and then they meet without any interference, it starts pushing. So that's how a wave stacks up. However, if you grab the 3 front minions and drag them to the side a little bit, they all converge on one minion and shove them down, which means that it continues to push in your direction, which is how you create a freeze. So what Zero was doing, it was a really good example. Go back and watch it again. He was just creating a freeze for the bottom lane.
Yep, so they can continue to stay in this position here as well. Winter's Bite one more time. Couple of procs of that passive. Was that a... No, it wasn't. Almost thought there was a teleport there. I think I might be seeing things. But King just trying to get aggressive one more time in that bottom side of the map. 20 CS is the lead, though, for Name.
See, Insect actually doing quite a good job right now, even though he was behind in the early game of keeping up in farm with the Barmy Cinder. Zero just takes all of Mata's damage. That was hilarious.
Would you call it damage? I would. It wasn't a whole lot. Zero was pretty able to tank that one up. But not going to be able to see any of this.
Never underestimate the power of Janna auto attack, man.
Well, I've seen crit Janna, actually. That's a frightening prospect. Well, it was pretty fitting. You know, you can build a Zephyr. It's kind of cool.
Any crit? What?
Well, no, but it's attack speed, and, you know, Janna being, you know, the windy lady. There is a fight in the bottom lane, so let's talk about that instead. Phosphorus Bomb, decent damage onto Zero.
Mata has to flash.
Yeah, a couple of auto attacks here. Another one from Zero. The Ignite's down. Stand United on top of Zero as well, but it's not going to be enough. Zero actually going to fall in the end. Chaos Storm's here as Dandy makes his way into the fight at the same time. This is almost a true 5v5 with Huey trying to make his way through. Korn tries to take down Peng, but it's not going to be enough, and the Cassidy will fall. Name as well just wanders into the wrong position, and Juan locks himself down another kill.
Name, where are you going? He was upriver, could have escaped through the blue area, instead takes a detour towards the turret and gets made pay, but in the end, some over-aggression coming through from King. They had Mata's flash blown, didn't need to commit for that. Instead, they go in, and 3 kills go down in favor of Vici.
Yeah, Vici Gaming once again making things happen in the early game. 1,000 gold now the lead at 10 minutes in. Haven't transitioned to any dragons just yet. Of course, we saw some earlier ones last time around. This time, not going to be the focus. And Zero is getting himself some farm here on the bottom side, and they would have definitely wanted that for Name.
Certainly would have. And once again, mid lane, this time it was Pung that just rotated a little bit quicker than Korn, who is still scaling up. Like, this isn't Cassidy's strong part of the game by any means. King should just be content to farm right now. They should, with their mid laner not being denied CS. be able to just outlast Vici at their own game plan, but instead they make the proactive move and they get made pay.
Yeah, it was a very early stand United as well. King definitely knew what they wanted out of that fight, but it was just
now they do have the
Vici
teleport advantage, meaning that if for the next couple of minutes Dragon becomes a issue, it is going to be Insect that beats Standy down the map. So still not all doom and gloom for King, and they were up in CS this time around, so winning out in most of the lanes. But right now, 1,000 gold just didn't need to be the lead.
No, it didn't, and Name actually going back very, very early, decided not to buy any items, wanted that BF sword. The next time he went back to base, is now going to be able to pick it up. It means he has to wander down towards that lane one more time, but as Silver, he'd managed to push out that wave very effectively.
Yeah, that was actually a great buy coming through there. You don't want to commit to a suboptimal build. That's why you sometimes used to see Sivers go towards a brutalizer in between the build, just because, you know, it's a little bit more clean than going for something like Boots 2 on Sivir, which you don't really want. As we take a look at Korn in the mid lane, just farming up some minions.
Yeah, sweet slideshow there in the mid lane. So able to check that one out, of course. Very, very slow thus far, Spawn. This game not exactly ramping up to anything just yet.
And you have to say that's in Vici's favor, you know.
Yeah.
They're the guys that like to play it slow, pick their mark. You saw that they were more than happy to re-engage on that fight after they got their support player to safety. There was just so much burn, like a Stand United Ignite flash from the support player going over that wall to try and catch them out as we do jump back into live, which meant as soon as all those useful cooldowns used, Vici just turned all that aggression back on King.
Yeah, and Schwan now bottom side of the map, just clearing out all of these mini waves, but King positioning on this Dragon definitely favorable for them. Mata forced back just a little bit, does have a ward around the back of the pit, but Schwan has to be super careful. There is an Evelyn there as well as Zero on the Braum, closing the distance, and he may have overstayed his welcome.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. There's 3 people converging on him, and we'll get back to that a little bit later. Sneaking
very
suspicion.
excited.
He's dead, so
Valkyrie's available, Spawn. You can't ever count your chickens until they're hatched.
You can knock him out of it with the Braum Fisher, you know. He's no hope already.
Fisherman
used the flash.
Braum.
Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher, got it. Sorry.
No worries, mate. That was a fishing look for a putt, but
I was definitely fishing for some sort of joke.
How would you evaluate the outcome of that?
I don't feel like retroing it right here, if that's okay, Spawn.
No, that's fine. As they did get the kill, they get the Dragon, but in response, Vici kill Insect.
Yeah, did they get the kill?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, he died. Okay, so but Insect, as you said, most definitely dead. First Dragon going over to King. So, look, net advantage, gold-wise, to Vici. And Name still able to get work done. So, as far as the AD carry matchup is concerned, which is what King are all about, pretty happy with where the Civ is at.
Yeah, but Name's been left in the bottom lane by himself. You see now Zero with those Moby Boots heading back towards him. Need to be careful that he doesn't get aggressed upon. Have they? But Pong's flash. No, that's still down from last fight, so there is an opportunity right now for maybe Huey to make something happen in the mid lane.
He needs to do it very, very quickly. That flash is going to be up in right now. Right now? Yeah, it's basically up.
No, it's up now.
Yeah, okay, good. So, Force Pulse comes down. There's the Agony's Embrace. Flash comes out.
Oh.
Huey's going to get stunned. Stand United forced to be used here, but Dandy already in amongst it. Oh my goodness, that death ray was so well aimed by Pong.
He had flash.
Look at him. Cool, calm, and collected. I do not want a flash. I need that for later. Decides not to. Is Huey able to finish the Megason Chat? Not a Megason Chat. That is a Rune Glaive. Don't worry. Force Pulse is going to try and help clean that one out. Triple taunt from Insect, but he's knocked against the wall. Knocked out again by the massive Gnar from Dandy. Monsoon from Mata as well. Secures the kill onto Insect. Korn is going to be dived now. Flash over the wall from Name. Gets him to safety as King sets up position underneath the turret, and Vici moving back around one more time. So.
Yeah, so in the end, once again, Vici able to go aggressive. This time with a little bit of a turret dive after Insect went for the aggressive taunt. But every time it looks like King want to make a proactive move. Vici just have the answer. And as I said, the scaling isn't bad out of King right now. They have a Cassin and they have the Sivir to speed him up and get him on the back line. I don't know why they're forcing so much.
Yeah, once again, similar situation here, but Dandy now going to offer a lot of damage onto this one, building up some Rage Bar as well, but he's very much alone. The red buff is going to be taken there by Huey.
And you see Roa finished now from Korn, has got the cheaper version of the needlessly large rod, 1250 gold. We'll net him 60 AP for that one. moving towards a scaling builder.
Oh no, he missed the house. How do you miss a house?
And he has to trudge across the lane to pick it up. That was so unfortunate.
Walk of shame. Wallop is going to come down. Nailed that house though. Look, Insect makes it back to lane. Dandy's like, yeah, got it.
40 CS right now is the advantage for Dandy with a huge creep wave up here as well. So definitely having a good time in the Na versus Shen matchup.
Expected in this top lane as well. Excuse me. No. Okay. As we look at the other lanes, though, you can see still an advantage for Name of about 26 CS in the bottom side, but Trinity Force now completed. Does that mean that Xuan probably has a little bit more power right now?
In a 1v1 fight, definitely is the case, but Name just has gone for the pushing turrets build again. He's not really concerned about right now. His team's in a 4,000 gold hole regardless. So he's all about being able to farm efficiently with all the AD and the Avarice Blade for some extra gold, and then be able to shove in turrets if they do get an advantageous team fight in their favor. Real only person that has a lot of power at this point in the game for the King lineup would be Korn, as well as maybe Evelyn with that Runeglaive coming through. Good in a little skirmish, but not much hope for Insect or Name to be able to fight their counterpart, especially not with a red buff.
Well, Xuan is going to be able to get a few rockets snuck through. Huey, there it is, the Agony's Embrace. On the hunt comes down, but Valkyrie's going to get Xuan to safety. Nice teleport in from Dandy to stop any aggression. We'll see whether he can turn it into a fight that they want.
This is the last out of turret, so they just might stick around for this one, see if they can shove it in. Insect, even with that Sunfire Cape, not going to push too quickly. Has a Standard United to join, but Ultimate's burnt on the side of King, meaning that they don't have the Agony's Brace and the On the Hunt. Probably going to have to give it up.
Yeah, that being said, Punk still in the mid lane here, so it will be an even one if Insect does decide to come down. Oh, there's actually the knockback comes through. Nice flash from Huey. Does go straight into the wallop though. The Nah back, but Dandy doesn't quite turn it around like he wants to. Insect, of course, now in amongst this fight. Korn has rotated quicker. We'll see whether Punk can make his way into this fight. The Riftwalk over the wall does get it onto World 6. Korn locks down his second kill of the game. And Vici now, Victor just not quite there in time.
Yeah, not able to rotate in the same time that Korn was, guys. And you saw a little bit of broken up action there. Marta disengages successfully with Monsoon coming out of Janna. And that's what this team comp's all about out of Vici. You know, they started the fight up with World 6. Unfortunately, because of a good flash coming out of Huey, wasn't able to get any of the aggression down. Shen joined just in the nick of time. But Janna, she put a stop to all the funny business, the chasing that was going on with a big stop button. And we mentioned the fact that Korn probably doesn't have to go with his Zonya's Hourglass because of the shield. Decides to anyway. Thinks that the second rotation of spells is more important than getting some cooldown reduction in his build.
Yeah, has died already this game. Maybe Insect just doesn't want to be putting that shield on top of him. And it does give King the opportunity of using that Stand United shield to protect Name even further.
Certainly does. And Name, he was able to pick up another kill in that skirmish. Has gone towards the complete making of the Infinity Edge. So now has a crit cloak in his back pocket as well. And they're actually, once again, controlling the map relatively well here, King. They're bleeding objectives a little bit, but they're trying to keep their vision line up. Vici doing a good job of sweeping it out. Might just trade the top turret for a dragon here.
Insect actually moving down. Does have the teleport available, but this dragon definitely dead. As Vici were able to make short work of that. King sacrificed the first dragon for Vici, because they already had that one in their back pocket. Insect is able to get himself a little bit more fun in that top lane, like he said.
Still no teleport available for Dandy, so he has to take the long haul back towards the top lane. Insect has a little bit more time to get something done, but 3 members heading up to him.
Oh, Name wasn't able to use the spell shield there. The rocket actually tries to turn it around. The Valkyrie was there, and Xuan with the 1v1. Zero tries to get in there. Huey's around as well. Nice phosphorus bomb, but a little bit optimistic to think you could turn that one around. It is going to be the 1-for-1 trade, but Xuan flexing his muscles.
Yeah, certainly is. Goes in for the clean 1v1. Maybe overcommits because he had to use double summoner spells there. Actually, he didn't use the heal, so definitely just an even trade 1-for-1. You can see Name not really happy right now.
No. Really would have liked that Braum to come and stand behind him a little bit quicker. But can't say that. I mean, that was a Corki just popping around the corner. You can't really control when something like that is going to happen. Does now have that Vampiric Scepter, does Xuan. Also, the Sorcerer's Shoes are completed as well as the Trinity Force. So
King get their first objective of the game, though, or first gold objective with that turret. Lose out on their red buff. Now they're just trying to rotate Name into the lanes to be able to pick up any farm whatsoever. You have to say it's started to go a little bit rough. Korn still in a good position to be able to take over this game. Cassidy has not been affected by any of the action going on around him whatsoever. Just about whether he can compete with the damage items that are coming out of Pong and Xuan right now.
Yeah, and of course does have the Zhonya's Hourglass in order to deal with that, irrespective of whether Insec is coming down like we've spoken about before. So he's going to be now handed a blue buff. And Dandy clearing out this top wave as well. So look, King look like they're just more than happy to play Vici's game at the moment.
Well, King have the scaling comp this time around. I think that they really... With Evelyn, the invisible passive is just... You can't put a gold price on it relatively because late game is just so good for being able to create flanks when the map's nice and open. Very good in the early stage of the game. Then late game becomes that huge flanking, I guess, target to be able to get onto the back line and facilitate Korn's dive there. But right now, throughout the mid-game, Gragas, definitely in their comfort zone. So King are the ones that should have honestly been playing this early game a little bit slower than they are, but that hasn't been the case.
No, still playing up. Of course, that is Name and how he plays this Sivir, of course, known for very aggressive movements.
It was Zero that flashed the wall. Just want to remind everyone. We keep saying Name's aggressive. I'm blaming Zero this game.
Maybe we say the bottom lane. Huey making his presence known. Name's able to take the second outer turret here for King. All three down for Vici, and of course opening up the map, like you said. Very good idea.
Yeah, and right now King able to get 2 unanswered gold structures down means that they're back within 2,000 gold, a better position than they thought they would have otherwise been in. And still no boots picked up for Korn, and he's grabbed himself another needlessly large rod. Those things are on sale, of course, at the moment, a little bit cheaper than they were in the past, and he's just making sure he can stock up whilst he has the opportunity. Someone probably needs to tell him it's a permanent change.
Yep.
But, you know, I like what he's doing. Thrift shopping, a very big deal right now in the LPL, and he's making the most of it.
Yeah, you were also talking about, you know, thrift shopping being a great idea. Someone should tell him the fact that they take those items off you at the end of the match. Aren't able to carry them through. So Korn might need a little bit of a lesson on how the shop works after this game. But like you said, picking up another one, probably okay.
Yeah, so definitely going towards a death cap this time around. Just wants to be pumping out maximum damage. Recognizes that he is one of the Fed members of his team right now. Needs to be able to transition this into some good damage in the team fights, especially on that man, Xuan, going towards the Blade of the Ruined King.
The interesting thing here is, Spawn, is the fact that the needlessly large rod was picked up instead of, you know, the blasting wand and the amplifying tome, something like that, where there is a lot of magic resist already built up by Vici, and I think a void staff would be very valuable.
But it's not on Xuan. That's his target right now. Like, get
That's
on
all he
Corky,
wants, just
kill him.
kill the Cork.
Yeah. Boots 2 probably is my biggest surprise. You know, both cooldown reduction and spell pen at this point of a flat variety to deal with the squishies would have been a really handy pickup.
Yeah.
But not going for it. Name, of course, he's finished his second item, a little bit more cost efficient coming through from Corky with the huge 3,700 gold Trinity Force. But right now, Name more than happy to grab the Static Shiv as his second item and get to a cheaper power spike than what we're having out of Xuan.
A little bit more pushing power as well, which he's pretty happy with. Of course, Sivir doesn't need all that much help, but any bit that would be fine. Vici demonstrating the fact that they have a lot of wave clear and are able to deal with the waves heading towards their turrets from this Sivir.
Yeah, any team comp that has a Victor in it just has wave clear for days. You throw in the fact that there's a Janna Corky bottom lane, one of the better AD carry support wave clearing duos. Just means that there's not much they can really do on the side of King, but Dragon is up in 30 seconds and they've starved Vici of control of that map for long enough that they don't have any wards right now. So they had to go back, top up their Sightstones, might look to see if they can get something done.
Yeah, King actually looking to try and take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Below half health, but they do have to back away after Punk does make his way back here.
Took some damage there. Has a couple of biscuits, so we'll be able to heal up, but need to be careful. Now they've rotated Xuan back to base. So there is a real potential here for King to take at least the Dragon objective. Because they must know that he's gone.
Making his way back towards the lane now. Huey Over here, Raptor Sense is going to spot out this ward for World 6. Starts clearing things out as Huey tries to get a ward over the wall. Spotted out.
Once again, credit to King. They've got a huge wave stacking on the top side of the map. Someone will have to go and deal with that relatively soon.
Dandy not with a whole lot of rage. See whether King can utilize that as they try and start taking down this dragon. Despite going to ping
Dandy
World
once again
6
with the
out.
flanks though. He's pincered them in. Dragon resets.
Yeah, Stand United actually on top of Huey here.
They've got
Nice
one.
Glacial Fissure onto 3 members. Death Ray not to find too much here from Pung as World 6 is going down very, very low. The flash through from Korn locks down the kill there as on the backline. Dandy doing his best job to try and get this work done. Xuan able to lock down the Cassidon who was trying to be tricksy, and Name completely zoned out of this fight. Zero's going to die as well as Insect just over the blue side wall, and Vici able to come out with a better trade.
Yeah, so Insect taunted over the wall to try and give Zero someone to jump to there. Was a little bit optimistic, but a nice idea nonetheless. Yeah. But Korn prioritized the support. No, the jungler there. Dove onto World 6, who's a very tanky member, so now I definitely think he should have gone Void Staff if that was the option that he was going for, and just wasn't able to get the damage done to any other member that he needed to, and it meant that Vici straight up win the team fight.
Yeah, sort of unable to find too much there as Vici now going to be able to pick up their second dragon of the game. Teleport in from Insect. He doesn't want this going down. He's on his own at the moment, but Name and Huey are hanging around. He's just going to pick up where he left off. Okay.
Home guards have done a strange thing to me, Atlas, because whenever someone teleports, it like just meanders in with like brown bags.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going so slow.
You just think that the teleport should be the one giving them the boost? Yep, Insect just looking at the camera saying, yeah, that's right.
But they do manage through some good position on the map, pick themselves up the dragon, which was the overall objective. Do fall a little bit further behind right now, King. Blade of the Ruin King finished up for the Corki. Once again, Xuan in a commanding position this game. Peng going towards the Lich Bane already.
My goodness. Okay. Well, he's going to have a lot of burst damage in his hands here and able to push waves very, very quickly. Push turrets very, very quickly, more importantly here, as Vici have made their way around to the red buff. Are going to be able to steal that one away.
Name had to burn the ultimate also.
Yeah.
Not what they're going to be looking for. And you see Pong, he just clears out waves so quickly on Victor.
Force Pulse is going to find him there, but not into the wall here from Dandy. Wallops there as well. Chaos Storm as he Zonyas out the damage. Stand United is on top of him at the same time, able to get himself to safety now, but Huey very, very low. Vici just brute forcing their way in, are going to be able to take down this turret because King just too low to fight.
Yeah, once again, Korn not getting any damage out on priority targets, gets caught. Has to Rift walk away, and they're not done. They're looking to push in, break the base.
Yeah, minions taking up this turret damage. Boomerang's trying to come through here as King doing the very best that they can to hold on.
Chunked out there by Pong. This Victor play looking just as impressive as the Azir. And they will leave, but top lane very low.
Just looks like Pong just a fantastic sort of control mage player at the moment and erupted onto this Vici lineup. If I was the Tong, I would be pretty worried about my spot on the team.
But happy that your team's finding success, correct?
Damn right. Damn right, Spawn.
Team play.
Put the words right into my mouth, fortunately. Spirit Visage now completed for Insect, though. Does have the Sunfire Cape as well as a cute little Ruby Crystal hanging out with his boots.
And you see the cooldown reduction answer coming out of Korn is actually to go with the Lucidity boots. So still no. Wow.
Oh, Danny over the wall. Able to look for something here as the Wallop did come through. Tower is going to fall down as Korn locks down that. Shadow dash from Insect in order to get himself out of the fight. World 6 finds his way in, but he's going down very, very low. Either Storm onto Dandy to make him even tankier as Vici trying to turn their tails out of this fight. Agony's Embrace was down, but they weighed out that one. Huey unable to find anything.
Yeah, and you see that they wanted to re-engage there with the Agony's Embrace, but just couldn't get Huey in vision. And Name just going to continue to farm out some waves.
Yeah, basically what Name wants to do, ladies and gentlemen. Kill as many minions as he possibly can, get yourself to 6 items, and then position pretty well around a team fight, win the game. But look, it's getting difficult considering the fact that Vici making some decent fights here, and Pung So much damage in these fights.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, shredding through people with that Gatling gun, being able to get the Blade of the Ruined King and all the mixed damage coming through. Very hard to itemize against a Corki, at least during the mid-game. Later game gets a lot easier as you just naturally pick up a lot of the dual resistances. But Danny going deep.
Yeah, there's the Hyper Proc. Heal actually down as well. Stand United not right at the edge. And Dandy locks down the kill for his team. Punk's going to get credit for that one as Vici now going to push forward. Misses another house. Oh my goodness. Go and pick it up, Dandy. There it is. Grabs that one
able to break the base. Schwann's now here. They were looking to see if they could set up Vision. Instead, they get the pick they're looking for onto the AD carry. And Vici at only 30 minutes this time around. Vastly accelerated game, able to break into the base.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Making the move. Death Ray on top of Insec. He's still pretty tanky. Able to tank that one up quite nicely now, though, as Unbreakable going to stop any untoward aggression to come down onto the King lineup. But work here is done.
Already done. 30 minutes in, they've been able to get the first inhibitor down. You know, they can recall. I'm sure they're sitting on a lot of gold. Pick up the Baron buff and just continue this aggression, because right now there is just no relative power spike coming through from King. As we mentioned, Korn hasn't got that Void stuff. Like 2 mid-game items picked up for Insect is good, but not going to be great for Shen. He's not as tanky as they would like him to be. Not to mention the Evelyn, who is just so far behind where World 6 currently is.
Yeah. The Magus, as well as that Locket of the Iron Solari, is there. Huey's going to find Schwann here. Agony's Embrace. He's going to get the slow, but there's the gravity field.
Yeah, the deterrent, you'd have to say.
Just walk through here, please. I'll kill you.
That's an ultimate down. As well as I think it was, no, Ignite wasn't expended there, so just the ultimate coming out of Huey. No pick to grab. Of course, without a knock-up, it is very hard to tie Corki down.
Oh, certainly. You need to have something to get him out of that Valkyrie if you can. Does, of course, have the Rage passive from his Trinity Force, as well as the Blade of the Ruined King active as well. So, fair bit of opportunity for movement speed for this Corki. Double Locket of the Iron Solari coming through for Mata and World 6. So, they're going to have a lot of magic resist between them in these fights at the same time.
Activatable's also really handy, because they're probably going to be using it on different members. Mata hanging on Schwann. Peng, World 6, and Danny probably fishing towards the front of the team fight, and that's going to be covered by World 6. Rocket coming through there, so making sure that they can spread shields out across everyone is going to be a good thing.
There's the fact that Mata and World 6 want to be separating the team fight as well, so of course it is going to be in multiple locations. Make sure that that aura is over as many people as possible, because you're likely to not be hanging around with each other.
Yeah, definitely do agree, and you know, this is Vici's second dragon, not on course to that 5th dragon win condition again, but we'll be able to pick up all the goodies that come with it, and they grab it for free.
Yep, locking it down. That is number 2 here, as King were able to bully them out and take their
so good. Let's watch it
second.
twice.
Oh. Look at it, just gets completely obliterated.
Poor dragon, last of his kind.
Well, Danny dealing with 2 people here on the bottom side of the map. Doesn't look like he's worrying about it one little bit. Now has the Banshee's Veil, as well as the Randuin's Omen. And a Hex Drinker, grabbed himself a pickaxe. I think he's going for a more of Malmortius. Unless that's the last Whisper. Not entirely sure. Could be anything. Rage Blade. Hopefully.
Huey looking for the flank, has been pinged out there, so they know he is around. But he's fishing for that engagement. Teleport going behind, they're going for it.
Yeah, Insect making his way in here. Agony's Embrace over quite a few members. The Chaos Storm's down, but Huey able to tank that one up. Punk is going to take him down eventually. The rest of King trying to do the work, but you can see these red health bars so incredibly low. Schwann playing so aggressive. Name's going to fall. A double kill immediately as the bottom lane gets taken out. And Vici, I mean, it was a decent effort there by King to try and make something happen, but Vici just too strong right now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're looking once again to break a second part of the base. There's only 2 members alive, but don't want to go for the end. Playing it nice and slow. King,
surprise!
They got last game's MVP, but not able to win the team fight. And this AD carry player, Schwann, doing amazing things on the back line.
Yeah, able to definitely get in there and use that Valkyrie once everyone was low to come through and get that janitor duty down. So, look, with Hatong not on the lineup, you might think of the janitorial role not filled. Schwann right in there to get things going. Korn has finished his Rabbanon's Death Cap now. Really wish that was a Void Staff personally, but I'm not exactly the authority on this one, and I'll defer his opinion over there. But it is going to be Punk finishing the Lich Bane. Does now have the double upgraded Hex Core. as well as the Abyssal and Merlinomicon, and now has the extra blasting one, which I assume is going towards a death cap.
Yeah, potentially the case here. Of course, he hasn't picked up his Void Staff either just yet.
Oh, that's a good point. So it probably will be that one.
So it could be going for a very cost-efficient build coming through there, given the fact that game end is in relative sight for them right now. They've knocked down 2 inhibitors, just looking for the top to seal the deal. Maybe a taste of Baron would go along with it.
Ooh, a taste of Baron. Beautiful. More of Malmorius, as we mentioned, completed by Dandy. And another Spectre's Cowl, so that Spirit Visage just round the corner, making sure that he's got as much magic resist as possible. Thinks that he can deal with Name, and then make sure that all of the magic damage is a non-factor here for this big old Nah. There's the Stand United, though. Punk trying to get the work done. He's just going to flash out of the way here, and King, they start a fight, but once again, Vici taking control of the situation. Xuan just hanging out, making sure that World 6 Armada very, very close. Yeah, Dandy, he's going to get caught. Flashes over the wall, though. Oh, my goodness. King's health bars once again just getting destroyed. Xuan, now it's his turn to try and get forward in this fight. Barrel comes down. Oh, my goodness, Huey. So close to dead. Rocket. Oh. Whoa, that grazed her backside. But they're going to be safe.
They all live. Just a 5v5. Nothing happening here. Dandy didn't have the transform available, so wasn't able to get in there with the ultimate. Vici start up the Baron, but Teleport's still available for Insect. They can get in here and maybe look to fight.
Yeah, they're trying to get amongst it. Of course, Dandy now just playing interference here as Name still with some damage available. They take down the Baron. Vici looking to try and turn this one around now as Korn able to get a nice force pulse over.
Hops.
Yep, Boomerang comes in, but Vici just say, okay, we'll take the Baron, we'll just leave. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly right. So nothing to see here. You see bottom minion wave started to grow a little bit, so Name probably wants to get down there, clean that one up, although Korn beat him to the punch.
Oh dear. Bickering on the rift to ensue. Probably not, ladies and gentlemen. Pang is going to head back. Empowered recall, possibly to get himself that Void Staff. We'll see whether he has enough. He does. He's going to be able to pocket that one. 5-1 and 5 now for this Victor. Another fantastic game for the new mid laner here for Vici Gaming.
So the thing about Victor is there's so many good parts of his kit that you do need to build towards what you're looking for. Pung right now looking for multiple rotations out of his spells. He's got that double penetration coming through there with the Abyssal Scepter, with the Void Staff. He's also got 40% cooldown reduction naturally, and he's using his Hex Core as the damage amplification right now, and just looking to get multiple rotations out with that Lich Bane and just chunk through people. What he's not going to have is a big one-shot ultimate. It's going to do decent damage still because it's a ridiculous ultimate, but multiple rotations are the aim of the game as Huey goes for a flank.
Yeah, Huey looking to try and get in amongst it one more time. Hasn't worked out so many times here for King, as far as that flank play is concerned, but we'll see whether they can get something to happen here, Spawn. King really desperate to find that team fight, and we're going to find out very, very soon whether or not they are going to be able to get that one happening. But it is going to be the inhibitor going down in the mid lane, and King, they just weren't able to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and Baron up minions out of a couple of waves now will mean that they're in some trouble. Ultimate.
Yeah, there's the Agony's Embrace onto 3 members, but Huey just gets evaporated. Zero right in amongst it, but World 6 is his focus. Probably not the one they want. Pung is going to fall down. Name picks up the kill. Nice spell shield, but the Gnar and the wallop from Dandy's going to seal his fate. Korn and Zero, the last men standing. And Vici, they are going to be able to take the game, and it's a 2-0 sweep. 3 extra points for this team. And Vici now tie themselves with both IG and M3.
Yeah, so coming in, what a performance.
Actually, no, M3's still a point ahead because they managed to win one before. Was looking at outdated standings.
What a performance coming through from Vici. You know, as you said, to get the 2-0 using Xuan, using Pong in the mid lane there.
Yeah.
Completely different lineup, you know, they were still the slow, methodical team that we're used to seeing, but when they went aggressive, you just felt there was a little bit more bite behind it without Hotong there in the mid lane.
More initial bite is what I want to say as well, is the fact that they really erupted into the team fights as opposed to sort of taking them slowly, and it was almost like the team fights were working like they were playing the game, just slow and steady.
Yeah, so in the end, able to get through, use that to pick up the 2-0, really shatters King's hopes of trying to get into the playoffs now. You know, they've got IG this weekend, then they go into LGD, WE, and OMG. Some relatively hard games to come ahead for King. But, you know, never say never.
Yeah, that's true. I don't often. as, you know, the gauntlet still has to be run. So, look, we'll see whether they can get themselves into the bottom rung of that and try and fight their way back up the line. But it hasn't been exactly King's season, and Vici did show, closing out the first split of the LPL, that they could really make things happen. Of course, they didn't quite make it into the top 2, but they were certainly getting themselves towards that point.
And you'd have to say when they came up against IG, it was nearly an upset the way IG took that series. So Vici, as soon as it gets towards playoffs League of Legends, their shot callers can really take over.
Yeah.
Anything is possible for this lineup, especially with 2 young subs in, looking fantastic.
And if these are replacements as well, the longer they get on this side and able to really mesh with the team, the better things are going to look.
I love how you don't like the word substitution, but you're willing to use the word replacement. That's a little bit
Oh, look, that's
weird.
a good point.
Yeah.
I'm feeling sheepish.
But yeah, definitely agree. That was a completely different look out of Vici Gaming, and I hope that it continues into their next games.
Yeah, most certainly. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 more series awaiting us tonight. EDG going to be taking on RNG right after this short break.
a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, open away now.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Ryan Fresco and Morris. We're going to finish out your evening here. Week 8, I believe we're in. Week 8? Week 9?
Week 8.
Pretty far through the LPL. Is
8, 9. He said 9.
He said, great. Week 9, day number 1 is where we're going to go through the second half of tonight's matches. Last one though, honestly, for King, quite upsetting. They looked like they could really hang with Vici, at least as far as fights goes, but could not outplay them mechanically. They just got run over there in that series.
No, I completely agree, and a lot of it was, not understanding when was the correct moment to fight, trying to pick a fight with a Kassadin level 7. Obviously, he's going to hyperscale into mid, into late game, so maybe a little bit early there, and Vici are just so punishing when they get ahead. But let's be realistic. We're at, week 9 out of 11. The playoff run has come around. King's chances, especially for their upcoming weeks, are very, very slim. And that's really kind of the thing that we have to start looking out for as we go into RNG versus EDGs. What are the actual chances of RNG scraping out of the bottom 4 and into that playoff spot?
And it's weird as well, because in Split 1, there in spring, we had a really tight race for the last spot there, but now playoffs are completely different. The format's different. Like, seeding matters a whole lot more. So all of a sudden, the top teams, or even like if you want to think of like teams 5 through 8, they're all going to be like scrounging for the top 4 spots because they don't want to be left down running through the gauntlet if they can avoid it. But then you have teams below them that actually want to crack the top 8 and just make playoffs. So all of a sudden, a league that was very close, the closest LPL split I think we've seen probably ever, it's just chaos. Absolute chaos.
No, and you're absolutely right. But the big thing, and what's really important, especially coming off the last match, is that Vici are effectively the gatekeepers right now. They're the ones at the very bottom. They have that 8th place spot. You need to get over them, and they just scored 3 points. So it just got that much tougher for Unlimited Potential, King, World Elite, and RNG to crack into that. I think the closest one is UP, Unlimited Potential, which they are looking very strong. But again, if you start looking at, the last coming weeks of what are these guys' schedules, what kind of teams do they need to go through, a lot of it's, Xiaogu, EDG, Invictus, Snake, all these top-tier teams. It's no longer easy free points on the bracket.
Yeah, and I feel like the 8 teams that we currently have sitting in playoff contention are really, really strong. Like, last split, you could maybe argue, okay, there's top 2 teams, and then there's 4 other good teams maybe below them, and then the bottom 2 teams running out the top 8, maybe not that flash hot. The whole top 8 is absolutely insane as far as skill level goes. So for these bottom 4 teams who are looking up and thinking, we got a couple of weeks left, can we get the points towards playoffs? Is a tough road, especially with the gauntlet coming.
Oh, no, and there's definitely some dark horses. I mean, I think everyone is pretty consistent on EDG, Xiaogu. They look great, but it's, who's going to come into that 3rd place spot for contention for the world placement. And you have teams, Masters 3 is looking much better. OMG looks strong. Snake seems to be figuring out their thing. And even more impressive is the fact that the new playoff structure was announced, and we're like, okay, this is going to be the end of the experimentation. It's kind of, do or die. And we start seeing a bunch of more 2-0s. But a lot of teams, over half the league, have actually run substitutions. I mean, we saw Vici just the last set running an 80 carry and a mid substitution this late and this important into the playoff run. So that's pretty crazy to me in itself.
Yeah, and it's hard to think why, to be honest, why teams are changing things so much. But I guess they're just like, well, got to get the points somehow. They're not coming on their own. So, get some players in. They've clearly had a lot of practice, lots of training, plenty of solo queue and plenty of scrims. So they have these players. We know a lot of the Chinese organizations, especially the big ones, have really deep rosters as far as like overall substitute pools and like general player and talent pools go. So, bring them in, bring them out. It might even be like hey, we're playing this team, we think we can get away with this, or just this team works better against this other team. Like, there's lots of different levels now for these teams, and they need to find the best composition quickly, because come playoff time, you're going to want your roster to be solid, because if you're substituting still then, things are going real bad for you.
I'm actually really glad that you brought up kind of the depth of the club's pools. So if you think about, North America, EU, LCS, maybe at a largest roster, you're going to have maybe 10 players, or probably closer to 7, a couple different subs and then your main roster. In the Chinese organizations, these clubs can have upwards to 20 to 30 talent pools, not just their A team, but their LSPL team, but a C team, a D team. I mean, obviously the fact that LSPL is a secondary league to LPL versus an actual challenger circuit, because the challenger ladder has nothing to do with it. Then you have the Tencent Games Arena underneath it. It's just a completely different animal when you're talking about, where do these teams draw talent from? How is it possible that OMG are able to pull out in week 7 this guy who no one knew existed, North, and he shows up in the Demacia Cup and he gets a pentakill?
Yep.
Things like this happen because they have effectively talent farms where they're able to find all of these players and pull them up through the structures. EDG with their new organization now, if you see the picture of their roster, it looks like they've got 20 players that they're just kind of grooming to come up.
Yeah, and look, a lot of these rosters for the top teams they've been set pretty much. They're not going to change much, if anything, between those 5 players. It's been nice to see EDG in recent weeks bring out that 5-man roster, the MSI roster, and just go to town with it, honestly. Koro and Pawn back into the team. And it seems like nothing has changed since the middle of the year.
No, and it's interesting because since their victory at MSI, they've only played the MSI roster, I believe, 6 times over the course of 44 games. Obviously, with a rotating roster between their top laner, Amazing J, Koro, and then the mid lane, Baimi and Pawn, likewise some AD carry substitutions in there. But the question now is, okay, so Koro and Pawn, they return. And EDG, they look good, but do they look different? Because SKT over in Korea look fantastic. They've stayed with a consistent roster. They've been growing. Strategy's been changing. EDG, again, they look strong, but are they different? When they do make it back to the World Championship, I mean, if they do, although their circuit points are pretty well set for them to at least qualify high into the standings of that tournament, are they going to be punished for not running that roster? Did they not give themselves enough time to grow?
I don't know. I mean, you have to think. You just hope that the team has got enough practice in, but long league, long playoff run, still plenty of time. But it's nice to see even teams like EDG have been mixing their rosters up. So I guess it kind of comes to this matchup of EDG versus RNG. We talk about EDG. They've certainly changed a lot recently, but even with all those changes, even with playing their MSI roster a surprisingly small amount of times, their full roster, by the way, they've got some of the players in, but not both of them for most of this split alone. Still ahead, still top 1 in the standings.
Yeah, they look fantastic. Again, they had that, I'm going to call it the unlimited potential upset, where UP managed to split 1-1, and then, of course, we had some dropped games to World Elite. Kind of went through a slump, but now they're starting to ramp back up. They've 2-0'd again as soon as the playoff bracket was announced. We had suddenly a lot more 2-0s than we'd recently seen.
Yeah, and that sort of makes sense, right? The teams are buckling down, making sure their rosters are good. If they're experimenting, they're clearly making sure they push their substitutes and make changes that are suitable to their roster. And for RNG, if we want to think about EDG being surprisingly consistent given the course of the year, even in this split where they have changed a lot, RNG are literally all over the place. Like, it's 2 teams that got kind of merged together.
Completely the opposite.
Like, it feels like sometimes they want to swap lanes. Like, I don't know. It's really crazy. And there's MLXG in a very funny Harry Potter poster. Going to have been chopped in there. He is the person to look out for in RNG. And let's start over on that side here. Go through the RNG lineup. Because this team, you said it already, they need points. They need them real bad. And it has to happen now.
Yeah, it is do or die in the top lane. It will be Let Me. He's the former top laner for GAMT. And you said RNG, they're kind of the duct-taped Frankenstein of 2 different teams, King and GAMT previously. But that's kind of the interesting thing about RNG versus EDG. If you think all the way back to the off-season, as we see MLXG, he's the guy to watch on your screen, King, when RNG, most of the members were on that roster, were actually one of the only teams to be able to put up a fight against EDG in its new iteration. Yeah,
and I mean, look, they've certainly had some impressive results every now and then, sort of scattered throughout their career, but consistency has not been their strong point, and that's been the thing that really gives you the top spots in the LPL. Xiaohu, their mid laner, he's had a surprisingly poor summer, I have to say, given how good he looked in spring.
And this was always the question for me. He was really good on Azir, and the meta shifted straight into Azir, so there's no reason for Xiaohu to branch out and kind of show that he could do more than one thing. As we see his Jace, we don't see much else.
No, and Woosh, kind of the same thing. We see him a lot, see almost those 2 champions only. There are lots and lots of Vayne and a little bit of Corki, sometimes with some Sivir. Woosh kind of seems to play only one way.
And that's forward, and joining him, of course, will be Lei. You can't. The thing about RNG's bot lane is I feel like you actually can't talk about them separately. You have to talk about them as a single identity. I feel like if you did split them up, they wouldn't be as impactful just because Wushin is so forward, so aggressive at his play. And Lei is very controlling, especially on disengaged supports. But likewise, with the vision that he supplies Wushin to be that aggressive forward AD carry.
Yeah, and Liam's been a really shining spot for this team along with their jungler. It's actually their utility duo coming in from the jungle and bottom lane that have impressed me the most on this team. MLXG is a player that has, I hate this word, but a lot of potential. Like, he's really aggressive. He seems like a smart player. Seems like his young pro career has sort of started this year, and he's only going to grow stronger, hopefully. But as far as, again, putting a team together of effectively two different teams and trying to make them fit together, this team has not found synergy. But not to mean that you can't steal games off good teams. And EDG do not want to get upset here. They need to secure more points, stay ahead of QG, who are also looking very strong recently. Even just today, had a great result there for themselves. But if they can play upset, not only will they give themselves, the EDG, a bit of a hassle and a bit of a hard time, but points are important here for RNG, especially if they can squeak out the 2-0 miracle. All of a sudden, we're back to maybe being in contention.
Wow, an FCZF sign. No, I'm sorry. I was like, I was
completely distracted by the FCZF sign.
I haven't seen that in a very long time. No, but I completely agree. The thing about RNG, and we talked about, kind of how China grooms its talent and brings it up and how many resources they have available to them. It's so important to understand that RNG is a very young team. They do have a ton of talent, but it's now about refining that with experience.
And it's almost the opposite on EDG. They're experienced everywhere. Korra in the top lane going to start things off. Seems like we might have the MSI roster back again. It's been the trend so far for EDG in recent weeks. But Korra and this man right here, Clearlove, they have so much experience together.
Oh, man. Clearlove, and specifically with the coach Aaron. Aaron and Clearlove have never not worked together over the entirety of their career, and it's been a long one.
Yeah. Clearlove's career is, what, 4-5 years long?
Well, you have to think the powerhouse of the Season 2 World Elite.
Yep, and he was, of course, on that team. Pawn, of course, a world champion in his own right, formerly of Samsung White. See him a lot more in the mid lane, and he's just been great here.
The largest champion pool, I think Unique played.
Really?
FLICKR might beat him by a single champion, but he's played 22 Unique champions.
That's a lot. I'm surprised he beat Godby, although Godby's been playing kind of a narrower pool, at least this season, which would be interesting. Deft here as well. Fantastic AD carry player. Arguably still the world's best AD. Certainly lots of talent around the world. They're competing for that spot as we approach playoffs for a lot of leagues, and of course worlds for all the teams. But Deft just has never dropped a beat, I feel like, this season. And neither is this guy.
Mako, he's the one that I love to talk about and who EDG's coach Aaron loves to talk about. It cannot be stated enough. Mako is a very young player. This is his rookie year, and he has a ton of hype surrounding him. We talk about the FCZF sign. FCZF handpicked Mako as the replacement for this team, and he takes full responsibility over the vision that EDG placed down. He's the guy controlling that. He doesn't just want to be a support for the team. He wants to be a carry.
Sleepy now, apparently, but chucks a wry smile there. Looking good, ready to play this game. One of the few players, I believe, along with Clearlove, that's played every single game for this team this year. So, had a lot of substitutions, lots of change for a lot of different teams, honestly, in the LPL. But EDG, especially the jungle and support, have stayed consistent. And I agree, Mako, an apt comparison to FCZF, but Mako already may have surpassed the former Master Support player. Mako is so good.
Where are we? Between FCZF to Mata, where does Mako hit on that scale?
He's getting there. He's getting towards Mata, certainly.
That's pretty much the scale for Mako, just to say how impressive this guy. And again, a rookie. He didn't start playing with EDG in Spring Split. They actually started with a guy named Mouse. And Deft was like, nope.
Yep. Give it the other guy.
Get that other guy in
Turns out the other guy's pretty good. And Mako's been with Deft for most of the year, and they've been playing well together. I mean, it seems to shore up a lot of Deft's perceived weaknesses in lane, although he himself has become just a much better all-rounded player. EDG as a team have only gone from strength to strength, and this recent record, RNG not seeming too happy here, but few teams are against EDG.
And of course, the record that you're seeing on the bottom of the screen was the last time these two teams faced. Again, the LPL structure is that each team, all 12 of them, will play each other twice. So this is in a best of two. Yeah. So 4 games total. RNG not looking too good.
And yeah, look at those poor circles. EDG's circles literally eating RNG's.
Clearlove's about to eat them. Look at that face. Maybe. I feel like you never see Clearlove smile.
Yeah, rarely smile. Maybe smirk every now and then. He'll sort of like...
When he's playing Nunu and he walks in and he takes your buff.
Yeah. And LXG as well. I don't think I've ever seen him happy, but he's the one focusing, trying to get these young kids onto the Rift and trying to make something happen, because, again, it's been a struggle for RNG.
And again,
generally.
I just have to hit on this. In G League, which is the third-party tournament right before the LPL takes off, when RNG, majority of these players were on the King roster, King had the finals against EDG in the G League, and it was a 3-0 to EDG, but it was very close all 3 games, and it was the first time that EDG had unveiled their Pawn and Deft roster, and we finally saw Coral kind of take this carry stance. So it's just... it's interesting to me in kind of the history dynamic of these two teams that these players specifically on RNG for a very long time were the only players that were able to keep up with the new EDG roster. Of course, then experience just kind of skyrocketed, and now we have these two on different standings.
Very different. But again, a young team like RNG, I think we compare them a lot to solo queue players because they're all very good, mechanically gifted, very talented players on their specific champions. We talked about Xiaohui there on your screen. Had a great spring when he came in late there for Gumty, playing those meta champions like Azir, like Xerath. I think everyone on this team has their own champion. I think about Woosh, I instantly think of Vayne and how that he only plays Vayne, it feels like sometimes. They can certainly hang like mechanically, like at a 1v1 level. If there was a 1v1 tournament, I would actually trust quite a few RNG players to get ahead here. But on a team versus team environment, few teams play the way EDG do. And RNG, again, it's only experience that's going to make it better. But again, best of two, they can snipe a game or two. Even just one will probably make them feel good moving into the rest of their weekend. That's all they need. Just stay afloat here towards playoffs and try and get points.
They just need to get points. I believe they're sitting with 13 points. But that said, with Vici picking up that 2-0, that puts them to 20 points. So a little bit unfortunate that it's just slightly out of grasp. But here we go into Champ Select.
Yep, Champ Select here for game number 1. RNG on the blue side, EDG over on the red for our first game here. And EDG don't really need the points, but they'll take them, I think. They're a team that seems to love not to just win, big tournaments like playoffs, but finish first and really show strength all throughout the regular season.
And since EDG's creation in 2014, they have been dominant in everything that they enter, winning majority of third-party tournaments as well as placing at least highly in the LPL regular season and then taking the playoffs.
Yep, they've done very well historically as a team, despite all the changes for 2015. We'll see what happens now. Rumble, Maokai actually there, bans from RNG. Nara as well. Koro getting hit over the head here with a pretty obvious nerf bat. And as a Shen pick away, Kalista, Echo, and Rise of the bans for EDG barely get a chance to talk about it because Koro has gotten effectively 4 bans thrown at him.
Wow. Yeah, you are absolutely correct. No surprise to see Shin taken as the priority pick. Again, we're 5.13. Shin got a bit of a buff on, I believe, 5.12. The changes to his passive as well as to his taunt. And he has become all the rage in LPL.
Yeah, I mean, he's always good at split pushing, but his team fighting and tanking just gets a bit better. And all of a sudden, he's back. It's like he never left.
I'm glad to see him back. We did see Koro kind of hover the Aurelia, so I'm curious kind of what direction he's going to go there. Obviously, with all of his primary tanks taken off the board, it should open up Koro to go into more of a carry-oriented role, which can be fulfilled by Shyvana.
Yeah, Koro, I feel like, has played some Hecarim, but not that much, and Hecarim's not been that popular recently. So we'll see, but certainly this happened to Koro, I think, at MSI, where they're like, yeah, we're going to take a bunch of champions. It's like, don't worry, guys, I still got Aurelia. This time, though, it will be Shyvana, and that's actually Corky for Deft.
Oh, I'm so excited. So, we had a patch meeting with the other colorcasters, of course, Spawn, Rusty, and I, and we were talking about, what kind of champions that we think will come back into the meta for 5.13, and I was adamant that Shyvana was going to make a comeback, especially with kind of a Devour enchantment. We haven't seen the Devour enchantment yet. I believe that the Shyvana top earlier that we had in the day was Cinderhulk.
Yep.
But curious what he's going to build.
Yeah, and there's Jana and Jace for RNG, so strong picks there as well. Like to see Xiaohu on the Jace in the mid lane once again, but I'm surprised Shyvana ever left, to be honest. Flandre was kind of doing it, Flame was doing it, and then for some reason, all the Shyvana players just stopped in the top lane.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of that she's always been good, but she was never the best at what the meta and the shift really needed in terms of hard engage. When you think like Hecarim and Sivir really took off, that again, like Shyvana can do that. She can hard engage, dragon swoop down on you, but it's not going to be the same as an onslaught or shadow hitting you at 200 miles an hour. No,
not yet. As actually Pawn going to lock in Twisted Fate for himself. Has seen the Jason, decided, yep, going to take TF here as we look at Tom Kench, but Dev's going to select Braum there for Mako.
And remember that there is no grace period in LPL.
Yep.
Tom Kench is live. They can lock him in at any time that they want, but glad to see that Mako took the Braum.
I believe he's enabled around the world as well, but haven't seen him just yet, I don't think. Hasn't popped up his fishy little head. We'll see. Could be. If it was going to be anywhere, be somewhere like the LPL. They love to play the new champions and just go crazy. And 5.13 is an exciting patch. We saw M3 play earlier today. Looking like, again, some of those changes might have favored the team quite a bit more. So we'll see what EDG do. Do they stick to what they know? They seem to be doing that right now. And RNG especially, they're the one that really need the points. Can they find something new, mix it up, and really take advantage of the current patch?
Well, this looks like it would be something new if Wushin decided, nope, never mind.
Don't even. Why do you even set yourself up? You know he's going to pick Vayne.
I knew, and I saw it too. I was like, I'm surprised he's not picking Vayne because MLXG is clearly going to go Nidalee since he just adores that champion, and Nidalee steroid would mean so much more for Vayne than it would for Graves. So thank goodness Wushin decided to make the correct call.
Wush agrees with you.
And lock in the Vayne.
And that is going to be Vayne Nidalee, the picks there for RNG. Not too bad against the Corki either, but Clearlove's going to go back to Evelyn. It is business time for EDG.
Yep, that is his legacy pick, as I'm trying to coin it, as opposed to the signature pick, the Clearlove Evelyn. Likewise, Pawn on the Twisted Fate.
What's the Clearlove signature pick then?
Nunu.
Nunu?
Of course it is. Think about the Clearlove special. The flash in front to slow everyone down with the absolute zero.
I don't know if Clearlove would be very happy that that's the Clearlove special.
Well, then maybe he shouldn't flash golem walls.
Well, I guess not.
Yeah, I saw that IG game. Let's talk about EDG's comp right now. This is a poke siege composition. They do have some pick potential because naturally that's what you're going to have with Evelyn Twisted Fate. You can have two people that can virtually appear anywhere, that semi-global presence with the paranoia of the stealth as well as the reach of the destiny. But primarily it's the siege with Twisted Fate if he chooses to itemize into the Lich Bane, likewise Corki with the poke. But even more importantly, Shyvana, if she gets going on the split push, which is kind of curious because that's not typically how Koro plays. He plays more of a flanking style.
Yep.
So we'll see if he maybe goes more Amazing J or if he turns Shyvana into a 5v5 monster.
We'll have to find here. MLXG on Nidalee, that's Clearlove on the Evelyn. We saw top side, of course, Shen vs Shyvana. Pretty curious tank matchup there as well. And Xiaohui here on the Jace, I think can actually bring it to Pawn here on Twisted Fate, but Pawn, he hates laning on Twisted Fate, it feels like, because he never stays in his lane.
You know who's a really good Jace player, though? Pawn.
Yeah.
So if you're really going to pick Jace into someone, like Xiaohui's Jace is fantastic, but let's not forget that that's one of Pawn's, again, speaking of signature champions.
See, this is the thing. Pawn has too many signature champions.
He's got 22 unique champions.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's certainly a lot here. And I mean, this look good. I like the comp here. I think Pawn actually has teleport as well, so we're in for some juicy map movement, potentially. You know, let's find out what happens. We are going to get onto the roof for game number 1. And welcome back onto the Rift here for game 1 between RNG and EDG. We're going to see the teams move up. Pawn, no, he tricked me. Switch back to Ghost. Doesn't have the teleport. He did have it for a brief moment, but a pretty classic comp for both these sides. RNG seem to be playing to the meta, and EDG just playing to EDG.
Yeah, it's pretty much, again, still more poke siege from EDG versus a big 5v5. Not that the comp doesn't have 5v5 potential, but on the other side, it's the Wushin show.
Yep. Back on Vayne for the 15th game in a row.
Yeah, it's
Something
all about
like that.
empowering that guy. You have the acceleration gate, you have the primal surge. Lei, obviously, synergy is great with Vayne. I talk about Janna Vayne synergy all the time. I'm sure I'll talk about it again.
And of course, Let Me. There with an extra shield. Can stand united on top of Whoosh.
Forget that guy.
Forget that guy. Well, Pawn, they're going to put some wards down. Might be looking to scope out the potential lane swap that RNG want. Can't imagine they really want Corki versus Vayne as a 2v2, especially against a player like Deft. But you never really know here when it comes to RNG. And Whoosh, he's going to play Vayne into just about anything. In fact, I feel like he's more confident in a 2v2 on this champion.
And likewise, this is why we see Koro take W on Shyvana versus the E, knowing that there could be the possibility of a lane swap, so she will have to start the jungle, and obviously the burnout is going to do you far more good in farming those jungle creeps with AoE versus the, I don't know what her E's called. I'm going to call it the fireball. What do they say in Street Fighter?
Yeah. Oh, what are they say? Hadouken?
Yes.
That's what it
Thank
is.
you. I didn't want to say it wrong. Then people would be like, what?
Well, RNG now going to check the red buff over on EDG's side of the jungle, but Clearlove, he's already snuck away to do the same. So we're going to start with the vertical jungle, and the AD carries have lane swap.
The big thing is you see that Wushin on the very top lane. He's walking into the creep wave, and Spawn actually did a great job characterizing this last game with King with Zero doing. He's walking into the creeps and he's grabbing all of the creep aggro to make sure that they target him. He'll then walk into the brush to drop it. They'll translate that onto the wave, and it just forces the enemy wave to push against you.
Yep, and that's the classic start to a freeze here in the top center. Xiaohu gonna get aggressed on Mako's level 1 Braum,
Classic.
always to be expected in your lane. Xiaohu, it's a little bit of poke there for his trouble.
We call them the Chinese mafia, Clearlove and Mako. They just show up out of the bushwork. You think you're 1v1 against Pawn? No, you were 1v3.
Pretty appropriate as Koro almost dying to the Gromp. Has to be careful! Oh, he finished it. very barely finished the camp.
And he's like, I got blue buff, guys.
No worries, aggro's it. Now going to start things up in Mako's round as well. Koro doing a lot of jungling early on.
Yep, got his level 2. Already has 5 CS to let me's 0.
It's the power of Smite, level 1.
And this is kind of why, you know, Smite was always seen as kind of the ultimate summoner spell if you could get away with not taking an escape like Flash to pick that up, because obviously the Ignite's going to give you stronger 1v1 potential, but a lot of these cases you're not going to get the 1v1 just because there's so much standing gold in a lane swap by prioritizing structures.
And a lot of this swapping to me really does favor a team like EDG, who have become masters of this sort of map move in an early game here. I mean, it's not as aggressive maybe as some of the classic Chinese teams. Even King recently have been very aggressive and very smart at level 1. But I feel like no one moves around the map quite as cleanly as EDG does in the LPL.
I think LGD is probably the only competition. But it also really makes sense against a team like RNG. You know, if we call them the solo queue heroes effectively, and you don't give them that, you know, easy standard laning phase of the 2v2 or the 1v1 matchup, they're going to fall behind to a more macro-oriented team.
Yeah, and here it comes again. Clearlove going to start the Dragon up. Corey here as well. One smite available. Clearlove's about 20 seconds off, maybe 15, but should have it here for the Dragon, and this will be an easy secure as Pawn does see the Goon Squad coming. Draws his gold card. No Xiao who's in there. Going to stun him up, though. Just poke around, and that gank went missing quickly.
MLXG loves Nidalee, but I feel like Nidalee does not love MLXG. It's the nicest way to put that. There was almost a point where you would hope that if you were an RNG or a King fan, that Nidalee would get banned against them just so MLXG couldn't play it.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly picked it all up, but maybe not had as much success as I think we were trying to say there, as Dragon did go to EDG. Corey going to continue jungling here. He's got 5 CS still, so he's helping Clearlove around his jungle. He might look to return to the top side, but Woosh has done a great job of holding that wave, and Def the same here in the bottom lane as well.
And if you think about kind of what these two teams are trading in terms of the lane swap, effectively RNG are saying, you know, this composition, it's all about Woosh in late game. We have tons of things to augment him. We have a good mid-game bridge power spike in the form of Jace to allow Vayne to kind of hit that mid-game power trough and then pick it back up in late game. They're totally fine trading a Dragon as well as early tower advantage for this freeze on Vayne. This is how they like to play, and they're very experienced in it.
Yeah, and Deft isn't fast pushing either, so both teams playing it fairly slow in the first 5 minutes of the game. The early roam didn't hit either in the mid lane, so some of the early movements here from EDG have looked very clean, but not the same success they've gotten with a lot of Mako's recent aggression on Braum.
Yeah, a lot of it is a bit more farm-oriented right now just because Mako didn't make that, almost said gonk. Gank. Gonk. Gank connects in the mid lane.
Too long.
We and might.
Oh.
I'm working on it.
That one's now on the internet forever.
I'm sorry.
I hope you know that. It's Koro going to W his way to safety there with a bit of extra move speed. Going to follow Clearlove back into his jungle as we've got top laners really glued to their junglers this particular game. Even Letme, who does not have a smite, has been by MLXG's side holding his hand as they walk through the jungle with a spear. Going a little bit wide there from Koro. Trying to make something happen here in the top side jungle.
Oh, actually able to bully them out.
Yeah. Koro going to get chunked out. Lei's going to walk down as well. Remember, this is RNG's strong side of the map here, the top or left side of the jungle. So they're able to make sure that they can keep the camps on that side away from EDG. Koro going to lose that. Clearlove will as well.
Yep, and you're absolutely right. The fact that Lei was able to pull over onto the Raptor camp to make sure that they did have the numbers disadvantage. A little bit scary, though, because Pawn does have complete control of the mid lane right now. Doesn't have a ton of mana available to him, but with the Destiny, he could be able to react. But EDG, you know, it's fine. We're cool to just kind of farm up. You can have the Raptor camp.
Yeah, play it safe. Raptors go over to RNG, though, as Pawn continues to chunk out these waves here. Fish had an early back already for these mid laners. Double Dorans there for Pawn. Nice and aggressive early on. Whereas Xiao, who's gone up towards that mana unit with a tier and a longsword. So things pretty standard here for these mid laners. But Pawn goes back. Boots of Lucidity. So he has one thing on his mind only.
I want to ult, and I want to ult a lot.
Yeah, and this is... I feel like we see Pawn do this a lot with his double Dorans build as well.
Yeah, but the issue is to me, this telegraphs that they're going to look for MLXG in particular to put him down, just because there's not a lot of gank opportunity because of the lane swap. It's not like Pawn can teleport top lane and try to find a kill there. Again, Lucian has done a fantastic job keeping the wave close to him and freezing that. On the other side, they're not applying pressure to the bottom side. Oh, actually. Okay, they're going to go for the top side because they're swapping Mako and Deft back up there.
Yep, and RNG still have 4 people up towards the top. Clearlove and Mako actually will be here in time, like you mentioned, but could be enough to protect the red buff. Is going to be actually, I guess, the Destiny scaring them off. That was very scared from RNG.
Yeah, really respecting Pawn. I was really curious if, good job from Mako to make sure that the spear can't catch him on the back half. I was curious if Wushin, he forced the wave into the tower and he backed. If he was going to try to continue to dodge Deft in the 2v2, it was very clear that EDG were swapping back up because Mako did appear on that that red buff, but nope. He's going to head up there, so we will finally have our 2v2, which opens up a lot more options for Pawn to look for picks.
Yep, Buildwater Cutlass and a dagger there for Wush. They're building in towards that Bladed Ruin King, and a Sheen there for Deft. Going to be accompanied by a Fade relatively soon there with a longsword already in that inventory. And you can see right now just keeping him out of the way, but these are two obviously relatively low impact supports early on in the laning phase, Brom and Janna.
Yeah, I mean, Janna's whole purpose in lane phase is just to be an anti-snowball, if that makes sense, just to make sure that things can't spiral out of control, and Brom loses a ton of effectiveness, just he's going to throw Qs and that's about it, but his roam is crazy, which is what we see Mako primarily doing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that from the early stages of this game, but settling back into the 2v2, going to turn off some of that power early on. Xiaohu, though, going to get himself a blue buff donated over by MLXG, and Woosh finally going to get himself pushed into a turret. Mako nails him with a Q there as well.
It's actually really funny. I don't get to talk about this a lot, but there are definitely color-oriented picks. Janna on purple side is typically has a higher win rate than Janna on blue side, unless you're in a lane swap. And the reason this happens is if you look at how funneled this corridor is as the screen is on it, Janna's Monsoon and Tornado cover a lot more surface area and a lot more angles into a gank to gank this tower. It's likewise the same thing if Janna was on purple side on the opposite side of the map, so it's kind of fun. I never get to talk about that, but it's really hard to gank a Janna in this narrow corridor.
Yeah, the lanes are... The geography is not that different across the Rift, but you're right. Certainly on either side we'll have slight differences. And Lei has got a nice little advantage there as Woosh happily farming away slightly behind Def, but nothing too massive as EDG might just be looking to Dragon number 2 as their next big point of contention. 35 seconds till that one's available.
And they're definitely keeping up on CS. In fact, they do have an advantage in between the top laners. Although here comes the Destiny.
Now we go looking for a gank. It's bottom side Pawn. Going to look for the stun cut. Finds it up to Let Me. Koro going to dive in there as well. They're going to dive under the tower for first blood. Agony's embraced this pop. MLXG here a little late. Does get Koro on the backside. But first blood goes to Evelyn and second blood goes to Pawn.
Oh,
trade.
It will be a 2v2. Hold on. Xiaohu's on the way.
Going to be looking for Pawn now. Does land the Q. MLXG's already dead, but gold card is there. Xiaohu gets there just in time to eat the stun. Couldn't quite wait out the card duration. And in fact, Pawn might fancy it again. Going to go for a red card. Needs a bit more damage. Has to go in. Flashes for the last auto. No, stands United just at the last second. Keeps them safe. And the wild cards do not connect.
But forces the ultimate defensively out of Let Me to make sure that Pawn can't look for a triple kill out there. Excuse me, only picked up one and got the assist. But this is what we were talking about. With these lanes swapping back, it opens up Pawn to look for those Destiny plays.
And it was a nice gank there for EDG to get themselves first blood, but a rare misstep in a tower dive. Not something we usually associate EDG with.
And it was really just MLXG showing up on the back half of that and connecting with a beautiful spear when it counted. But hold on, in the top lane.
More spears here for MLXG. Finds one onto Def. Mako trying to protect him. Good ult there to peel. Def needs to run himself out. The stun almost there with the exhaust down onto Def from Lei. Now they'll tumble forward. Def looking to get away from these silver bolts, and Woosh chasing aggressively but does not complete the last few autos.
And it was great disengage from Mako right there to make sure that he tagged Vayne with the Q, applying that slow and making sure she couldn't continue to chase.
Yeah, would have eaten too many autos and gotten stunned as Clearlove still farming away here on the bottom half of the jungle. Seems to be his happy place, but MLXG swapped himself back up to the top half. Has to be careful. Deft does do relatively substantial damage with his Sheen, and Pawn Destiny not quite there yet. He is ready to gank.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, now going to go in onto Woosh. Can't go invisible this time. Stun will land. Def wants it. Cards do land. Def cleans up the kill. Pawn actually, I think, flashed to try and get something else done, but they do get the kill onto Vayne.
Back to Destiny. As soon as it was off of cooldown, we talked about, Pawn having the double Dorans, the Lucidity builds. What does that say? He wants to ult a lot. And then immediately, all of the resources expended top lane, having the double smite on the bottom side of the map in the Dragon control means another free objective for EDG.
That makes sense why Clearlove's playing to that side of the map here. So it does take away the Dragon with the help of Koro there on the Shyvana. And they're just farming up here right now. Evelyn and Shyvana only getting tankier. 2 dragons up now for EDG, as well as 1,000 gold. Deft on the way to his Trinity Forces. Azeel, and then the recipe away from finishing that. And Pawn is rushing Azonias here in this game.
And again, just to emphasize and empower the idea that I'm here to team fight. I'm not going for the Lich Bane first to make sure that I get the Sheen procs on the towers to split push. I'm here to engage with the Hourglass.
Yep, wants to fight. And you have to think as soon as Destiny's back up, Xiaohu starting to have some problems here in this lane, has not been able to push Pawn in as aggressively as he would like, and the Zonies is completed now for Pawn. So he's probably going to look to fight. It's just a matter of where.
At this point, RNG need to slow down the pace of the game and just offer more room for Wushin to continue to farm up. We are in a bit of a danger just because the initial dragon was taken very early by EDG, so they have that 5-dragon win condition available to them. But that said, probably the next dragon, RNG will be in a good position to fight for it just because Jace will hit his power spike.
MLXG on the top side actually deft. Eats a spear after a taunt. The pounce will follow, but Mako's not here now. The teleport's going to come in. Mako going to come in. Flash ultis. Oh, sorry, stand behind me. Ulti is Korra going to dive in now as well. And they'll just go straight under the tower. Let Me will die. Clearlove will get that kill, and they'll take the safe kill.
And immediately are able to play to the top side of the map with no fear. Now, RNG do trade a tower onto the bot side with so many resources of EDG top, but Dragon's not there. There's no big objective. They immediately translate all offensive aggression to that top side.
Pawn and Pop goes there as well, so looking to run up to that lane. Xiaohu going to all in him. Cleanses off the slow Pawn. Forced to Zonias, but I don't know if he's got anywhere left to run. Will get chased down as Jace gets the kill.
A little bit overzealous. He knew that MLXG was going to be in that river since he had just appeared into the top side. So great rotation from RNG. They're going to pick up 2 towers for 1.
Really nice. They'll open up the mid tower as Korra does get the tower in the top lane, but the Runeglaive Nidalee is starting to open up now as getting that first bit of early power. Xiaohu as well, only getting stronger, gets a blue buff for his trouble as well.
And this is really important, you know, Xiaohu, MLXG, the shot caller, the captain of RNG, we said that he's the guy to watch. Now, he'll always prioritize ganks over objective control, so this is the snowball and the playstyle that RNG are used to playing.
Yep, and he's, you know, managed to do both, frankly, in this game, which is just a nice nod to his ability to gank and counter gank well in this game. He's really been tracking Clearlove nicely due to some well-placed wards there. And a smart play overall from MLXG. It's a change, I guess, in some ways, because he's normally the super aggro jungler, but he's been just aggressive enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's done a great job on his counter ganking. Of course, Nidalee's mobility is really going to empower that. It's very hard to be punishing on her.
Especially in this series. He's got a lot of lanes to watch out for, so makes sense as Xiaohu got himself quite a bit stronger actually after that kill. He only got 1, but 140 CS or so, and that's a Manamune, a Brutalizer, and a pickaxe building in towards that last Whisper. And even Woosh is feeling a bit better now. Blade of the Ruined King completed up as well.
And that's the big power spike that we're looking for on Jace. Again, I called Xiaohu his Jace kind of a mid-bridge style of champion, so when we hit that mid-game, he's going to find his big power spike to compensate for the fact that Wushin's going to go for a bit of a deficit until late game. Yeah. So it's about just making sure that Wushin can take control of that baton and then pass it off to Wushin late game. But they got to get there.
Yeah, they do. And EDG, you have to think, are only going to get more aggressive. Koro's still farming, but he's got his Skirmisher Saber and the Cinderhawk. So no Devourer, unfortunately not today for Oscarine. But
I want it so badly.
Nice and tanky there in the top side. Runeglaive there for Clearlove, completed with a giant spell, so going tanky along with that Sightstone. And Distortion Boots for Pawn with a Trinity Force for Deft means that Pawn and Deft are ready to fight.
I want to talk about the Cinderhulk on Shyvana because it does make perfect sense. So the nice thing about Shyvana is that as opposed to Renekton, because you have to think, when Shyvana and Renekton were the 2 big champions, they were very similar, but they were almost kind of opposites. When Renekton presses R, and when he levels up, the main thing that he's going to be scaling off of is health. Shyvana scales off of resistances. She becomes one of the most tanky champions in the game, just off of natural base stats when she's in her dragon form. So the Cinderhulk means so much more for her, as opposed to a champion like Renekton, because it gives health, and it's more cost-effective to build health than it is to buy resistances.
And like you said, gonna get some of that free stuff off the ultimate passive part, so smart stuff there for Korra. Again, surprised to not see as much Shyvana in the last few weeks, but nice to see her at least today. It's twice now, I believe, we've seen Shyvana with the Smite and Cinderhawk in the top lane. Looper having a great game on it earlier today as well.
I just love Shyvana.
I know you do. Well, Shyvana's back, maybe. We'll have to see. Right now, dragging up in a minute 5.
I wish for the flame Shyvana. It'll come.
He played it once, I think.
Not in LPL.
I think it was in LPL.
I'll have to double check.
Pretty sure. There was this moment where it's like, finally! Flame gets to play Shyvana, and then it was just like, oh.
Finally, he's not a Rumble. Good Rumble player.
Yeah, good player in general. Flame's gotten a lot better. Went to LGD today, unfortunately. Checking later in the weekend with them, but Woosh and Lei trying to clear out a tower in the top lane. They'll actually be the first ones to take the 3 outer turrets.
Frankly, just misstep from EDG right now. Koro knew that Vayne and Janna were pushing forward. Obviously, he didn't have the backup since Corki and Mako, or Deft and Mako, had committed to the bottom side. So just lose a free objective.
Yeah, not good as EDG.
That's my not good voice.
Probably needs to knock down the mid lane turret and open up a bit more space for Pawn, who's now got a Sheen. So going for that Lich Bane second. Pretty aggressive build in general for Twisted Fate, but I feel like we've had 2 major items completed for the mid laner and AD carry in the last few minutes, and EDG have not been proactive with them.
That said, they've been mostly proactive about setting up for this dragon, and so far they have 100% completion, and make no mistake, they're setting up for it right now. And like you said, with those 2 items, or those big core items completed on both their mid lane and AD carry, it's very difficult for RNG to approach this.
They can still fight just well around objectives as they can around turrets and skirmishes. So dragon number 3 will go over to EDG. MLXG not even in the area to chuck a spear at it and try and steal. And Cora on the top side had his teleport ready to join them. RNG, they're kind of getting through the point where they need to invade, although Lei very nearly dies from just a couple shots from death.
And again, I actually find this is a bit of an evolution from EDG. So if you think back to their slumping period against Unlimited Potential, WE, their king sets, things like that, EDG were really suffering specifically on their dragon control. It's only in the last kind of 2 weeks where it almost seems like Aaron's saying, all about dragon control.
Yep.
Get every single dragon. And it's really starting to reflect on how they're playing around the map early.
Yeah, I agree. They've just been so much better about getting those early dragons, you know, giving one up when it's appropriate, but not losing sight of the first 3 dragons and hoping the 25-minute Baron sort of pulls you over the top of that disadvantage. And right now, RNG, who are still looking to get their Vayne to a nice point, Jace has gotten to his point more or less. This needs a transformation and still have a tank in their jungle of scaling up. They're only, what, 1,500 gold behind or so, but EDG have complete control of strong objectives on the map.
Likewise, EDG also have the itemization advantage right now in terms of power spike. So yes, Xiaohu is very strong, but the rest of RNG really still need time to ramp up.
We'll see if they can get there. Xiaohu now going to inhabit the bottom lane here and challenge Pawn, who's been farming down in the bottom side of the map. Tower in the mid still up there for RNG, so have a bit more space around the center of the map to work around. But right now, everyone's still getting stronger. Yeah, really nice vision. For both sides, actually.
Yeah. RNG's, though, much more defensive, but makes sense.
It's side-based.
Yeah.
So the bottom half is super defensive and the top half's a bit more aggressive, which makes sense given that this game has basically been played in 2 different vertical halves.
No, I completely agree. Right now, we do have both teams kind of focusing around the mid lane. Of course, EDG are going to play there. Again, the dragon objective is down, so what's the most important and most accessible objective on the map? It's going to be that first tier mid tower.
Yep, take the outer turret here, open up space, and Pawn can join you in the bottom lane. He's applying pressure there as well. Koro actually sticking to the top as well. Means it's not quite full-on split push, but EDG at least sitting in that formation for the next few minutes.
And this is the question I had, you know, what kind of position or role is Koro going to fill on the Shyvana? Is he going to be more of an Amazing J side split push carry, or will he continue to use his teleport more of a flanking maneuver for 5v5s? Now, the composition that has clearly left Smite sway the Raptor camp.
Nice steal.
The composition that EDG have set up does have a lot of pick and side wave control, but, you know, Pawn already showed his hand that we're looking for more pick 5v5 with the Hourglass rush versus the Lich Bane. Although with that Sheen, he does have some great side wave control.
Yep. And right now, Woosh just gatekeeping the mid turret along with Lei. He's let me actually going to get dove by Koro. That is not a small amount of damage that Shen just took, despite the Spirit Visage that Shen has already.
It was a small amount of damage that Koro took, however, taking 3 tower shots.
Yep. But the Randu and Zoman almost completed there, and the Cinder Hulk plus the Doran Shield making them nice and tanky. So Towers and Shen struggling right now in that top lane. We'll see if Corey continues to apply pressure on that part of the map.
RNG, again, doing their best to try to slow it down, just take the available waves and to continue to farm up. Xiaohu can never be underestimated on his chase. Typically, this champion is banned against him.
But not today. And still just about a Muramana transformation away from being super strong at the about 20-ish, 23, 25-minute mark as MLXG jumps on the Scotter Crab, takes it away. And again, just buying time, has those honors of his own. Actually didn't go for any super death cap or even for that early tier. He's actually gone straight for a utility AP item.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious that he didn't decide to itemize more damage, although when he plays Echo, he likes to play Echo more tanky. One of the big proponents of the Echo jungle in LPL, which I believe has like a 76% win rate from the jungle position.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Was he banned in this series?
Yes.
That makes sense.
That's
I was
why
going to
he's
say,
on Italy.
I was like, we surely would have seen Echo if it wasn't banned, but it was indeed banned as MLXG gets the chair. Just shakes it up. Activates Primal Surge there for a bit of extra health. And RNG, they are fully committed to protecting this mid lane turret. But EDG, they just don't care. they're getting further and further ahead. They're still about 1,500 gold up, but Dragon number 4 is going to be up in a minute 35.
Yeah, it's all about this Dragon, and they do have a composition that really excels on controlling that type of objective. As Xiaohu does have his Last Whisper completed for him now, as well as the CDR boots, RNG can place themselves into... hold on, though.
Yeah, clearly looking for a flank. Xiaohu takes a lot of damage. Maker going to start things up.
The double flank.
Yeah, but here comes the flank again. Pawn going to jump in onto Lei, but the wildcards will move through them. Xiaohu's still alive as Koro going to make it a triple flank now as Woosh will get the one dived on, but MLXG assassinates Deft in the backline over in the bottom of the fight. Pawn's going to get taunted, and Xiaohu will destroy him. Koro finally leaps into Dragon form. But just trying to fight these two, and Xiaohu still does good damage. Last Whisper there as well. The taunt's going to seal his fate, you have to think, although he's still chasing away. Koro may live here, but EDG just lost 3 for 2.
I think Koro's in trouble. Yep.
Oh, flash taunt there. Xiaohu cleans it up. And that's going to arrest control back of that Dragon as well.
A big issue was how EDG decided to try to flank like that. So we talk about, Deft is a great AD carry, possibly one of the best in the world right now, but he has an incredible front line in front of him in the form of Clearlove and Koro. That fight, not quite. MLXG was able to just immediately bounce back on top of Corky and just delete him instantly.
Yeah, and Deft kind of being a lot of that damage. Pawn could not get in to influence the fight either, and EDG pretty convincingly lose that fight, although made it close with a couple kill trades here and there. Will reset as a result around this Dragon. Not enough time for RNG to stop EDG from getting it. And with 8 seconds left for this one, everybody back alive. Koro actually just barely going to be alive in time. We'll see this again.
Okay, so the big thing is we're going to have a triple flank. So Pawn and Clearlove come in first. Clearlove does land a nice ultimate, but then will immediately blow up, obviously, this Evelynn, not as tanky as his normal Nunu. Koro finally gets involved, but look, all 3 of the front line of EDG have moved away from Deft, and MLXG just assassinates that very easily in the back half.
Well played fight there from RNG, but EDG do get away with that 4th Dragon, as you can see in the picture-in-picture. So Dragon number 4 available at EDG as Pawn barely gets his blue buff there from an MLXG spear.
That's going to be a 30-minute 5th Dragon win condition.
Ooh, Mako a little too far forward, gets killed by Woosh. That was a silly mistake. Ooh, good damage though. Koro looking to dive, maybe Clearlove as well, pops the ulti. Pawn now going to come in there as well. Xiaohu's the target, they take him out. Oh, he lives for so long, but Woosh gets stunned up by Pawn.
Oh.
Really good target selection as Pawn gets picked up by MLXG. But Let Me now going to be chased down. One tornado lands there onto Koro. Clearlove can't really chase a 2 for 2 trade, sorry, from RNG.
We talked about how MLXG, he loves Nidalee, but Nidalee doesn't necessarily always love him. Complete reverse this game. He is nailing the spears when they count.
Yeah, 5, 1, and 2 on this Nidalee. Getting stronger and stronger, and it's a bit tankier, not full AP. So you're going to find Koro now in the jungle. Don't know if he fancies this fight. Randy one's pop. No, not available, so can't pop it. But very tanky as a Shyvana. No magic resist just yet, but doesn't really need it against the Nidalee, just with a big health pool.
I always love it when you can tell instant regret on a player's face.
Like,
it was like mid-pounce. He's like, maybe not.
You can see the player can, then like she's just like, I'm instead going to get blue buff for himself. Might have enough time to donate it to Xiaohu. He might not have an option with Koro in the area. Trying to save it by the looks of things. Xiaohu is going to be here.
He's trying to keep it in the brush to make sure that Koro doesn't have vision of it to smite it.
Smart there, actually. Koro, I think, assumes it's gone.
Yeah.
The really smart play there from MLXG as Woosh only getting stronger. It's been a while since we checked in with him as Pawn's going to massacre this wave with a red card. But 2 items and a QSS. Vayne's actually kind of ready to go.
Also very important the fact that, again, he has Janna, and Janna also has a Magize. So the big thing about Vayne's itemization is that she's going to obviously itemize into that attack speed, having the Blade of Doom and the Static Shiv, but the Janna shield, especially now that Lei is level 12, so past that level 9 marker where he has 5 points in Eye of the Storm, the shield, is going to augment a free BF sword to Vayne.
And that's good on almost anyone, except for maybe MLXG, and even then, not too shabby. So Lei doing a lot of work for this team on the Janna pick. Nice to see her coming back as well, given how popular the likes of Braum and Nautilus and Alistar have been in recent weeks. But EDG, no slaps on the damage front either. Pawn moving in towards that forward stuff. Blade of the Ruin King done there for Def along with Sork Shoes, and 2 massively tanky people in the top half of the map for Edward Gaming as well.
The question now will be, how do EDG approach these fights? The last fight they had did not go very well. They tried to pull the classic EDG and collapse from multiple angles. Will they now play to more of a pick/poke based style? Or are they going to try another 5v5 for this big 5th Dragon?
I've sort of seen it already, but EDG have to make sure the carries are standing in the right spot, because any one of these people on RNG with maybe the exception of like Shen and Janna, can actually do a very good job of assassinating the fairly squishy carries.
Oh, he's got captain boots. He's ready to go.
He's going in.
He's pulling everyone in. Got the Magi's. I believe in Lei. He could 1v1 Def, no problem.
Okay, well, if that ever comes up, I guess I'll let you know. Def, though, trying to take out this turret. It's been a real thorn in EDG's side not having this turret, and they are still not going to get it.
And Emerald has done a great job positioning himself through Fog of War to really punish EDG for approaching this turret, landing these key spears when it's needed.
And Pawn's in the bottom lane as well, can only really get to mid lane from here, so going to have to be careful. Koro and Let Me, no teleport there for Shen, but Koro has his, and Let Me, of course, has his ultimate. But right now, RNG is pressuring with an Italy and Jace.
Doing a good job rushing it up the mid lane, knowing that EDG are out of position since they did have eyes on Koro.
Well, here we go again. Looking for that triple flank.
I've seen this.
Yeah, RNG going to back away. They've spotted Koro with a nice little ward. And it'll actually prevent the Evelynn from coming in the side.
They got the wave clear back in front of RNG, so enough of a distraction to allow Mako and Def to get into position, and more importantly, to buy time for Pawn to approach this tower and really start using this Lich Bang.
And it's gone now. Koro going to join in as well. Make sure it goes down. Of course, they can both rejoin their team, at least in the mid lane. For Pawn's sake, as Xiaohu comes in to sweep out the minions.
And more importantly, though, that 1 minute 40 timer on the Dragon, that will be the 5th Dragon for EDG. We talked about kind of the evolution of EDG from their slumping weeks to most recently. It's been all about the Dragon control.
And it's so interesting because you look at the gold lead right now, although Def's going to make it a bit better there for EDG. Takes the town, what? We're 3,000 gold up. Can't really tell you how much gold 5 Dragons is worth, but it's a tangible amount, to say the least.
You have to think that every single stat in this game does have a gold value attributed to it, so naturally the first Dragon itself scaling is going to be worth more and more as time goes on, and it's able to augment multiple items that you have. And then with the 5th Dragon, the fact that that gets doubled, that single first Dragon buff alone, then doubled, is ridiculous amounts of gold.
Yeah, you can see EDG stacking up nicely, going to go spend some money actually. Their carry's nice and healthy, but RNG sort of feeling the same way here. I feel like they just haven't really had a fight that's been timed well. The actual team fighting's been quite good, but EDG having 4 Dragons to 0 this early on in the game, you can tell right now they know they have to contest for number 5, and it's up in 35 seconds.
That's why they're moving into the area, and LSG trying to deny this blue buff from Pawn.
Does do so successfully, so good little adventure there into the blue side. Woosh going to get the Scuttle Crab there as well, so that one will go away. And Pawn still trying to split push. It feels like EDG were wondering what they were going to do, but at least between Dragons, they are committed to pushing out these side lanes.
No, I actually really like this. Again, it's just giving them more of a surplus, a gold benefit coming into this big 5th Dragon fight. They do have a sizable lead, about 4K, closing in on that 5K mark.
Yeah, but RNG have been trying to pressure this tier 2 mid lane turret for 10 minutes, it feels like, and Woosh might actually get himself killed there. Runs through the acceleration gate and will live as they run towards the Dragon. It's back alive, but Letme's down in the bottom side of the map. He does have his ulti and his teleport, but EDG are going to fight for this Dragon.
Okay, here we go. Big important ultimates to watch. How is the Destiny going to be used? Will Pawn be the initiator of the fight over the front line?
Or is Def just going to die as Xiaohu gets Stand United on, but the ulti's going to come down. There's the ult coming through for Braum. Def going to flash out from Letme's taunt. Pawn's going to chase him down. Does not use the Destiny though. 5v4, they can take the Dragon.
Xiaohu tries to go for the hero play to find the assassination on Def, but even through the Stand United, can't make it connect. That said, Jungler is still alive. MLXG can still steal this.
Yep, got a smite, got a spear. Got a hope here for MLXG. Mako though, gonna block off the spears. They might just have to brute force this. Woosh is gonna chase down Deft off in the side. He will die, does a massive chunk of damage. 5 Dragon goes to EDG though, and Koro's gonna swoop into the back lines. Gets exhausted as he goes in, and actually going to break up the fight. They've chased down Let Me, but that's the only other kill EDG will get.
Every single one of those Dragon buffs now just doubled up on 4 members. RNG immediately pulled the trigger and advanced in the opposite direction.
Yep, realizing that we cannot fight even with Deft dead here. Woosh did what Xiaohu could not do in the mid lane, but it might not matter here as EDG, their objective control for once has been the sole determinant in how this game plays out. And of all the objectives, it's not the Baron we usually think of, it's the Dragon.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is, you know, what does the Baron pit really offer EDG and why is it so important to them? Well, EDG are so good at flanking and setting up team fights, and it's just a lot more punishing. Typically, teams don't move their vision early enough over into the Baron area. It's a lot darker, and so EDG really just thrive in fighting over there, whereas the Dragon has really caught them off guard, you know, historically in their earlier sets. So just kind of a complete 180 from EDG in terms of where they're moving their monster control.
And we said, you know, how different do EDG look sort of moving in towards playoffs and their presumed World Championship spot coming up as well. And that Dragon Control has actually been a difference for this
Oh, yeah.
lineup, even when they've not been playing their main roster.
No, I completely agree, and it goes back to the question, you know, EDG, they look good, they look strong, but do they look different? This is your answer. Yes, their Dragon Control, for one, is very different.
And there was a team that had a very similar predicament, actually. Really good around Baron and very good around Dragon.
Oh, which one was that?
I assume you know the answer to this question.
Hold on, though. We're setting up for Baron.
I'll give you a hint. Clear Love was on both of those teams. I think I found the answer to the problem.
Was a Twisted Fate also on it?
Twisted Fate was often on it here as Zivon's going to dive straight in. Clear Love looking for a flank, but just chases them away. Has to be careful now. Fairly tanky, but going to dodge the spear. Let me down in the bottom side. Has his ult, but no teleport. EDG going straight in.
And this is what I was talking about. The fact that it's so easy to abuse vision around the Baron pit, make it dark, and allow EDG to really flank.
Yeah, spear's coming in. One lands in, but Shyvana going to smite it away. Another will just maybe dive back in. Koro, absolutely monstrously huge LT dives into the backline on Shyvana. Woosh trying to kite it around, can barely get some shots down now. Actually melting pretty quick. Maku going to try and run them off as well. And Pawn just running and peeling, but EDG got what they wanted.
Oh, hold on, RNG chasing them back.
Might be enough. Pawn is very low. Can't afford to stand near a Luden's proc, I don't think. Looking for it. Doesn't quite get it. Pawn barely lives.
That said, double Dragoned up EDG, Baroned up EDG. They're on the defensive, and RNG are pushing forward, trying to get anything they can.
If they break the base here, EDG have a couple more problems to think about.
Hello,
but
Clear Love?
They're forced to back away. Clear Love, I think, forcing them from a potential flank. They'll run away. They won't lose anyone. And EDG hold on to their base.
Get the Baron, lose the structure, however, so good response from RNG to make lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they're strong. You can tell. MLXG's in Italy, massively strong right now with these Ludens now finished up, building in towards a Void Star. Xiaohu's been doing damage for 15 minutes, and Woosh finally does damage as well with 3 items and only gets stronger. Even Letme's getting tankier, and look, Lei's going to get some Agias techs if they keep fighting. But EDG have done such a good job of running them around this map that actually fighting's been the tough part for RNG.
No, I completely agree. I was actually just kind of thinking about Pawn's pick of Twisted Fate into the Vayne.
Yep.
And
pretty good.
Yeah, the fact that Pawn, you know, early, of course, he used his Destiny as a pick potential with global presence, or excuse me, semi-global presence. But the last, 3 team fights, he's actually used it in the middle of the team fight to counteract the final hour from Vayne.
Yeah, and it's just, we've seen it against Evelyn, we see it against Vayne. One of the best uses of Twisted Fate's ulti. It's actually really smart drafting as well, because they last picked Evelyn, making sure that, you know what, want to make sure you guys don't get Twisted Fate before we pick this.
And of course, that happened to EDG in the potential set where they got counter-picked by Punish's Twisted Fate.
As Deft on a bit of a hero mission, does not deny the back from Woosh. Trying to pressure down mid lane. EDG, despite their Dragon control and Baron control, have been wanting for turrets with Corki in particular, is usually not a problem for them.
With Twisted Fate and Tandem as well. But again, it's just been their priority of the team fight and the objective control versus the structures. So, coming forward, can EDG smooth this out and manage to balance both? Yeah,
well, I guess we'll find out soon as EDG applying some pressure to these towers, but Jana making that a pretty difficult task. Pawn going to walk up and take out the minion wave, but not over-committing to doing damage to the tower, despite the fact that he does dumb amounts of damage with pick a card to those structures right now. EDG playing very safe.
That's actually a measure.
Yes.
Dumb.
It is a specific measure.
It's right behind buttload.
Yeah. Yes. And I think slightly behind, was it ridiculous? Kind of the next level?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Top level is beautiful. As they will get the tower here in the mid lane. Tier 2 will fall 6-4 now in turrets. Even in kills, RNG been fighting back, but EDG been getting further and further ahead. 7,500 gold ahead now with Dragon number 6. And the second Dragon 5 up in 40 seconds. And
it never is typically a good thing when you're like, you need 6 dragons to end the game. But just to reiterate, EDG got such early Dragon control that we're still only 37 approaching 40 minutes. So it's not that punishing. It just, again, speaks to EDG. They've been in full jungle control of this game.
Again, it's just been fairly conservative play for them, which is, I'm going to say, somewhat uncharacteristic.
It really started to crop up in their Invictus Gaming series, specifically Game 2, for how far ahead EDG were initially, how much respect they gave IG on the back half of closing it out. And again, I feel like it actually is a very clear, practiced and measured thing.
Yep, and see, dumb damage there as the inhibitor now under threat. RNG might try and trade their base for Dragon 1. They get it, but I don't know if this is the trade they want to make. EDG going to try and cancel some backs, and Pawn, he is ravaging the base. If they can actually tie them up, he might finish the game.
Exactly. At this point, EDG just need to chase RNG all the way home. They will lose one Nexus turret.
Pawn pops his ulti, says, see you later. Might go for a fight, actually, no. Goes back to his friends.
See ya, nerds.
And RNG, they do get a dragon. Well done. They've managed to get that on the board. Unfortunately, they lost a lot of their base as a result.
And of course, EDG were entirely fine making that trade of first dragon. Even at 40 minutes, that will be a massive power spike. Should be noted for RNG because they're getting the first dragon stat on pretty much 3 completed items across every single member of that team. That said, lost a Nexus turret and an inhibitor.
Yep, and all of a sudden, that second Baron's going to be even harder for you to contest. Not that it wasn't tricky already as Pawn. He is doing really dirty things to minion waves this game. They are melting.
He's got the Death Cap, Hourglass, Lich Bane, and Void Staff completed, as well as the Distortion upgrade on the CBR boots. He's pretty disgusting.
Yep, as Woosh actually thinking him Koro nicely make a good block on the NATO there with Unbreakable. MXG still doing damage, goes straight in. Little too much, pops us on your Xiaohu. Now the next one in as I'll leapfrog into the fight. Stand United use there as Koro dodges a spear, but the chain goes on to Xiaohu. Pawn is still pushing. Doesn't have his ulti just yet. Can't quite get into the fight. But Pawn, he's just going to keep doing this by the looks of things.
And again, EDG, they understood, they communicated clearly what were they getting out of that. They wanted the inhibitor tower. The fact that Koro had the dragon available and didn't pull the trigger on that ClearLove was looking for a sideline flank, so.
Where's Pawn go? Oh, popped a recall. That wasn't Gate.
He popped it initially to check where RNG were.
I mean, might as well at this point. On a fairly low cooldown with CDR boots. Oh my god. That is so annoying. Ryla's Crystal Scepter is his last item.
I love the new Ryla's on 5.13,
oh, yeah.
Especially because of the changes to the slow stacking and how it offers the 40%.
Oh yeah. Those cards going to be doing, not the wild cards, but the picker cards.
You're never going to get away from him.
No. And that was pretty hard already, honestly. The deadliest blue cards.
Likewise, the added health will obviously make him much more tanky. And again, Pawn is either being used as a split push machine or the initiator.
Yeah, I almost feel bad for Koro, to be honest, because he's Shyvana, been fine, 290 CS, got a Blade of the Ruin King actually, just to be an additional backline threat when he does dive in onto the likes of Xiaohu and Woosh, but he's just not been needed in this game, to be honest. They've barely had 5v5 teamfights. Pawn is just running around the Rift, having a merry old time. Look at him. He's a happy man, well-dressed.
He sparkles.
That visual bug, making sure he sparkles as he runs between the lanes. Baron up in 3 seconds. And EDG are looking for a pick.
I think they're ready.
Yes.
Here we go.
Oh, Fly gets tagged by the Q. Gonna get stunned up. Goodbye. As Xiaohu trying to run away.
Remember you.
Well, EDG instead will go in for Baron.
And
Pawn is still pushing along with Koro. EDG do not need their full team for this buff.
And of course, it's super threatening now because we do have that inhibitor taken down on the bottom side. So we made the statement that it just makes this second Baron that much easier because you're playing with multiple pressure points across map, the Baron and the bottom wave.
And that's 2 for 2 on Barons there for EDG. Have had almost flawless major buff control here in this game here. But they are 12,000 gold ahead or so of RNG, who again, still have items, can still fight. But EDG have been not interested in any sort of 5v5.
Super controlled. It goes back to, we saw this in the Invictus Gaming set from EDG. It looks like they're actually practicing how to close out in a very methodical and clean way.
This is very clean here, very clinical as they take out the top inhibitor there as well. MLXG getting a little rowdy, trying to make something happen. But Pawn going to keep running them around this Rift, and there is only one inhibitor left for EDG to try and take away. And it's there in the mid lane, looking real lonely for RNG.
That is one blue card away from exploding, in all honesty. I just want to see him just blue card it by himself just to see how much damage it'll do.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
A buttload.
A buttload. It's actually going to fight now. Xiaohu going to get jumped on as Def gets himself a double. TF is dead, but that's a 3-for-1 trade there for EDG as we pop back in, and they're going to end this game.
Complete control. We talked about how RNG, if they wanted to try to make a playoff run, it needed to start now. Unfortunately, this is not the start that you were looking for.
It doesn't start with this game, but still have another one. Def dives into the Nexus. Of course, he always does this. But they will take the Nexus away and the victory. Deft. He does that every game they win. I'm not even kidding. He's like, okay, we're winning, done. Into the Nexus, into the fountain, straight into the laser.
KDA, I don't care.
He would be literally the worst fantasy player to draft ever. Not even close, but he would be excellent. But
Pro tip, don't draft Deft on your fantasy team. Number one 80 carry for the number one team in China that typically averages some of the most kills in any region. Don't do it.
Seriously, you'll always have one extra death that you wish he didn't give you. Go back and watch some death VODs. Diving into the laser every time.
I can't even talk about how many TDK members I have on my fantasy draft.
How many is it?
Most of them.
Most of them?
I was like, Ninja's going to NALCS. Time to grab it. Got Move,
Nice.
got Ninja,
Nice.
got Seraph.
Cool.
Regret.
How's that going for you?
Anyway,
Well,
let's talk about RNG. You know how well it's going for me? How well RNG's playoff chances are going for them.
all right. Well, we're going to find out a bit more about the playoff chances as we move into a break. Don't go too far away. Game 2 between EDG and RNG is right around the corner. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPLs. We're about to get into game number 2 in RNG and EDG, but EDG just had the run of game number 1, FLICKR. And
yeah, changing up their style a little bit, though. We talked about how they're trying to transition into more dragon-based control. They did that with their composition, control the side waves, but no surprises there. It's going to be Pawn that gets the MVP with a fantastic performance on Twisted Fate.
pretty much did all the structural work himself.
Yeah, pretty much.
Running around, taking out towers, and EDG played around the pick perfectly there all game long. It's weird to see EDG play, like, fully run away from the enemy with Twisted Fate, but hey, worked out beautifully there for the rest of EDG. And like you said, been focusing a lot more on Dragon Control, but that was almost super far in the Dragon Control direction. Like, there was nothing else they wanted in that game, it felt like.
They did their best Vici gaming impression, is what it really felt like.
Which didn't look too bad.
No, it looked actually really good. Had a bit of a questionable 5v5 kind of in the middle there where they tried for like a triple flank and just immediately regretted all of their life choices. But just the surplus of gold that they had built off of their Dragon Control and their split push specifically with that Twisted Fate was enough to get them by over the hump of that mid game and close out in a very clean and methodical way.
It was very, very clinical there from EDG. And unfortunately for me, I feel like I didn't learn anything about Koro. He had 5 total bans actually effectively thrown at him. I forgot they had banned Ryze on their side of the map. So 3 top lane bans from RNG, a Ryze ban from EDG, and a Shen first pick from RNG. Goes to Shyvana, and I don't He played the champion. Like, I don't know what he did.
Yeah, but the question really was for me, is he going to be more of a split push presence or is he going to be a team fight presence? And he was more about the team fight. A lot of the split pushing was in the hands of Palm. We saw Koro pretty much majority of the time, not necessarily with the flanking teleports that he's really famous for, but with the team cohesively. So still kind of retaining his identity versus, again, being that amazing J kind of distraction off on the side.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? Like, it's more Koro style. If you're going to do that, bring an amazing J from the bench.
Exactly.
Just unleash him on the world, on Shyvana. So I like what EDG are doing there. Mako as well, another fantastic Brom game. Feels like this guy's just on top of whatever popular support pick is coming around.
Yeah, one of the first to, I believe he actually was the first to unveil Brom in the Demacia Cup after the 5.12 changes. Of course, the buff to his Q damage. But the big thing about Brom, it's not just the fact that his numbers on base level were changed, but it's the fact that poke compositions are so much stronger. And Brom, as we saw with all of the Nidalee spears that he was able to wall, is effectively a counter.
Yep, lots of Ringglaive Ezreal, which we've seen a bit of today. Didn't see looked at in that game, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Was Twisted Fate there instead, and of course Jace there for Xiaohu. But lots of Jace, even as well as the champion in Italy. Yeah, you're right, poke everywhere. Even some of the AD carries, we're seeing a bit more now of Corki sort of making his way back in. Even Lucian doesn't really like Brom's Unbreakable there. So I like the pick. It certainly suits the meta. Enough changes there, and Mako, unsurprisingly, seems to be the most successful player on a champion like Brom.
Likewise.
But he makes kind of everything work.
Yeah, but it also really empowers his early roam potential.
Yeah.
We saw that the level 1, the drive-by gank on the mid lane wasn't successful, but it's pretty much classic Mako. Now, what I want to touch on is, again, the overarching narrative of the player, the playoff run for these teams. So reality check time for RNG, especially with this split. So all of the teams that they have to go through now in their kind of playoff grind are going to be EDG, which they're facing now, Snake, Xiaogu, and Victus Gaming.
Great.
Real easy climb there. They will also face World Elite, who are underneath them in the standings, as well as Vici, who, again, Vici are the gatekeepers. They got their 2-0 over King today, though, so change up a little bit there in terms of, picking up that 3 points. But effectively, it's Vici and LGD who you're trying to beat out for that 8th place spot, which LGD no slouch themselves. But RNG are looking at a very intensive uphill climb if they want to try to squeak in there.
Yeah, good luck as RNG. I'm at least going to make one change here in this series. Let Me will be substituted out as Sky comes into the roster, and Sky get 3 top laners here in RNG. Skies look just fine along with the rest of them here. You can see the picks. Silent actually being one of the unique ones. He's kind of the only other player other than Aluka that plays that champion in the top lane. But again, RNG, 3 decent top laners. I feel like I don't prefer any of them. They're all just fairly decent players. They
have Godlike, Sky, and Let Me. So the former Starhorn Royal Club and LMQ top laner. Sky is from the original King roster, and Let Me is from the original GAMT roster.
Yep. So Sky's in spring, actually, was probably one of the best-looking members of the King roster, but this split especially certainly suffered. Letme's been the much more consistent player, but, he's back in. Might as well let him have a game here. Like we've said, a lot of teams at this point, even at this point, have been substituting a lot of their players, mixing things up, because, look, you need to find your points. You got to sometimes do crazy things to do them. It's always going to be tough playing EDG. Might as well get Sky in there and see if it makes enough of a difference. Koro is always going to be a tough player to play against. No reason not to make some sort of change.
No, I completely agree, and it's actually very funny. When FLICKR came into the LPL from the LSPL, there was this big migration of top lane talent, not just with the Korean migration, but again, these LSPL top laners. And Sky was kind of in that bundle of really impressive Chinese top laners that was thought to be a carry-oriented role. He has a fantastic Aurelia that he used to play in the LSPL, but when he got into the LPL, he really struggled on adjusting to the meta. This was when Gnar became a big, powerful champion, as well as Maokai, and he just could never really keep up, and it was really kind of his downfall, but very unexpected because everyone knows FLICKR. FLICKR looks great on Snake. He's probably one of the best top laners in China. Sky was, mentioned in the same breath for a long time.
Yeah, and it's a flexibility thing, right? FLICKR could play Gnar, could play very low econ top laners, could play tanks like Maokai, could play Morgana because he's FLICKR and does whatever he wants. But, when you play one way as a player, it's really hard if you're inexperienced to try and play any other way. And that's going to be true of RNG probably across the board as far as their roster goes. We see it all the time. Whoosh, probably going to have another Vayne game here. But not to say that they're bad players by any stretch. It's just a matter of finding more experience. And these are the sort of games, even if they get whooped by EDG, this is the sort of valuable experience you need as a player to grow. And maybe RNG's time for playoffs isn't this particular season.
I mean, as far as
next year.
No, you're absolutely right. As far as, international results, EDG are effectively the best team in the world since their MSI title. And RNG get to play 4 games a split against the best team in the world.
Yep. Got to give Sky a bit more experience there as he is in for this game. So Aaron lining up behind EDG there. So have to think the draft is on the way relatively soon between these teams.
I feel like Aaron wears the same shirt every single day.
It's very neat.
It's
not super fancy.
It's very clean neat. Cut.
It's good. I like it.
There he is.
There's Aaron again.
Got a haircut,
very fancy. I like that also. Everyone knows my personal opinion on haircuts in the LPL.
Big haircut guy?
Oh, yeah. There's Echo the band there for EDG. Once again, taking that away from MLXG. Twisted Bait going to be the change this time, though, for Oscurin.
Uh-oh.
As that'll be the ban away from RNG. Going to join in Jace there. So a mid laner for a mid laner there.
If there's anything that we've learned today, it's that Pastry Time is a big fan of haircuts.
Look, OMG actually are playing next. We'll have a check-in. With the LPL hair power rankings. But right now we have a draft. The swap side's over. Rek'Sai going to be banned away from Clear Love there by RNG. Though not nearly as many top lane bans this time around. Koro going to have his pick of quite a few powerful top laners, you have to think here. With the last ban especially going to be that Rise from EDG.
Rise being banned away. We'll see if the Gnar goes through and if they're going to prioritize it for Koro. Again, this is 5.13. The only big champion that I was, positive wasn't going to make any play in this set was going to be Echo, just because MLXG was in it. The curious thing is, I actually haven't seen Clearlove pick up Echo jungle.
No. Instead, Shen actually the pick there for EDG with Kalista being banned away from Def. Makes sense. Kalista, a very powerful champion. But Shen instead, not the Gnar. So kind of the current in-meta tank there for the top lane there for Koro.
Did also have some questions on how EDG were going to fare adapting to the new patch. If there's one weakness that I would give Clearlove, it's that he doesn't necessarily transition very well, very quickly. Now, of course, the big one and the most recent one was his Gragas play. When he first started playing Gragas, it was very underwhelming. That said, his most recent Gragas performance has been much better. Clearlove, of course, one of those players that will put in the hard work. If you interview any of his teammates, past and present, Messiah, Def, they say no one is more hardworking than Clearlove, so can now play it, but it doesn't surprise me that I haven't seen him on an Echo jungle.
I guess so. Still learning it, I think. Definitely a player that feels like he just spams game with the champion to really master. Unlike Pawn, who apparently picks it up and is like, yeah, this champion's great.
This is cool, I got it.
Yeah. As the Scion actually, so moving in Sky actually opens up that top lane pick there for the team. They are going to pick it in their first rotation, along with the Sivir. Very different, but very solid game plan for RNG as Evelyn Jana straight into the picks for EDG.
And they're able to rotate that Evelyn very quickly just because the Twisted Fate is banned away, so that they know that there's no counter pick there. Are we watching RNG or World Elite? A first rotation Scion and Sivir?
Yeah, well, it is RNG. Sky, of course, opening up a little bit more flexibility in the top lane picks. But we'll see what RNG want to take away for themselves. Very different comp already from EDG. But I like that you said Evelyn a little bit more available. See what RNG want to go with. Looks like Xiaohu's flipping through just about every champion in the league.
Ooh, Oriana.
Maybe. 20 seconds left. We'll see if he wants to select that champion here. I wonder what Deft wants to play. Because Janna is like a very specific style of support.
Yeah, likewise, he could go to his Corki. That said, Sivir does have a decent matchup against Corki, at least until he gets his level 6 ultimate, and then it's very easy for him to burn her spell shield and then drop more damage. But the level 1 through 5 is actually in Sivir's favor. She's going to have more control of the creep waves. Likewise, she's going to deny a ton of his damage through the spell shield on the phosphorus bomb.
Yeah. Well, we'll maybe find it. We'll have to find out here, actually.
I think it's Caitlyn.
Well, Gragas Thresh there for RNG. Does open up something like Caitlyn there for Deft. And we saw the Ezreal being flashed there for RNG. Braum is off the table, you have to think, with supports picked up for both sides. So that could be something that Paul wants to take away. We've seen him play it already with pretty great success. But EDG might just keep it nice and solid. They kept it really stable and standard in game number 1. Might be changing it up, might not be here in game 2.
Flashing through quite a few options.
Tryndamere, briefly there for Deft. Probably not the selection.
I think it's going to be Victor.
Have we seen Pawn play Victor yet?
Yes. Victor, likewise, isn't going to have many counter options to him. We're curious if Xiaohu will look towards Kassadin. That seems to be the immediate response that a lot of LPL mid laners are pulling out.
Do have Azir as well, but maybe doesn't fancy that matchup, of course. Has been left open, notably here for both these players. They're both very well-known Azir players, but instead it is Caitlyn. Victor there for... Oh, I got trolled.
Wow.
Denying... Not even denying, actually. Just kind of showing up to Woosh there, saying, yep, I'm going to take your vein against you.
Yeah, what a slap in the face.
That is a slap in the face.
That's a backhanded... This is the thing, though. So by picking Victor, it kind of puts a little bit of pressure on Xiaohu to lock in his Azir. It's not a terrible matchup. I'm not going to call Victor a hard counter to Azir, but it is definitely a soft counter. Victor has a lot more options and a lot more tools, where the Emperor's Divide doesn't really mean anything to Victor, simply because he can output so much damage over walls anyway, that, you know, Azir comes out, throws the Emperor's Divide, and Victor's like, that's cool, I'm just going to place my Chaos Storm on the other side of it and watch you explode.
Yeah, instead Xiaohu kind of flicking between picks, Lay sort of asking his teammate, what do you want to play here? Sorry, Yasaway briefly. Don't think we'll be seeing that one here. And I do like the slap in the face there as well, taking that vein into Sivir. We used to see this all the time in the last few weeks of the LPL.
Yep.
But instead it will be Azir there for Xiaohu. We're going to take that into Pawn's Victor.
Shrima. Xiaohu is... If you're going to think about the quintessential Azir player, he was one of the first guys to play the Azir. We talked about, you know, Pawn has a great Azir as well, very strong champion for him. But Xiaohu, this is his bread and butter.
Yeah, apart from this and Xerath, which we haven't seen in a little while, sadly, for all the Xerath players out there. This has certainly been one of Xiaohu's best performing champions, and he needs it, honestly. It's a tough matchup here. Not that tough, but tricky, especially against the caliber of player that he's playing against here in Pawn. But if he can get it done here, and Xiaohu, again, has had a really disappointing season, given how strong he looked at the end of spring. Going back to something like Azir against tough opposition like EDG makes a ton of sense to me.
What's going to be really important between these two mid laners, especially from EDG, you know, carrying over their style, if they're going to be just as dragon-oriented, is making sure that Victor and Azir get on top of the objective to set up their Sand Soldiers to make sure that they can get inside of those choke points. So watch for that to be incredibly important. Of course, RNG, they do have a slight advantage there simply because they have the On the Hunt, so it's possible for Wushin to augment his team to get better positioning on these objectives.
Yeah. See the matchups, Shen versus Sion, a curious tank battle on the top side. Evelyn, though, back as MLXG has gone ahead and picked himself up. It's not a bit different, no Nidalee this time. On the Victor, we're flying through these here as Azir. Back there for Xiaohu. Deft, I love this. Slap in the face to Wushin, saying, yep, give me the vein. I'll show you how it's done.
It's cool, though, because Wushin took his Sivir, and it's like, hey, bro, you can play this champion.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you can play this champion. I'll take it instead. Make it on the Janna, actually taking that away from Liam, but Liam on a big pick for himself as well on the Threshers. That is adorable.
Did you know that Seda had no idea that Deft was known as an alpaca? And he just assumed that EDG were the alpaca team.
Can't see my face right now, but I'm very disappointed.
I was so disappointed.
Well, we'll see what the alpaca does today. Let's get onto the roof for game number 2. As we can see, the alpaca himself in the intro. He's going to move ourselves in a game at number 2 here. EDG taking on RNG. EDG continuing a recent hot streak, you have to say. Always been strong here in China, even if they let themselves go just a little bit with some losses here this particular split. But it is crunch time as we move in towards playoffs. And even EDG sitting atop the tower here in the LPL want to make sure they finish strong and finish first.
This is actually one of their most dominating splits that they've ever had. Even when EDG were first created, so back when they had Name and Yu as their AD carry and mid laner, they didn't really take off until the playoff. Yes, they were sitting at the very top with OMG, but they were never, this far or this dominant in the lead.
And this year has certainly been their year.
Yep.
Look, domestically, internationally, EDG have just been a joy to watch all 2015.
Someone pings one more time.
So what can they get done here? As RNG are down a game, looking to try and keep their playoff hopes alive, but starting to slip away from them at this point. 1 point is not great, but it's better than 0.
Now it's really just RNG looking at LGD, like, please?
Give us some points. Not this time.
Not this
Maybe
time.
the old LDG would have given you some points. But not with this playoff format.
That's one word to put it, cute. So it looks like they are planning some sort of sneaky level 1.
This is very sneaky. Going to sneak 3 people into the brush.
I wish I could see what spell Lei has, if he has his Flay versus his Death Sentence. I would assume it's going to be the Death Sentence. So what they're doing is Scion from Fog of War is going to charge up his Smash, the knock-up, and it's going to give 2 free quick CCs between Thresh and Scion.
Well, Def going to check straight into them here. Hook lands, charge up goes! There's the knock-up as well. Def gets ignited, forced to tumble out, but a heal at the last second. Gonna keep him alive, no! Whoosh with the flash auto gets first blood.
Forced to flash. If he hadn't hit with that last auto, he would not have gotten it.
Clear the level 2 gank in the mid lane. Gonna flash after Zhao, and just like that, answers with the next kill of the game.
You like crazy all-in level 1s? I got you crazy all-in level 1. Takes the red buff, immediately runs mid, but here's MLXG.
Yep, looking for something, but not gonna find Clear Love. Pong gonna keep it safe. He's going to hit the minions a couple more times as Clear Love going to make sure this goes into the tower.
Okay, so important to kind of touch base on where the top laners are now. So Sky sacrificed any sort of advantage or even footing that he would have gotten with Koro Shen. Totally fine. He's not going to do anything to his Shen anyway. Scion doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. He's got great clear underneath tower. But sacrificing that to make sure that Wushin gets ahead in his lane.
Yep, and got the first kill here. That's exactly what you want with that sort of sneaky brush strategy. Is Lei going to sneak into another brush here, maybe try and gank Pawn, but Pawn intelligently staying on this left side of the lane with Thresh missing from the bottom side.
And naturally he wants to play to that side, not only because his jungler's up there, but also because he has control of the Scuttle Crab as well as a ward.
Going back to that, both honestly pretty crazy early kills there. Nice setup there from RNG, but I love when Clear Love ganks level 2. It's just so great.
I feel like he did that, though, because they saw that the resources had been expended bottom and the pressure was there.
And that's even better, honestly. Like, responding to something that quickly, being like, oh, I'm doing my red buff. Quick, better run to the mid lane and try and trade. Just shows really how smart of a jungler Clear Love is. We forget that those Lee Sin games he played earlier on in the year where he just went absolutely off on ganks. Doesn't happen too often these days, but every now and then just makes me smile.
They call it light Clear Love and dark Clear Love.
Evil Clear Love. As Def might be in trouble again here. MLXG gonna line up that gank. Great flush body slam there. Could be enough there. Def taking damage. Shield is good, but it's not enough to protect him. Great hook from Lei. Gonna follow in for kill number 2. And RNG doing what they do best. Roll the dice and go crazy.
This is what we were talking about. EDG, they initiated the lane swap last game, and yes, that's a direct counter to RNG because they're not solo queue heroes, but they're more solo queue oriented. They're not as experienced with advanced macro play. If you give them a 2v2, if you give them a 1v1, they have the mechanics to stand toe-to-toe with the best players in the world. That was awesome. Okay, first and foremost, knowing that you're ganking Def because he doesn't have a flash. A little bit curious why Def decided to go back and forth. Oh, he was sidestepping the play. But beautiful play from Lei. Does miss the flay, but the hook right here on Mako to pull it in. The teleport is canceled, and then Wushin, just so confident, has the red buff, steps forward, finds the boomerang.
Yeah, and that's RNG all over there. As they're punishing this Vayne pick, honestly. This was Def's almost like flex pick here. Not in the sense that it's like flexible, but like he's flexing towards the enemy team. And
style.
Yeah, it's a style choice here. We saw Godby do this a little bit in spring, and they're making him pay for what's a very squishy level 1 champion.
Abusing the fact that he didn't have that flash. See where
no heal either after that level 1.
Yeah. Kind of still a little bit of a weird positioning from Def. I feel like he could have just walked back into his tower and with the shield.
Well,
he was looking for from the teleport from Koro to see if they could find like a counter on it.
That one got cancelled as well, though. Koro instead going to farm things up in the top side. Looking good on Shen early. Only a Doran shield here as Sky's gone back and got himself a Balmy Cinder. But top lane should be a whole lot of farming in the first 15 minutes or so.
And again, there's 0 kill pressure between Sion and Shen. Nothing's going to happen unless you get the mid laners and the junglers involved.
Pawn a little low on mana there as well. Struggling a little bit against Xiaohu, but not massively. Doran's ring a piece plus the Hex Core there for Pawn, but pretty normal stuff early on here. Does have a nice CS lead after Clearlove's pressure. But Clearlove sort of backed off from that pressure. And you can look at Deft. He's like, yep, don't want to go anywhere near that brush so they can't see Lee in.
This is not fun, guys.
Oh, misses the cannon. Awkward because there was actually no pressure in the lane. But Deft, you know he just feels scared. It's actually 20 CS down on Whoosh right now as the wave comes crashing towards his tower.
Likewise, the fact that Wushin is able to itemize a BF sword this early into the game. Those boomerangs, if they hit, going to be massive.
Ricochet is eating through waves here as well. Deft tumbles out from a hook there from Lei. But the pressure will not stop here. Shields from Maker going to keep Deft as healthy as they can make it. But not a whole lot left. Or a Xiaohu gets ulted there by Victor.
He's just trying to push the wave forward so he can go back.
Yep.
So early game, Azir is going to have the advantage against Pawn just because we're going to be able to push in farther and he's going to have a bit more of an oppressive reach with the Sand Soldiers. As soon as Pawn gets to make his initial back and itemize into that Hex Core upgrade, he's going to have so much more wave clear and it's going to be much more mana efficient than Azir that the power dynamic will really shift back to Victor's favor.
You can see Pawn just getting what farm he can, using that power transfer nicely to get some CS under turret, but wants to go back. Probably going to find his spot right now as the wave resets. And again, back in top lane. Just a whole host of farming as Koro edged out a nice little CS lead there for Sky, probably due to that level 1 shenanigans.
And we are fairly even on gold. There is a slight advantage to RNG, but it's pretty much entirely in Wushin's pocket.
Oh, yeah.
2-0-1 right now on the server. 100% kill participation as well as that early BF sword. So see if Wushin's able to carry from the Sivir since he couldn't do it last game from Vayne.
Deft, of course, on that vein, going to try and recoup some of the losses and see where he can get to in the mid game. But right now, it's another slow start here after all the early action. Deft just wants to hold on and get whatever farm is given to him by RNG. And we'll see what Whoosh and Lei want to do in this lane. Right now, I'm not going to push it too hard.
He's short up a bit of his CS discrepancy, trying to make these trades happen since he does have the control of the wave. So a little bit scarier for Whoosh and Lei to fight into them this low health, especially because A, they don't know where Clearlove is as he sneaks in the back, but more importantly that they'd fight Deft and Mako as well as an army of creeps.
Yeah, nice gank setup here actually for Clearlove. Going to find his way back into another brush. Might be a little too much time spent here in the bottom lane though, but MLXG also coming back around. Suspects something, gets a great bounce onto Mako, but Clearlove's here. Pops the Agony's embrace, Lei's getting low. We'll go down to Clearlove. Now Whoosh getting under fire as Deft will flash the wall. Goodbye, Sivir, as everyone goes over. And there's 2 kills to 1 for EDG.
Was that? Oh, it was 2 flashes and a taunt. And immediately the gank is turned around primarily with the Stand United. I think it was actually a bit of a mistake to use the Stand United on Deft versus on Mako to make sure that they couldn't get him out of that fight. But either way, EDG do find their footing back into this, and more importantly, the blue buff.
Yeah, a worthy sacrifice there as Deft gets himself back into the lane with a couple of kills and then assist. Clearlove going to take the Scuttle Crab, and Dragon not going to be taken just yet here, but EDG arrest control back of the only chaotic part of the map, which was that bottom side. And look, we've talked about it a bit, but the lane is only going to get better for Vayne as she gets more and more items.
Vayne was often considered a counter pick to Sivir by a lot of professional players simply because it's impossible to out-duel a Vayne. Likewise, her passive will really help her chase down Sivir as kind of the upgraded Sivir passive. I mean, that said, though, when you're in a Sivir lane, you're not fighting Sivir, you're fighting the creeps. Yep,
just trying to battle the wave back as Pawn using that death ray. Now upgraded with that level 1 Hex. So I think, actually, is that 2 levels? It is. So that's 2 upgrade points, I believe.
Should be in his Q and his laser to give him the burn damage at the end. But hold on, MLXG in the top.
Yep, now Koro in trouble. Has to get out, gets knocked up though by MLXG. Sky going to follow in as well with a smash. Gets the knock up there as well. Red buff Greg is pretty damn sticky. Nice taunt to try and keep himself alive.
Oh,
good
nice
flash
flash
out from the ulti. Clearlove here as well. But a hook down the bottom lane onto Mako as Deft. Going to fight them, but a flash play box there from Lei forces Mako to flash out. And Woosh continuing to be the aggressor in bottom lane.
Deft and Mako not able to go aggressive after Deft actually got good positioning in the fight, but hold on.
Too many creeps, but they're going to fight in as Korra going to join the lane. Deft going to get the condemn there. They're fighting out onto Woosh, but a hook lands onto Mako. Woosh will fall, though. Just lives there with the ulti. Deft condemns and gets the double.
And Mako sidesteps the back half of the boomerang blade, immediately opens up into a monsoon, and barely lives, making sure that Wushin cannot trade 1 for 2.
Almost like Mako is really good at League of Legends.
He's a god.
Really good player there. Sky trying to work on the tower in the top lane. EDG, though, issued in Dragon #1. Not quite as early as the last one, but they will take it.
And they have to commit on this. Likewise, Sky will get some decent damage onto that top side simply because they burned the teleport, the Stand United down. No, it was a teleport.
Yeah, it was teleport. Didn't have Stand United, unfortunately. So Korra can't make it back to the top lane immediately, but Dragon will go over to EDG as a result, and Xiaohu getting pressured on by Pawn. He's actually 20 CS behind.
This is one of the issues of having a Scion top laner versus any other top laner, though, is that there's not a lot of structure pressure, so there's no trade that RNG have available for this.
Instead, Sky goes back, gets himself a Spectre's Cowl. MLXG lining up a gank on mid lane. Pawn low on mana with Clear Love by his right. Probably doesn't want to be in the lane anyway. Gonna line himself up a recall there as Blade of the Ruined King is almost done for Deft after that last shopping trip.
It's really important that RNG are taking this window of opportunity to walk in and to play steep hordes. The reason they're doing this is because they understand that after EDG picked up all of those kills as well as the dragon, they want to go home, spin their gold, and reset their health bars and mana bars. So they know that there's no one to stop them from walking in.
Let's see Deft looking a bit more aggressive. It's actually Clear Love right next to him, invisible. Snuck in again to the bottom lane. This is brutal Evelyn ganks here as Clear Love's just going to go in for it. Condemn their lands in. They want Woosh as the target. Spell Shield's the first bit. Lantern is good. Pop the ulti there as well to live. And Clear Love with no trigger pulled on the ultimate will let them live this time.
Really beautiful positioning from Lei. Kind of the unsung hero of this lane. Even spoon-feeding Woosh in all of those kills.
Well, staying under the tower might be the mistake Stand United used as well. They're going to get the bottom side. Woosh dies immediately. Now Lei's going to get crushed as well. MLXG, the next one to get chased, does get taunted up as a Chaos Storm will chase. Flashes over the wall to the Gromp and safety, but EDG going to get 2 clean kills and a turret.
And immediately the power has now swung back in favor of EDG on the bottom side of this map. MLXG just not able to keep up with the continuous counter ganking and pressure from Shin and Evelyn.
And this is the thing, EDG, I feel like whenever they fall behind early, it's almost worse for you as a team just because it seems like Kluv gets angry. And he's like, you know what, if you're ganking my lanes, I'm going to go ahead and crush your lanes. And with Pawn having a nice time here in this lane, Xiao, who's starting to struggle in the matchup now that the levels have shifted over, they're going to lose another tower, actually. Mako's here just to make sure it goes down.
The immediate rotation. And this is why I also really like kind of the uprising of Janna. Naturally, we've seen a lot of hard engaged supports, and typically when you see a Janna, the counter is to pick Shen, or not Shen, Thresh, because you want to all-in grab her and just blow her up since she is very soft and squishy. But the thing is she's going to empower disengage, which is really great against all of these hard engaged compositions, but more importantly, she'll also empower rotations around the map with her Tailwind and structure sieging. And if there's anything the LPL meta is about right now, more so than team fighting, it's structures.
Yep, take the towers. We used to joke about how they didn't exist. Now they exist, but
that's
not for very long.
They're obsessed with them.
Historically, yes, has proven to be the case.
Diving them, killing them, ignoring them.
Taking gold out of them.
It's all about the towers.
It is. As Koro down the bottom lane. Going to collect farm. We actually had a swap here of the lanes as Bane's going to move into the top lane to pressure Scion. Sky, though, we're going to line up an ultimate with MLXG by the looks of things. Deft is very far forward.
Pop goes the Deft. Here he goes.
Deft is, yeah, he's like, oh, I don't really want to be here. Oh, they're looking for a dive. This is awkward. Turret goes down in the mid lane. That's
Sky?
a Sun Tower. Yeah, it doesn't come in now. Finally goes in. MLXG gonna live.
Oh.
Comes out to surprise them.
He's rusty. He's rusty.
Rusty on the Scion.
It's been a while since he got to start.
Well, you can see MLXG does live through the pressure, but Clear Love back in the top lane. Ultimate ready as well. 4 members now in here for RNG, but mid lane rotating up. Koro doesn't have his ulti, but it's up soon. Might be another 5-man in the top lane.
A lot of members moving up here.
Yeah, I mean, Pawn is just it's weird to look at this game and credit Pawn so much, given that he's just sort of been sitting in lanes farming, but so much of this control has been around the center of the map that Pawn's just completely owned.
And if there's one thing that you can say against Xiaohu outside his champion pool, it's that he doesn't really impact the map. He kind of sits in lane and he does his own things. He doesn't play high mobility champions. I mean, Jace does have some of the mobility, but he just stays in lane. And Pawn's done a great job keeping him there, but then also on a kind of an immobile champion himself, moving around and making plays happen.
And that's one of Pawn's biggest strengths, is his roaming in the early game. We used to see it all the time. He would just hang out with Mako and Clearlove, leave his lane, and go ahead and gank. Now it's actually Mako and Clearlove doing most of that sort of work, given that mid laners are a bit more static in the mid lane now with the likes of Victor and Azir, but Pawn still makes it work on that sort of champions. And Shao was a great playmaker in like team fighting situations, but it's just not the same early game impact.
No, completely agree.
That was it. I'm like, yep, that's all I got.
No, I completely agree. Pawn, I mean, he wins his lane and then he walks into the enemy jungle and he kills your jungler.
Yep, and might be doing that just now,
Look
level
at him,
11.
just cruising for a bruising.
Well, it does have 2 upgrade points. Stand United used there by Coro. Another tower dive here from EDG. They've got Lei under the tower. They'll take him out. Pawn gets the kill. Deft forced to flash away. He's trying to cut out from under that Q. Clearlove's taken out Woosh. MLXG is super low under his own turret. Deft will pick up the kill. Now the second there as he gets the double. And a great dive there from EDG, going to give them 4 kills. And Xiaohu real late to the party.
And that's the EDG we know and love. And likewise, the Chinese aggression that made this region famous is the tower diving and the ability to juggle the aggro. Mako took it first, immediately reset it, and then Koro picked it up on the back half, and it was smooth sailing.
Smooth indeed. Going to give them a turret now as well as Pawn. Kind of popping a smile there. Oh, Xiaohu making a play! Under Def does get the kill, but he might pay for it here. Mako, can he go down as well? Pops the barrier, might make it 2. Can it be 3? No, Clearlove will take him out. But that's what we talk about. That is the Xiaohu effect.
Shurima.
Yep.
He is the Azir player. He played it first. He's played it the longest, and that is why he is disgusting on that champion.
But again, is
too
it
little,
too late?
too late.
On the impact. I guess we'll have to see. They actually didn't get the top tower as a result, although Koro is trying something here to take it out. The towers or even the kills, not quite so much. And a dragon up for EDG with 1 alive means about 3,500 gold up for EDG. So a lead, but not overwhelming yet for RNG. Still room to make plays in this game.
This is a little bit concerning of RNG's current positioning on the map, though, is the fact that the dragon is up and Wushin has committed to the top side to make sure that Shin couldn't take the tower for free. And now they're trying to quickly rotate back. I was going to say, they kind of put themselves at an awkward footing to get into this dragon, but it's okay because EDG are really slow to pull the trigger.
Yeah, they're actually late to this dragon, which was not what we saw in game 1. So I guess with all the fighting that's been going on, EDG going to be late to that second objective here, but Phantom Dancer on the way here for Deft. Rabadon Deathcap on the way here for Pawn. And Aranduin's and a Sunfire already completed for the front line. As Lei and Woosh, you can give it a go, but I don't know if you're killing Koro.
Oh, he knows.
Ward there as well, just going to buy some time. And he'll dodge out of the way of the gang. Anyway, you know what? He knows at least 2 people are up there. That's going to be a free dragon for EDG.
My favorite part about that is Lei knew that he knew that they knew. And so it's like, I'm going to throw it anyway.
Yep, I mean, you have to. Might as well send a message. But the message is that EDG, hey, go ahead and take Dragon. They'll do just that here as they take Dragon number 2. Nice transition. That was RNG. Answer with a turret in mid lane.
Not a bad trade at all. We'll see if EDG look for the flank. Nope, looks like they changed their mind on that real quick.
Yeah, didn't really want to fight there. Koro does not have his ultimate, so don't blame them for not picking that fight. But going to try and take the tower in the top lane. Koro actually pushing pretty quickly with that Sunfire Cape. Should be able to get it. Might not want to commit, though. Couple members moving up there, a little afraid. Given that RNG have left the building.
Yeah, needs to be very careful, which is why he's hiding in Fog of War here. Obviously, if you get the objective for free, that's fine, but there are just too many missing members of RNG for Koro to really commit to that.
So no overcommit there for Koro. Instead goes back, buys himself a couple wards. Going to walk back up to the top lane.
Good ward placement, actually, from RNG. So on the Raptor camp that Pawn just took, you see the pink ward in the brush. That's a fairly common. RNG have warded right up flush against the wall to make sure that they have vision of that choke.
Oh, Jeff now down on the bottom side. Going to take out Lei. Koro's here as well. The Stand United's been popped and Thresh doesn't go anywhere. The 2v2 goes horribly wrong for RNG.
Try to find the assassination, but it's just so difficult when you have a global ultimate like the Stand United.
Yep. And now Deft instead going to keep pushing, take the Grump away there on his Vayne. Going to get the blue buff for Pawn as well and try and push for a tower.
Wushin in a very scary spot. We have Sky quickly moving over. That said, the big factor is the fact that Xiaohu is not nearly in position, but it looks like they're just going to give it up to Siver's Ricochet.
Yep. Siver's wave clear pretty good. Mako actually going to gank the mid
wants
lane,
the
though.
flash.
He wants it, gets the nado.
He wants the flash.
Needs more, doesn't have enough.
He doesn't have it, that's why.
Shuffles himself away. Gravity Field will disengage, so EDG still trying to find a couple more turrets, you think. Again, it's been a slow game between dragons here. EDG just don't feel rushed when Dragon isn't on the map. Oh, Mako cancelled there. Body slam in. Alley-oop. Easy kill for Sky.
Dunked.
Yep, that is dunked. Those are the best Dragons
He
plays.
was CC chained for 3 seconds there, just like through the air.
Yep. Airborne for at least 3 seconds. CC'd for probably a couple more.
Oh.
Mako does not live.
He failed his belly bop.
It's okay.
Yeah, he only did it, you know, live in front of.
A bunch of people watching. Oh, Koro actually found a
Where
taunt.
are you going, mate?
Pawn now going to lock him up. Power transfer will chase. Chaos Storm's down. Lantern's good enough for a disengage, though. MLXG a little too aggressive in that jungle.
Totally planned. Good job, Lei. Again, the unsung hero of this game.
The synergy continues. Lei almost plays away the little Krug. Wards the big one. Dares Koro to take it away. And Def is like, you know what? You guys have fun. I'm going to go on the top lane and take a tower. We need some more gold.
Yeah, that moment when Vayne has a 20 CS lead on Sivir. We do have Sky, however.
Ooh, Cliliv and Xiaohu having a fight. Cliliv winning for a little bit. Mako going to save him. Good Monsoon in the shield there, and Xiaohu now going to get collapsed on. Def finds the last auto. Weaves it in now as Sky's going to get chased now, but cannot escape this. And a double kill there for Vayne. 8-3 and 5 now for Deft.
Clearlove looked like he was in trouble for a second, but the Stand United comes through, and Deft picks up 2 more kills. Like you said, 8, 3, and 5 is not where you want the enemy Vayne.
And this is the second game in a row where EDG have fairly early taken a global threat and just done wonders with it.
The Destiny and now into the Stand United.
Yep.
Speaks to the strength of... Ooh,
that was
nice
a flash.
I think he also absorbed it with his spell shield.
No, it's still up, I think. Not too sure. But nice play nonetheless from Woosh. Doesn't get himself killed. Will lose the tower, unfortunately. Can't spell shield that one as EDG up 6,000 gold now in this game. And the kills are racked up a bit more in this game. Been quite a bit more bloodthirsty as Pawn returns back to the mid lane with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed.
Wow, the rush on the Rylai's. That's an interesting build. That said, he doesn't really need to prioritize damage. He has the CDR through his boots, just because you have a really fed Vayne. So I guess it makes sense in the idea that if you're just providing CC and control in front of your Vayne, you empower the 5v5.
We've seen this a lot from Victor. Again, the joke was that he does everything. But Victor's utility, I feel like, is underrated as Deft has found MLXG. Doesn't really carry fights at this point. Great condemn out of the body slam. And Deft going to take it. Oh, he flashes through the cast. Sky now going to try and lock him up, but Mako's here. Koro's going to come down as well. Sky just gets the Lantern to safety, but Xiaohu dies in mid lane.
Meanwhile, never
Lei now
mind.
going to get the double flavor. He's dead to Victor. Deft still chasing in. EDG have gone completely berserk. They'll dive the tower, take out Woosh, take out Sky. And that's going to be the ace. RNG! Give it up!
Is that Deft or is that Uzi? These Vayne mechanics are absurd. The condemn to deny the belly bop over the wall to implant him. And of course, Koro presses Stand United. Not because Deft's in any danger, but because he wants some assists too.
Wants some extra gold, knowing Deft going to chase down those kills. And an early surrender from RNG. That was the closest thing I've seen to like a League of Legends rage quit. They were just like, we're done. Screw this Vayne. Had like 10 kills by the end of the game. RNG, to their credit, there was not a whole lot left for them in that game.
That's pretty much MLXG's face right now. But it started out so good.
Yeah.
The initial level 1 shenanigans that MLXG was able, or excuse me, Sky was able to pull on the bot side to put Deft behind, but like you said, the global presence from Koro and the counter ganking from Clearlove to quickly turn the tides, and the fact that Pawn, you can leave him alone. He doesn't need the resources. He gets them a lot of the time, the roaming Chinese mafia of Mako and Clearlove showing up into his lane, but if you leave Pawn to his own devices, 1v2, 1v3, bring it on.
I don't know. I think they just made Clearlove angry. That was not the right choice.
I'm always angry.
Yeah, that's his secret. Just runs into the bottom lane.
That's why his face is like, oh my god, it makes so much sense. That's why he never smiles.
There you go. But I mean, he literally just hit level 6, sauntered into the bottom lane, and made them pay for trying to put Deft in a hole. Been a while since I've seen Clearlove really set things up for Deft like that, but put a bit of a tent in the bottom lane. Deft got ahead, and then there was almost nothing left in that game. EDG played the map and the game once again excellently. 2-0 and 3 points for EDG, continuing to vault up in the standings, or I should say stay up in the standings. Still first place.
Naturally, no surprise that EDG should be expected to find a 2-0 here just because of the different positions of standings of either of these two teams. RNG sitting in the bottom 4 while EDG sit at the very top. That said, I'm still going to say this series is significant because EDG are now starting to make a trend out of their Dragon control. It started in the Invictus Gaming set, and it is now continued over into their RNG set.
Thankfully, the aggression hasn't gone anywhere, though. Really nice game there for EDG as they take the series 2-0. But don't go too far away. We've got more playoffs on the line as we're going to go into OMG versus World Elite just after this. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get to our last game of the evening as we get through week 9, day number 1. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me again is Ryan FLICKR and more. And we just saw EDG really hand the beat down there to RNG.
Yeah, it started out slow and steady, methodical and calculated in game number 1. All about the Dragon Control. Game 2, still all about the Dragon Control, but they turned it up and on, and Deft went off.
Yep, played Vayne there, kind of taunting Woosh there, taking his pick away from game 1 and got destroyed at level 1.
I saw the word dumpstered leave your lips for a second there.
Well, it's kind of what happened, but only for the first few levels and then brought it all the way back. RNG, again, such a good start. Nice aggression again from MLXG. Creative stuff from Sky, playing on the Scion there at level 1, but not enough to hold down Deft, as it turns out. You need a little bit more than that to knock the kid out.
Yeah, and likewise, it just goes back to EDG. They're so good at playing from behind. In fact, Mako, I think he places 70% more wards when EDG are actually behind than he does when they're ahead. So they're very practiced, very refined, and that's exactly what they did. They made sure Deft got back onto his feet and ran away with the game.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Deft honestly playing Vayne again. It's been a while. Like, he was a big Jinx player, big Sivir, of course, just like everyone else at the start of the year. Been on the Corki all year long, which has come back as well. But I feel like Vayne, Graves, these sort of champions, you don't see Deft get to play these super short-ranged, aggressive AD carries that often. So it's nice to see him sort of open up and get some of those Uzi mechanics going.
Yep. Speaking of Uzi,
might be playing tonight.
Might be playing
tonight.
There
is many rumors about the OMG roster.
So
none of which we can confirm just yet.
Yes, Xiao Xiao.
Yes, the gossip himself.
Is a bit of a
former IG support player.
Yes, yep. Now he is the Chinese or Mandarin Chinese caster for the OGN.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he does the Korean broadcast in Chinese.
Awesome.
Alongside Bella. But he rumored that Going, Uzi, and Cloud may be starting roster tonight for OMG. That said, the OMG organization has released a statement. They said they didn't confirm which roster that they would be playing, but that the roster will be changing.
Yep. So something's going to be different here. Right now, I can only see Cool hanging out in the lobby. So
I know.
That's not going to
change.
We
keep looking at the lobby. We're like, who's in it?
And we don't know yet. But we'll find out when, I guess you guys do as well, when they reveal those lineups. Might even see a change mid-series as well. And OMG, like we said, need the points here in this game. But let's start things off.
What a drum roll.
Whoa, that was intense.
I see them.
I do see them both. I don't know who's there yet. Let's look at the last game, though, as we said.
Okay.
EDG, though, took RNG, like, I think it was like 20, 25 minutes in that game, and it's like, we're done.
They
done.
Rage quit from the game.
Yeah,
just ejected out of that.
That was the closest thing I've seen to a rage quit, but Clear Love, well-earned MVP, whatever. Deft, great, you can play Vayne.
Yeah,
nice. Good work.
Good job, mate. I gotta stop saying that.
Clear Love's Evelyn, really nice here, and you can just see, he set all this up to make sure Deft got out of the hole that he left himself into, and Deft, to his credit, played clean up very nicely.
This flash.
That was an LPL moment.
Oh, you're going to talk about the practice cast?
No.
Okay.
Let's not talk about the practice cast. But my favorite, watching that just, and knowing that they're going to flash is a nice feeling. Tells me I've been casting LPL for a little while here. As you can just see Clear Love just running people down on Evelyn once again. Big legacy pick for him. That's twice, actually, he played it. And I feel like Runeglaive just, not revitalized the pick necessarily,
Makes
but
it stronger.
It does. Yep. And it's finally Clear Love, who was the Trinity Force warrior Evelyn player, gets to just take the Runeglaive, be super efficient in the jungle and when he wants to kill people, and then just go tanky. It's much more of a Clear Love style champion now.
If you think all the way back to Clear Love historically, when he used to play Zed in the jungle, I mean, a lot of people have this kind of persona of Clear Love of being very herbivore, very passive. He is... No, he's not. He kills people.
Yeah.
He murders them. He takes all of the farm, and he carries games.
And did it on Evelyn for a couple games in a row. Lee Sin, of course, was his big pick in 2015. Haven't seen that one around for a while, but every now and then, like I said, Clear Love gets angry, just starts ganking people, and all hell breaks loose. But we're on to our next matchup now. OMG taking on World Elite. And like we said, World Elite, man, do they need points.
Yeah, but speaking of legacy as well, WE and OMG, two of the longest-standing dynasty clubs in China. Naturally, World Elite are the long-standing dynasty club alongside Invictus Gaming. But OMG were made famous when they actually kicked WE off of their throne. So the big thing about WE is that they used to run with Wei Xiao, and that they were the ultimate team with their protect the 80 carry style of play. And then OMG changed everything up with their tower diving creative pick style and moved in. That said, some roster changes and instability have kind of made them very up and down, but they're somewhat back on the rise.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at a situation where OMG, who actually are doing quite quite well, given in the standings at least, given how their split's gone.
I believe they're 4th or 3rd.
Yeah, which is great. But it feels like whenever we see OMG play, it's just like, what am I looking at? Like, and it's consistency.
Who are you?
It's consistency that's been their issue. We had such a long, drawn-up middle of this split where everyone started tying. OMG got themselves ahead, managed to eke out enough to get a few more wins. But we are going to go through the lineup, so let's see what OMG have brought to the roster. Don't you dare spoil it. Don't you dare.
Yeah.
I see you. We're going to start in the top lane. Xiang's still there, so been their consistent top laner for the summer split.
Yep, so it is not going, it is Xiang. The thing about Xiang is that he plays a lot of Maokai and not much else. We do see a Shin and a Nunu in there, but rejoining them in the jungle, it's not going to be Shui Shui, it is Loveling.
Yeah, Loveling's been good, honestly, since he's come back. Certainly had a dip off in spring and the start of summer. Can understand why they had a substitute in there, but come back only stronger here as Cool has been a consistent performer all year long for this team. Still the anchor as far as players go.
No, and you're absolutely right to call him the anchor, but here we go into the AD carry position. Who I was pointing at is, it's not Uzi, it's North.
It's still North here, so no changes there, at least for this game. Could still see some changes later in the weekend or later in the series, but North been really solid as well. That's the best way I can describe North as a player.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere. It's going to be amazing on your support, not Cloud, so running their Demacia Cup lineup, and that's where North really shone. He got a pentakill in the Demacia Cup. No one had really seen him before. He comes straight out of solo queue. He doesn't have any history of competitive experience in the LSPL or the LPL. Well, now he has LPL experience.
Yes.
But just straight up, they found this talent. They harbored it. They pulled it out. Very position-oriented AD carry. Very shy kind of guy.
Yeah. Which is weird for a Chinese AD carry, usually very aggressive, but they played around him well. He's cleaned up team fights very nicely. I feel like there are some initial comparisons to San, the old like legacy OMG AD carry. I feel like that's not really the way North plays. He plays, very current champions. Seen a lot of Jinx from him, which has been one of his most successful champions, but just sort of ducks and weaves. Almost plays like maybe a young 2013, 2014 Deft.
No, I can agree with that.
Yeah. Just like, make sure he gets the auto attacks in. Just runs behind his massive front line of Loveling Cool. And usually Xiang and sometimes Amazing there as well. And just stands in the right spot, hits the right targets, just cleans up very nicely.
That's what he said in an interview. He said, if I just survive the fight, my team will carry me through and I will do the damage.
And given the pedigree of Cool and Loveling together and the recent games we've seen, not surprising there at all. But we're going to bop over to World Elite, who've not had the season that they may have wanted here. We start in the top lane, though. Train driver Aluka. And
Aluka plays Sion, and he plays it really well and not much else. So limited champion pools in both these top laners, but it's all about Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit's still the heart and soul of this team here. Been the best player on it for pretty much all year long. Has carried games single-handedly on the likes of Nidalee, but luck has not been on their side. She a really promising young player. Their breakout for the new roster at IM Katowice earlier this year made them look good, but it's just been struggle street, unfortunately, for them in summer.
Big issue is that their cohesion in a 5v5 unit has not worked out for them, but kind of the shining light. So yes, Spirit's great, but I actually think Mystic is very, very strong and actually very underrated.
And again, sort of like North, very positioning based as well. Lots of Jinx earlier on in the year, and lots of Vayne recently there as well as Conan. Pretty old school shiny support player, definitely does a good job protecting Mystic with the likes of Janna, but can play the engaged supports as well. Probably solid bottom lane for given the standings for the World Elite. They're obviously not inspiring, but I agree. Mystic's definitely been the second best performing player on World Elite.
Conan, the last leftover member from the 2014
That's true.
World Elite squad.
Only legacy player left on this team.
That's hilarious that out of all of the players, Sao Mei, Wei Xiao, Messiah, we get to Conan. Now, naturally, it was FCZF and then into Conan, but he made it.
He did.
Vel'Koz support.
Still fine. Oh, man, if only.
He 1v1'd Chwin from LGD as Vel'Koz support versus Lee Sin. That guy is forever legacy in my...
Look at Spirit.
Yeah, that is Spirit.
He loves the mustache paraphernalia. Had that mustache face mask for a while, if you guys remember that one. Kind of making sure, keep everything all clean there up in the face. No germs, no colds. But that is... we've seen two players sleeping today. I don't know if you caught it before. Def was having a snooze between games in his chair. In the RNG EDG series that we just had there. And that is Spirit, like, hardcore sleeping away. Xie
with the Annie poster right there. So fun fact about Xie, he used to be exclusively known as an Annie main, and he would build Majia's first. Majia's?
Yep.
Majia's mask. I used to play a lot of Legend of Zelda. Majora's, I got it. But yeah, I used to just buy Majia's and play Annie every single game and run into mid lane and blow people
Have
up.
we ever seen the Xie Annie? Maybe once in like Demacia Cup.
When he was on World Elite Academy.
That's not the same.
Yeah.
That's not what I want.
Sorry.
Well, that's fine. Look, it always has it there. It's an option. And he has kind of fallen out, though, to see the lifetime record between these two teams. Like you said, a lot of history here.
Yeah, so again, this just goes back to, you think historically World Elite used to be the most dominant team in China, and OMG were kind of the kids who kicked them off their throne, redefining the LPL, leading the LPL for a majority until EDG's creation. Even in the very beginning of EDG's creation, OMG still led them in the regular playoff season. This is actually, last split was the worst placement that OMG have ever had. So the acquisition of Uzi and trying to figure out, what is their identity, where are they going with their roster, and fumbling a little bit. So speaking to North, the thing that I love is how the identity of the team changes between North and Uzi. Uzi is a phenomenal player, one of the best in the world. His mechanics are unmatched, unparalleled. But when Uzi is on a team, it's all about him. He gets more resources than any player in the LPL, not just any AD carry, any player. He gets all of the gold. Whereas Cool has been the true anchor. When North is on the team and when Loveling is on the team, it's about synergizing the Cool Loveling bromance and allowing Cool to step up and be the carry. That said, sometimes Cool fails.
Yeah, and it's hard for Uzi as well, just speaking to that point, because the role of an AD carry has really shifted a lot in League's history. And now there's a lot more, like, you're expected to group more to try and take out towers. There's a lot more, like, heavy map and heavy rotation play. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, like, you still blossom in the late game when you get your items and your team sets up for you. You can still hard carry from the AD carry role. But your points of power are so different now than they used to be. Even just a year ago. Like, you think about 2014, especially a year before that in 2013. When was Uzi most dominant? Last 2 World Championships, 2013, 2014. So it's not surprising to me that coming into this year, he has struggled in North. A more, younger, more recent solo queue player would certainly have that, like, more modern style of AD carry, much more down pat.
No, yeah, I completely agree. And to Uzi's credit, he really has kind of changed his identity and his role in the team. I mean, he came out, he played the Sivir, he did the rotation style, but unfortunately, OMG kind of floundering in the early split, even the early split of this start.
Yeah, and I guess the question remains, will we see Uzi? We heard about a roster change. None yet, at least in this game one of this series. Might not
Curse
be one.
you, Xiao Xiao.
Might not be one today. Xiao Xiao. All
I trust
this hype.
him. I trust him like his Sona ults, and I shouldn't.
You should know much better than to trust.
Yeah, I should.
Good old Xiao Xiao. It's okay. At least you didn't trust Illusion. It's okay.
He's still playing LSPL.
Yeah, which is great. As we see the teams lining up, coaches behind them getting ready for the draft. Apologies for the throwbacks. For any newer LPL viewers, none of you will have gotten the last few references.
Just type in Xiao Xiao Sona ults, and that's all you need to know.
They're great.
Misses every single one.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, no, I assure you, it's still worth the watch.
Well, give them watchers. You're going to get into Champs League relatively soon. But still, OMG, let's talk about the new roster. Looking great here recently. Demacia Cup was what really started for them. Interestingly, much like World Elite, had a roster change, went to a tournament, things looked a lot better, and now OMG feel like they're in the same place. But where are the points going today? This is important for both these sides, and Italy going to be the first ban as Callista is banned away from World Elite.
Nidalee being targeted at Spirit right there. There was one rule to WE. You do not give them Nidalee or Scion. I guess that's 2 rules.
Yep, well.
Second rule, we don't talk about it.
Echo the next ban there as well. Actually, Xie is the one with the most recent play on the champion, but would not be surprised at all to see Spirit picking that one up as well. Alistar, the ban away from World Elite, means Amazing's not going to get his best looking champion, although his Brom has certainly looked good recently as well.
Yeah, I actually really like his Braum, especially with North. I don't know if it's just the communication, but Amazing looks much more comfortable with North than he ever did with Uzi.
Yeah, it could be a stress levels thing. Maybe we'll never know. But Victor's going to be the ban there for OMG. Rise will join it as the 6th ban there in this draft. And immediately Loveling goes back to Gragas.
That said, didn't prioritize Xiang's Maokai. Curious if World Elite will take that away in second rotation, because again, the number one problem with Xiang is his champion pool is incredibly limited, and one of the big key playmakers there is that Maokai.
How can you do that with the Scion available?
Maokai.
I assume they're like, yeah, they can take Scion, so it'll be fine. But right now, World Elite looking to maybe take
Do
it away.
it, Conan.
That could be Spirit. He's ready.
No, Conan. I believe.
You believe in Tom Kench?
He plays Vel'Koz support. He's going to pull it out. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Conan the Barbarian.
Well, we'll have to see. As World Elite are considering their first 2 picks here. I do like the idea of the Maokai takeaway, though. That would make a lot of sense. FLICKR is very upset.
He's playing with my heart. He's going to lock in Braum.
Well, we'll see what happens. Look, there's still time. 10 seconds left here in this draft.
I'm tilted 10 seconds in.
And what later, considering these picks, these look very straightforward to me, but wanting to make sure they have everything the way they want it. And I like the takeaway from Xiang. It is Maokai and Braum. Tom Kent's going to have to wait, FLICKR.
Likewise, it is also a denial from Amazing. So this is a brilliant pickup because A, it hides your hand. It offers you a lot of defensive options, especially against what's really strong in the current meta. But more importantly, it denies Xiang and it denies Amazing their best-looking champions.
And again, who are the 2 new players with the Shallow Champion pools? Those 2 you just mentioned, Xiang and Amazing. So makes perfect sense there as Twisted Fate actually already locked in for Cool despite the Braum. Not that bad, I guess. And going to go over to Xiang. That is 2 solo laners revealed in the first 3 picks for OMG.
Yeah, actually really curious. So not allowing Xie to pick that one up in his rotation.
He's a big TF player as well.
Yeah. I mean, Cool is also a massive TF player. It's a very big comfort champion for him, but just really interesting that no fear. I mean, obviously, he now opens himself up into a direct counter pick.
And I guess the question is, what is that direct counter pick, if there is one here for Xie?
Typically an assassin or something that can get on top of him.
That used to be the Xie special. Talk about Annie, talk about Diana.
Ari.
Yeah, Ari, even LeBlanc actually as well. All well known for these assassin-style champions. See a lot of Fizz into Twisted Fate. That's a fairly common counter pick, but World Elite now going to have a bit more time, 12 seconds or so to decide on what they want to take away. Spirit probably going to stick to something standard like a Rek'Sai, given that the likes of Nidalee and Echo are banned. But Xie maybe considering something with a bit more scaling. Matchup's okay. It is going to be Kassadin into Rek'Sai. Sorry, and Rek'Sai.
Twisted Fate will not be able to pressure Kassadin or to endanger him at any point in the lane phase. So effectively this is, I mean, Kassadin doesn't have great lane matchups pretty much in any position, but it gives him a free walk through that into his powerful mid-game and more importantly, that terrifying late game.
Yep, and we've seen it a little bit today where Kassadin can go wrong when you're a little too aggressive early on there, as straight away OMG finish their lineup. Corki and Nautilus going to keep it nice and standard for game number 1.
Yeah, everyone pretty much picking for their own position. The only thing was the priority pick to the Gragas for Leveling's hands, but I mean, OMG's draft looks strong, very competent. They're comfortable on all of these champions. They synergize well. Amazing is a fantastic Nautilus. You've got your disengage, your self-sufficiency, your hard engage, things like that. But just the order in which they drafted, not actually too keen on. They opened up and exposed their hand, allowed themselves to get counterplayed if they wanted to. So that's a little bit curious.
Yeah, it's pretty weird to see an 80 carry actually being the last pick here for World Elite, but given the draft order, this is sort of what's shaken out. I wonder what Mystic wants to take in. A lot of his common champions are fine in this matchup. Thinking about his Lucian, thinking about even the likes of his Jinx.
Graves is good.
Yeah, Graves is good as well. Would be just fine here as well.
Likewise, it would give you a mid-game power spike on Graves. So again, you would be kind of the baton to hand to Kassadin into the late game.
And there's the Graves. Mystic going to take a bit more aggressive AD carry into the aggressive Corki, so makes sense across there. And Xie, the star of this team, you have to think as far as carry potential goes in this game, he needs to get big, get going, and carry a game. He's done it before. On Kassadin, nonetheless, but can he do it against OMG?
Well, likewise, he will have the assistance of Spirit there on his Rek'Sai, and yeah, you don't give Spirit Nidalee, but why? It's her mobility and her assassination potential. Spirit is very punishing on high mobility champions like Rek'Sai that empower his creative gank pathing as well as his presence to be everywhere for his team, because Spirit is everything to his team.
Unfortunately, you cannot ban all of the junglers.
You should against him.
Well, they banned 2. But we'll see if the third one hurts them. He even took one away first pick as well on the Gragas. And that's been the other thing to me that's been curious, I guess. Loveling is really prioritizing Gragas in these drafts.
Yeah.
Like even over Rek'Sai, which he can play as well.
And it's interesting too because Rek'Sai would actually fit more in line with kind of Loveling's identity as a player and that hard, aggressive, find you, kill you.
I don't know. Have you seen Loveling play Gragas?
No, I mean,
pretty similar style.
Yeah, he does the same thing, but it's just interesting.
Well, Shnar there versus Maokai, Xiang and Aluka in the top side. Loveling back on the Gragas versus Rek'Sai there for Spirit. And flying through the matchups, Cool on TF versus the Kassadin for Xie. This might be the most key matchup to watch.
Likewise, in the ADC position, it will be the sub North versus Mystic on that Graves.
Yeah, quickly becoming not the sub as well there for North. Been seeing a lot of him
It's
recently.
hand injury.
And amazing there for Nautilus versus Conan on the Braum. So really standard stuff for game 1. Have to think that might favor OMG ever so slightly, given their recent victories. But who knows? Never sleep on Water Elite. That's what I've learned watching the LPL this year.
That's what I learned watching IM. Never discount WE.
Because they can make it and make it big here. And again, really close to the bottom. I think actually the bottom of the ladder for them, unfortunately, do need to make it count here in this game. Points against OMG are hard to come by. We'll see what happens. Let's get on the rift for game number 1. And welcome back as we move out of the mid lane here for OMG versus World Elite. Last best of 2 of the evening for us, Gruen. First game of the night between these two sides, and both teams looking for those points here. World Elite trying to crack their way in a miracle into playoffs, looking very similar to their spring run potentially, and OMG looking to get further into that top 2. I'm
glad that you pointed out their spring run. It was a miracle that WE squeaked into playoffs over Masters 3 in spring. See if maybe the same thing can happen for them.
And World Elite do come up big in pretty long series. This took EDG to 5 games. The only team in that playoff other than LGD in the finals to do that to them, but we'll see what happens here. OMG going to move aggressively through this jungle, get some vision down. But it looks like Corky's in the bottom side. Might be meeting Graves there. There's Mystic just trying to scout for some vision.
Curious if we're going to have a 2v2 on the bottom side or if we will commit to a lane swap. I believe Maokai has been spotted.
Yep, blue ward's there. Probably indicate Aluka has been spotted, but isn't going to walk right towards that ward on the left there. Just this second. Looking down the early items, actually the only interesting one is Twisted Fate. Cool. Maybe expecting some poke in this lane. Got a Crystalline Flask to start things off.
It could also mean that he's looking to trade directly and really apply pressure onto Xie, so by taking the regen, walking forward into the creeps and not afraid to take the mini aggro when he decides to trade the ranged auto attacks.
Smart stuff there. So OMG 4-man start the Krug. What a lead! Just walk in, they're going to take the red buff. Loveling's going to see them. He's like, what is going on here?
Will we get the smite?
Picks them out. Who got it? I think Spirit did.
Yep.
Yeah, he did get the red buff. Actually taking damage now, gets hooked up by Amazing. Is he going to donate it back over? They're going to flash. North gets red buff and first blood.
Beautiful communication. They had so many flashes, but North burns only one, gets the first blood, and that is a huge swing of power away from Spirit.
And I like the early warding from World Elite. The play was adorable trying to take that red buff.
Super cute.
But they got massively punished. Now Mystic going to take damage from the red buff. Corky Brom level 1 though. Cannot be underestimated.
Red buff.
Mystic still taking damage, but red buff could come up trumps. Conan gets snared again. Now the next stunner to Amazing is going to follow in. You really don't mess with Brom at level 1.
Yeah, the power of Brom, and more importantly, likewise, the power of Graves early levels with his passive being so tanky. Didn't help that that fight happened on the back half of World Elite's creeps. So not only were they fighting Brom and Graves, who, again, so strong at level 1, but all of those minions.
Yep, and now the 4 summoners are up for World Elite, and there is 1 left. It is just Amazing's flash in the bottom lane. So things could get funny here in the bottom side. Remember, North got first blood, but he has yet to spend that gold.
Does have a bit of an experience advantage because of it, and more importantly still has that red buff. Spirit now back in his own jungle, has secured his blue, but see if he gets punished any harder because Leveling is on the side of his red, and they could attempt to 3-buff him.
Leveling right now at the blue. See if he walks over is cool. Pushing nice and aggressively in the early levels here. Trying to keep Xie under that turret. Cassian just fine here, CSing under turret, but who wants to apply as much early pressure as possible?
And this is what the Flask is going to empower. More importantly, it's also going to allow him to scan his FLICKR card without using so many blue cards to keep his mana up, to make sure that Xie is pushed underneath his tower, which then opens up Leveling to move across into Spirit's jungle.
And if you've been watching Cool, he's been pulling red card after red card. Just doing damage and, most importantly, taking out these mending waves here. Xie does hit level 4 first. Cool. I think on the blue card train now is bottom side. Mystic getting a bit aggressive there. Pushing that wave in early on. Trying to strong arm North here. He's actually down pretty significantly in CS, despite that first kill for Corky.
Likewise, Cool is also down in CS, so, you know, spending all of his time really trying to be aggressive and poke out Xie has kind of sacrificed his creep score.
And now Spirit's actually going to take away this camp. Leveling will be here just in time.
Yeah, he thinks that Leveling was on his red buff simply because Cool was pushed so far forward in the lane. Now that he has eyes on Leveling and seeing that, you know, he didn't transfer over, he's going to immediately, see, there it goes, cruising.
Yeah, and
cruising for his red buff.
Really smart choice there from Spirit, despite the level 1 going kind of wrong. And I I feel like Loveling just should have taken the buff.
Yeah, completely. They had pressure and advantage into that mid lane, so OMG were given an advantage and choose not to punish it.
Oh, Loveling there going back. You can see level 4 doing the Loveling thing here, which is maxing that W first for extra early aggressive damage.
Doesn't mean much though if you don't
True.
maximize your efficiency.
Well, let's see what lane he goes to, if any at all. Right now, just a bit of farming for these junglers. Clearing pretty efficiently for both of them. Top side as well, Xiang a bit behind on farm right now, but going to be just fine here against the Makai. After that first bot, unfortunately, it's been pretty quiet here on the Rift.
And Xiang is comfortable on the Gnar. We talked about how his big primary player is going to be that Maokai, but he's played Gnar a few times. You know, it's kind of hit and miss.
Played Nunu once.
You really like
It was
Nunu.
great. It was just funny.
Yeah,
it was relatively smart. I think Looper on his Gnar was kind of the interesting matchup there. As hook. Just short there for Mystic, who dashes out with a quick draw in time. And Loveling, you're on top of a ward, my friend, so it does give up the ghost on that game.
He knows that that's warded too. They saw it warded right in front of Amazing, so OMG not looking very cohesive. Loveling not invading when Cool had advantage, and again not communicating the fact that that brush was warded.
I feel like, again, that favors World Elite and Xie.
Yep.
They want a quiet early game. They're probably very disappointed the way level 1 worked out, but things have really shaken out back to even here. You look up at the gold, first spot there for OMG, but we're at, what, 200-300 gold between the teams. That's pretty much still the advantage that North had, and he still hasn't spent that gold.
Yeah, and Xie has a 10 CS discrepancy on top of Cool, which that's exactly where Kassadin wants to be.
Yeah, you expect to be behind, I feel like, in a lot of your matchups, but doing fine just now. As Spirit looking for something, might go back to that Raptor camp. He does have a ward there next to it as well. World Elite actually keeping good tabs on the jungle here, putting down those early wards.
Yeah, Spirit deep warding entirely into Leveling. The only reason why he invaded there was to place that deep ward on the mini golems. Didn't take any of the camps.
Nope, didn't look for the Raptors. They'll take them. Going to go back to Grump here instead. And a Sheen is the first early buy here for Cool, with a Blasting One and a Ruby Crystal there for Xie. So pretty standard stuff for these champions early on.
Does open up more tower pressure. Now OMG again, it's kind of been what is their identity with Uzi and with North, if it's about Cool, if it's about Uzi, but more importantly it's always about structures, and the Sheen is going to empower that.
Yep, so we saw Pond go for the newer Zoni, so it's a bit cheaper now. First on his Twister Pay for a bit more early team fighting action, but Cool. He's going to go straight for Lich Bane by the looks of things, like the exhaust he's got there as well up against the Kassadin. But other than that, Hex Drinker there for Xiang, Catalyst there for Aluka. Kind of the early items starting to come together. And
we've already seen Doinby go off on Kassadin earlier today, and I actually am glad that you pointed out the kind of the changes, because again, this is 5.13. The AP item changes have gone into effect, although Spirit possibly doesn't know. Okay.
Nope.
Kassadin just got a straight buff on the 5.13 patch in terms of his itemization, and I was not surprised to see him picked up. Usually he's picked up as kind of a counter or an answer to Victor, although Victor was banned this game. But the fact that Roa is stronger, I expect to see a lot more Kassadin.
And that's great for Xie. Is a big Kassadin player. Aluka, though, going to get knotted to the wall by Xiang. Good damage here. Might be enough for an all-in, but Aluka has his splash, and he's still Maokai. Not going to die.
That said, he will get full control over that top side of the lane, hopefully push that in. And with Aluka not having teleport, it's very punishing.
It is. Oh, I didn't notice that. Nice stuff there from Xiang. Going to keep pushing in. Back to mini Gnar form now as Cool and Loveling clear out a wall for themselves. But I feel like Loveling has been continually posturing for ganks and just getting no one's biting the bait, it feels like. He's going fishing and it's just having no luck right now.
Well, he's also not playing to the side where he has kill pressure. If Xiang's going to be the one who's super aggressive, Loveling should be playing to that side of the map and, you know, possibly setting up a dive. If they were to commit on Aluka being so low health, now he has managed to pot himself up. But the fact that he doesn't have teleport, it would be so punishing. You would immediately have control over the top side of the map and then also a TP advantage to look towards the dragon. So, frankly, Loveling's not playing to the power on the map.
No, not in the early stages at least. He's going to give blue buff, though, to Cool, transfer a bit of power over the mid lane as well. But Xie still working with that 20 CS lead. Now Cool will come in and even that back up with his blue buff. But Xie's doing a nice job keeping Cool in place. That's the other thing that he has to look for in this lane. Can cancel the Destiny if he's quick enough on a Q, but mainly just wants to keep vision on Twisted Fate if nothing else.
Make sure that they know when he decides to go roaming and looking for food.
And I like that ward right on top of Cool there.
Yep.
Just as a result.
Right outside of the mid-tier range, but also gives him vision of a high traffic point of walking in between the Fog of War.
So he's going to battle Xie level 8 really comfortably, actually. Might even fancy some sort of fight. Calling Spirit to the mid lane. Does walk over a pink wall, but Cool has to back up towards his tower.
And again, the CS discrepancy is closing in onto 20 CS between Xie and Cool.
Phage now for North as well, joining that Sheen. So has spent the early gold. Graves with only a Doran's Blade means that Mystic will have to back soon, or he's going to get completely smashed in this lane. But he'll have enough for at least a BF, so we'll see what Mystic wants to do with his early itemization.
I would imagine that he'll have enough for the BF. There we go. And the upgraded boots.
Nice. Berserker is finished up as well. We also have Lucidity boots there for Cool, speaking of those upgraded boots. And OMG make the first aggressive move, timing this dragon with the bottom lane back.
Exactly. And the fact that they were pushed that far forward, that they saw Mystic press his recall button, which, like you said, opens up for the free objective.
OMG going to take it off Dragon in just under 11 minutes. Actually over to North, leveling slightly off on the smite there, but not a big deal here as Cool's trying not to get ganked by Spirit.
He's playing to the wrong side of the
Oh,
map.
forced to flash immediately. Spirit will take some damage as a result, but Spirit comes back in again, and that is a dead Twisted Fate.
That said, burning his flash.
Might still die. Loveling going to come in and force this, but don't know if you really want to. Loveling might just deter them from diving.
Cool should have been playing to the bottom side of the lane. His team was on Dragon. That's where he had the numbers advantage. So by playing just slightly to the top side of it, it's forcing him to burn his flash, and now he's completely on the defensive here.
And again, same theme in this game. OMG, you expect them to be the ones that pressure early on, that try and get something happening with the Twist of Fate, with a teleport maybe from Xiang, with it on the mid laner and jungler, the stars from OMG that we've seen play so well in recent weeks to put pressure on. And right now, Waterley, and it's having free time. Spirit's not been ganking, but it's been making sure Loveling doesn't gank either.
And just power farming it up. More importantly, though, this mid lane is quickly getting out of hand. And again, we talked about the early itemization from Cool, picking up the flask, pushing Xie in, trying to make sure that he has more mana resources so he can continually red card, and it completely backfired.
Yeah, has home guard boots now as well, so looking even more now to just move between lanes and look for some ultimates. But right now, it's not being let out of lane by Xie. We'll finally get some space, but another nice ward there from Waterley. It's going to spot him if he moves. And Xie is very close to a Rod of Ages.
Oh. Is he going to go around for the Raptors? Nope.
Nope. Not that greedy. Xie will return to the lane, but he's growing that CS lead. Still a 20 CS up. Nice ult there from Loveling. Stuns there as well. That actually might be enough. The exhaust down of Spirit roars in with the Void Rush. Loveling now the next target she has. Looking for a wildcard's hit though. And that's going to disengage the Kassadin.
Beautiful CC chain there to start that fight from Loveling and Cool. Making sure that the gold card connected right after the displacement from the cast.
Yeah, I mean a nice gank for Loveling, but no dice there on that one. Xie will get to go back safely. Buy some more. Doesn't quite have enough for the Rod of Ages just yet. But it's not long now. Kassadin can start the first kind of early power charging period of his build.
Typically you want to get that right before 15 minutes. So he should be just on time. Has a bit of a 2-minute window to make sure that he gets the final piece of it.
Conan grabbed up there as well. North going to come in. Damage out from the Phosphorus Bomb. You can see the Trinity Force component still doing work here in the bottom side of the map, but it's pretty much even on CS in the bottom half. Just Conan has to avoid getting killed. Shouldn't be too much trouble here.
And continuously, Spirit taking charge of the fact that he knows that Loveling and Cool are back and invading and placing really deep vision.
And now Spirit going to come down as well. North forced to use a lot of spells to try and get out there. Luca's going to port down as well. Amazing. Might get tied up. Cool will join in. Ulti there from Conan's going to get a knock-up. Amazing will follow. Luca will follow though. And a 1-for-1 trade there as everybody's in the bottom lane.
Bit of a misposition from Aluka. No reason to dive the tower right there, so they do trade 1-for-1, whereas I feel like WE should have walked away with that with an easy free pick.
Instead, it's the trade. It's Cool. Takes the bottom CS away. Looks like North wants to back here, given the situation. Probably has enough for that Trinity Force now, if not very soon, given the first blood. But Cool's happy to take his farm away from him. Covering the lane, bro. Don't worry about it.
The Gatling gun is all I can hear.
Oh, man. Red Baron Corki. What a delight. That's Xie. Now blue buff in the mid lane. Still working on that roller. North does have that Trinity Force, though. So Xie only going to get stronger. He's quickly approaching level 11. And again, I just feel like OMG have not pressured this game at all. We've seen one ult from Cool.
They didn't play to the correct side of the map of where they were strong, especially for how forward Xiang's been. because you'd think if you just play to the top side, especially post level 6 with Twisted Fate, that you should just be getting free teleport advantage every single time. Destiny Gragas gank top, especially because Dragon's been down for, you know, the last 4 minutes of the game. It now has the 2-minute timer ready for it. OMG just kind of squandering their lead. Yeah, and it's honestly not that big of a lead. Can't afford to be making these sort of mistakes here. We are early into the game, remember, so still plenty of time for this game to develop in a number of directions. But GA having a really fun time on Cassidy. He's like, you know what? This is crazy. Exactly what Cassidy wants to do. He's going to go back now. Pick of his Rod of Ages will be just on time for that. Has a pretty much even footing in CS and has done a great job on deep warding on Cool. Likewise, so in tandem, Spirit deep warding on Leveling. And it's just been Leveling and Cool, I feel like getting tracked in this game by Spirit especially in the first 15 minutes. Cool finally going up towards the top lane with Leveling. Aluka will have to be careful here. This is about 15 minutes too late, but here we go, setting up for the dive. Well, gonna take out the tower. Xiang gets the slow. Aluka forced to run away. Stun does come in. Twisted Advance will dodge some of the damage, but Spirit can't make it in time. Aluka will eventually fall. Gonna make him work for it, but Xiang gets the kill. More importantly, though, Cool didn't burn the Destiny, so he can get back in position with it should he want to protect mid. And Amazing kind of runs in and says, oh, don't really fancy this. Hooks up GA, though. Gets the snare down as well. Doesn't commit with the ultimate, but Dragon back up in 30 seconds. North left alone in the bottom side. Water Lead seem to have traction over the bottom half, which means not only the bot lane tower, but the Dragon that's about to spawn in 20 seconds. Good rotation, though, from OMG to kind of cover all of their bases when they applied all of their resources to the top lane. Moving Amazing. A little bit unsafe for a second there to that mid-tier tower just to make sure that they didn't lose anything for just quickly cleaning up Aluka. Shia, though, level 11 now. Going to start ripping through minions when he's left to his own devices. Lich Bane, though, for Cool. Going to answer the first early bit of itemization here for Shia. And Water Lead do have to be careful. They still need items on Kassadin. Graves developing there as well, and Aluka sort of a mishmash of tank items to start things off. But Dragon is up, OMG not rushing straight towards it. Game again, very deliberate pace from both teams. Xiang will start to walk towards the Dragon Pit now. He has the pressure push into Aluka. Now neither of the top laners have their teleport available, so Dragon advantage and control to OMG with Xiang in the mid lane, although he's actually starting to go. Yep, actually backed away. So again, maybe a mixed call there from OMG, as neither team is really committing to this next Dragon here. Would only be OMG's second. Waterlit would pick up a first. They have a massive window of opportunity to go for this Dragon, but North, without mana, has backed for a... He had the Trinity Force complete. That's just a straight misplay. Complete. I mean, it's funny. I feel like the 2 times we've seen Twisted Fate today, it's been really slow starts to these games. Like, no one is going crazy with the Destiny. Xianglin's having a great time in top lane. If we want to talk about where OMG are building a nice lead in a lane, it is actually top with Xiang's now. Yes. Completely agree, but it's now about using that power and that advantage that they have, and it can't really chip away at second tier tower this early into the game, but you can translate that power of Gnar into a Dragon fight, especially because you have so many walls and so many opportunities to land the big Gnar CC, but OMG, again, sacrificed their early footing on this objective. Teleports will be back and available relatively soon for the top laners, so I expect that's when we'll see the trigger being pulled. Yep, seem to be waiting for that. Is Cool going to clear out some minion waves, try and cause pressure here as well, but Chie ready to fight here on Kassadin. Conan and Spirit going to start the Dragon, maybe. Sets up a couple tunnels, gets the Scuttle Crab. First early vision around the area is going to go to Waterlid, who also seem to have the early play and vision there as well. With Rek'Sai, it's very easy to get on top of these objectives, but hold on. Yeah, Lovely getting jumped on. Conan eats the stun. Just a bit of trade. Shia get grabbed. Really nice late hook. Cool. Going to try and stun him up, but Shia gets out with a Rift Walk. Spirit now flashes out, trying to buy time for his team. Aluka has joined in. Shia's getting low. Spirit is dead there as Cool takes him out. They'll look for the next one. Massive ult though from Xiang. Gets a 3-man wallop there as well. Now Aluka getting chased down as North joined the fray. Cool flashes in. Conan's going to go down. Mystic will fall as well. Conan lives actually as he flashes out, but OMG finally play like OMG. And on the back of Xiang, you said where was the advantage built? It was on that Gnar in the top lane. Unfortunately, WE make a vast misposition by allowing 3 members of their team to get locked up by the Gnar ult. OMG take the mid-tier turret, the blue buff, and surely the Dragon. Yep, Dragon there as well. OMG get a lot out of that exchange, and
vault up ahead in gold by about 4,000 gold. And Spirit does not go to the dragon, does not have a tunnel close enough to the area, and OMG will claim dragon number 2 for themselves.
I didn't realize Grave in his death animation lays face first on the ground.
Is that the very hard-hitting color point you learned today, FLICKR?
Oh my goodness. I wasn't prepared for that.
Well, there we go. Bit of trivia for you playing at home. Is Aluka
Micro tip,
Gonna
when
work
Graves
in-
dies, he's face first.
going to work in on the turret in the top lane, try and open up some gold here for World Elite. Should be able to get it. Cool. Might be thinking about an ulti in towards the top side of the map. Xiang, though, not going to make it in time. Cool is standing on the wolves. He wants it.
He's looking at the map.
Going to go in. Finds Aluka. He's going to get the stun down. Aluka relatively tanky. Cool needs another stun. Does find it. Amazing here as well.
Get in there.
Aluka locked up for so long. Going to try and get a kill, but Cool blue cards him to death. But World Elite responding with a push in mid.
Pops him with the blue card on the Lich Bane. So again, not the Hourglass itemization. It will be that Lich Bane to empower picks like that, as well as the split push pressure. That said, speaking of split push, Mystic.
Mystic gets a tower on the bottom side, and all of a sudden, towers fall on the sidelines, and we're even on those structures. Gold lead kind of crawls back a bit there as OMG end up 3,000 gold ahead, but Mystic's going to face check everyone else. Does decent damage to North. Conan there in support with Xie and Spirit off to the side. Does mean it's quite safe.
Loveling looking for the cask.
Oh, finds it. Mystic chunked out. There's the ulti there as well. Cool. Gonna look for the stun. Only finds one, but Mystic hooked up by Amazing. As North does get that kill. Now Xie getting out there with the Riftwalk. Gonna get chased in by Corki. Conan slowed down there. Needs to try and run himself away. Loveling will find the body slam. Gets it on just the edge there as North gets a double. And in the top side, Xiang just making sure Aluka can't join in. Continuing to pressure. Got a turret in the top lane as well.
We talked about how Xiang and Amazing were kind of the question marks for this OMG lineup, but they're actually playing the best.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, it's, again, you can't expect OMD to change their roster and not have faith in these players. Might have taken a couple weeks, but they're starting to warm up to this roster, and their plays look good. Another hook there from Amazing lands on a Spirit, and he's dead.
Amazing looks fantastic right now on this Nautilus, just hook after hook.
Cool looking for a card as well. Might find Xie, he rift-walks out. Mystic the next target. Cool wants it. Wants it too much.
He would have popped Mystic like a balloon if he got a hold of him.
Yeah. But Mystic safe for now. Cool does have his ulti, but North happy that his team's buying time, able to take out the tower in the bottom side of the map here as well. And all of a sudden, 9-1 up in kills, 5-2 up in turrets, 2-0 up in dragons, and 8,000 gold ahead for OMG.
Yeah, and it kind of came out of nowhere. We talked about how OMG really struggled with their early game, not being as efficient as possible and not kind of making the most punishing map movements playing to their strength, but Amazing and Xiang, kind of the last two big team fights, putting OMG on their back and getting them back on track.
Yeah, Xiang is the real winner here in this game. 3-0-3 on the Na, and 35-40 plus CS ahead there of Aluka, as Pastry Math once again eludes him. Level 14 there, though. He is insanely far ahead.
Cool's build. So we with the Lich Bane, so we have more immediate burst pressure, although, as I say this, we're setting up for a fight.
Might be using that build just now. It's cool. Good cast there. Oh, the alley-oop again. Aluka, tanky but not that tanky. Cool will get the kill. Oh, Loveling going in deep. Finds Xie. Xiang there as well with a huge nah. And Loveling going to get that kill. It's cool. Destiny's in, but Xie is already dead.
Destiny's in like a flash. That said, OMG now applying pressure. They do have a sizable minion wave approaching them from behind, but I feel like WE have enough wave clear to deal with this.
Yeah, going to be looking for this. Only a few Lich Bane hits with the Trinity Force Corki on top of it. Going to fell this tower. Cool wants blood. Goes for Conan. Gets the stun. They'll dive in. Screw the tower. Take the kill. Spirit locked up there as well. And OMG going to get it all. Mystic does kill Amazing, but Xiang's chasing Spirit. Oh, he's just alive. The double actually kept him up with the assist from Dangerous Game, but Mystic might not be so lucky. Saves himself. The tower not so lucky, but the inhibitor will stay standing.
What? Hello, North?
Yeah, forced to flash her away from Aluka.
So
what a weird trade.
This is a weird game. That was the OMG that we expect to see. Immediately approach a tower. Say, tower? What tower?
Yep, dive straight in instead. Objectives are secondary.
I feel like
Bloodthirst.
Amazing I wanted to say Amazing J. Amazing got a little bit confused who was tanking tower aggro because he kind of wandered in circles while he was tanking the inhib tower as opposed to just dropping it. It was, in fact, Amazing going down that allowed Spirit to get the dangerous game to survive the chase.
Managed to live there as the third tower goes down for World Elite, managing to get a bit more gold back in their favor. But they are still really far behind, and by that I mean about 10,000 gold.
So let's take stock here.
Sure.
OMG, not the most efficient early game. Did manage to get it going for them in the mid game, however, when they decided to commit to their resources top. Xiang has been playing flawlessly on his Gnar. Fantastic performance. That said, he's against a Luca on Maokai.
Hey, man. Took his champion.
Hey, man.
Gotta show him up.
They translate that into eventual dragon control, but kind of all of the sudden, 2 team fights cracked the game open. So still showing that they have their team fighting advantage over WE.
I was worried that
I was
the
really
OMG
worried for a
we had
second.
seen had gone somewhere, but no, back to aggressive play. Snowballing absolutely absurd gold leads here, and Dragon's back up in 10 seconds. Not sure if we'll see a 5th Dragon in this game, but OMG going to make sure they keep on top of the objective. Is cool, actually, in the top lane trying to cause problems.
Again, does have that Lichbane build, so this is what's really empowered this Twisted Fate to do, which is just shred through towers versus the Hourglass Rush that Pawn did last game.
Minions have no chance here as well, as World Elite might just get the Dragon. Cool's actually wandering down. He pops to Destiny. Who's going to get the Dragon? It is Loveling that smites it away. Xia getting stunned forever in the back. Can't do very much, and Xiang now going to go massive. Gets the hop ulti there as he gets a massive stun. And OMG are just wiping the floor of the Rift with World Elite corpses. Mystic gonna get stunned up. Spirit will be chased, and that's a clean ace there for OMG.
Going who? Xiang is on fire right now with this Gnar. Again, they first picked their solo lanes after the priority of Gragas and forced the surrender.
Wow, 26.5 minutes in, a World Elite say, we have had enough. Xiang goes massive, both literally and figuratively on the Gnar. 4-0-9 to end that game. And Loveling's like, yeah, I didn't have to do very much. This game's pretty good. Just chilling on the Gragas.
Fumbled a little bit early. I'm still going to hold that against them. That said, Xiang, the bright spot in everything. Amazing, too. Wow.
Yeah, it's, again, the new players here. Even North had another good game, but I feel like that's more about North just, again, being in the right
I'm
place
along
at the
for
right
the ride.
time. He is on the little quirky ride, and he's playing in. Managed to clean up the kills, and cool. An underwhelming game. Not a bad game, but an underwhelming game, given his recent play.
Yeah, and his scoreline doesn't necessarily... Like, if you go back and look at this game, oh, cool. I think he was, what, 4-0-5 or something like that. Like, his scoreline looked really good, but I definitely agree. It wasn't as impactful as Pawn's Twisted Fate. You know, we weren't seeing those destinies immediately and early. In fact, he really floundered in his lane phase to control Xie and to not give him just kind of a clean, easy walkthrough into the mid-game. That said, Xiang showed up with the Gnar, found an incredible, I think, back-to-back 2 incredible Gnar ultimates, and allowed OMG to just immediately spike forward.
Yeah, and the nice difference there as well is, like, the way that the teams play Twisted Fate. We saw EDG, very split push focus, very, like, be annoying, take structures. It was all team bad for OMG. It was, again, nice to see them sort of come back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if OMG can do it again. Is Xiang going to go massive once more? Or World Elite going to answer back all these questions and more when we return from the break? And welcome back, everyone, to our final game of the evening here for Week 9, Day number 1 of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me for the last time this evening is Ryan Frosker and more. And OMG took a little while there in game 1 to kind of warm up the engine, but when it got going, the hype train did not stop.
And it all started in the 5v5 initially, especially that 3-man lockup from Xiong. Fantastic performance alongside amazing, kind of the two newcomers to the team since the 2014 summer split start. And I'd be shocked if Xiong didn't get that MVP.
Oh, yeah. That was some carry tin play there in the top lane. Looking real crisp there. You know, again, against the Luca, as it is actually cool, it picks it up on Twisted Fate.
KDA speaks again.
That's cool. Yeah, 5-1-8, not a bad game, but kind of like we said towards the end of it, not the most inspiring play from Cool, especially early on, but certainly he was making these team fights go along with Xiong. If Xiong was starting it, Cool was usually finishing it.
Likewise, Cool does a fantastic job in conjunction with Loveling to make sure that the chain CC is absolutely perfect. We see it right there. The fact that the displacement on the cask, as soon as he touches down, he's immediately connected with the gold card as opposed to stacking that inappropriately.
Yep, and you can see there again, but it's one of Xiong's moments there with Loveling chasing people down. And it really was the new players of OMG, Xiong and Amazing, playing the best there in the game. It's nice to see them kind of finally step up.
Yeah, no, Amazing really struggled kind of early on to find his groove, has really turned up on these hard-engaged, tanky champions like Nautilus, like Braum. So would love to see him have another performance, possibly on another champion. Just kind of really well-rounded.
I think he plays Annie as well, like Annie, Alistar, Braum, Nautilus. That's what we know about Amazing so far, but I feel like we haven't seen that much Thresh. Certainly haven't seen disengaged supports. Like, they're off the table, it feels like. But, you know, he's only getting stronger as the weeks go on, and that's what OMG need. If this is the roster they're sticking with towards playoffs, they want to make a run at Worlds and try and do big there as well. If they make it, that's the thing for them. They're not even there yet. Lots of work to do still for OMG, and it does start here against World Elite. If you don't take 3 points against World Elite at this stage, something's going wrong. Yeah.
I mean, World Elite, they are sitting on the bottom, and they do have a reputation of splitting games, especially with the upper bracket of the teams, but the playoff grind is up, and OMG, they are seeded pretty well, I believe, 3rd or 4th. Here we go. Here's a sub.
Loveling going to move out here. So first roster change. Is Shui going to rejoin the lineup?
Shui. Okay, from the jungler from Oh My Dreams, Loveling replaced him, I think, 5 weeks in. Maybe 6.
Something like that. You can see, though, pretty standard stuff. Plays all the meta picks. Had a Lee game in there, but a bit earlier in the split was that one. So makes a bit more sense there. And fine. But I certainly think Loveling's brought not just experience, but a bit more consistency to the role.
This should tell me that Uzi would also be joining the roster just because Uzi is the primary shot caller when he's on the team, and Loveling is the primary shot caller when he's on the team. So
gotta boot him.
Here we go.
And here's going to be the boot. It makes sense. I mean, if Loveling and Uzi can't play together, split them up. Is Uzi going to join in for North here? Be interesting to see how this team plays out. Uzi always looks happy, I have to say.
I just think he just looks like a little puppy.
He's adorable there. Not in that photo,
That's
though.
a mad dog.
Stone Cold Killer in that picture there. And you can see 5 unique champions. It was a great year for Uzi. The results were not there for him in OMG, but it was not because of his individual play, at least. Maybe the way he's interacting with the team, maybe with the way the team plays with him, maybe with, again, that shot-calling style. But Uzi, as far as personal play goes, has been looking great all year long.
No, I completely agree. He's changed up his style. He's shown that he can be that position-based utility AD carry versus just the insta-lock Vayne, insta-lock Tristana, jump, murder you train. Hasn't pulled out a lot of the Caitlyn, though.
No,
was
not
disappointed.
yet. Very disappointing. I think he played it once this year, and it was incredible. So sad to see him not pick out that champion. I believe it was Uzi's parents in the crowd earlier there as well with the little Uzi sign. So makes sense. Nice to see his family there supporting as well.
They come
Uzi
to every game.
Finally back. That's adorable. Well, unfortunately, I haven't been coming to many games then. Uzi hasn't been playing very many, but he's going to play at least this one here with Shui back in the lineup. But this changes a lot. You have to think if part of the reasons of Uzi not playing are the shot calling like clashes with Loveling.
So yeah,
Shui being back, Uzi being back, and that's like literally almost a whole new team.
Let's talk about going Cloud, Loveling, Cool, and Uzi. So let's talk about the super team. Now the reason why this fell apart is because you effectively have too many cooks in the kitchen. Everyone wants to be a part of the shot calling there. Cloud benched off and on from the OMG roster because some personality conflicts going on with the team. Loveling, apparently he never reveals what it is, but apparently he has a very strict way about how he thinks the game should be played, a very strict philosophy. And it's no surprise that there was some tension between Uzi being the shot caller and Loveling being the shot caller. So to see them kind of split up and take different directions. Again, the identity of OMG tends to change drastically if Uzi's on the lineup or not.
Yeah, and it's, he does get a lot of gold. You mentioned that already. Sort of at the top of this series, that Uzi, the player in the LPL that gets the most resources, not the AD carry, not, of any player. Mid laners everywhere. Some of these carry top laners as well, of all, even strong junglers, of all of the players in the LPL, the most gold as a percentage, I believe, of his team goes to Uzi.
Yep.
So just give him all the things.
Just ridiculous amounts of resources, even when he's playing champions like the Sivir. So it's the Uzi show. We'll see if that continues, if they can find another win here, or if they'll fall apart.
Now, it's been a while, that's the other thing, since we've seen Uzi with Xiang and Amazing.
Yep.
And like we saw in the last few
Shui.
weeks, and Shui, of course, because it seems like they have to make that substitution. But certainly Amazing and Xiang were not playing that well when Uzi was on the roster. At least at that last game in the last few weeks, they're playing much better.
Yes.
So I feel like the team, even though things change dynamically within shot calling and stuff like that, they're much more rounded.
No,
given what we've seen from the top laner and support recently.
I completely agree. Xiang and Amazing are on a total upswing. They look like great players right now. I mean, they never looked terrible, but they look limited.
Yep.
And they're really starting to expand themselves and not being a liability as far as draft phase is concerned for OMG. OMG's draft was still a little bit wonky in its ordering. Did work out for them, again, on the back of Xiang on a fantastic Gnar play. We'll see if maybe it cleans up this time around from purple side.
Yeah, we can see the bands already through there for World Elite. Alistar, Twisted Fate, and Azir, the three there from World Elite, as Nidalee, Rise, and Kalista banned away from OMG. Not interested in giving them Kalista. I guess being on the red side hurts. So Uzi not going to get that champion probably forever, given how good he is on it. And World Elite, what do they want? Does Aluka want Sion? Is he going to take Maokai away again? As far as power picks go, we do have Echo Open as a ban from last series that was not banned this time around. So potential for that to be picked up here as well. Oh, it's Gragas instead.
Yep, gonna be the Gragas taken away from Shui. Immediately, though, the Echo being hovered, and Xiang's like, I can't believe it. They didn't take Maokai.
Yeah, he might just take it, although he had a great Gnar game, to be honest. If there's any more champions that have been cooking up in recent solo queue and scrims, he might show them now. But I like that Shui's gone straight to Echo. He's like, yeah, give me this champion. This champion's great. Also, Cool does play it as well.
Yep, joining the likes... Oh, actually, hold on.
Yeah, we'll give him a bit more time, but Gragas here for Spirit shows me a lot. It's not leveling, but Shui has shown proficiency when he played on the Gragas, so a steal there away. Rek'Sai's still open, of course, so jungle's available, but OMG going to start off with a Victor lock-in, and they'll take Braum as well.
So, still relatively hidden, Victor being picked this high up. Not surprising. He was banned last time around. He is definitely a power pick, offers a lot of control, and Cool is a fantastic Victor as he is most things that he touches. Amazing. Going back to the Braum, I really like this because it still really hides what you want. Likewise, it denies a lot from Corki should Mystic choose to go that direction.
Yeah, and we saw Shea flash Ezreal there as well. Also denies that. So I like the Braum pickup in general. You sort of mentioned it already, but just really good as a pick in the meta right now.
Yep, just immediately counters all of that poke. The Ezreal, the Corki, the Nidalee.
Which is not in this game, understandably. Even if Braum was open, probably don't want to give that one over to Spirit, as Vayne is going to be the pickup here for Mystic. Going to go real carry mode. I guess the best news is Uzi can't play Vayne now.
It's actually a denial.
Yep, Janna there as well for Conan. So going to take the Janna Vayne lane into battle.
My favorite lane.
Why is this your favorite lane for us, girl?
I feel like I describe this every single time. And people keep at the public, no, don't talk about it anymore. My favorite lane is Janna Vayne, because Janna empowers all of the things that Vayne is good at and shores up all of the things that she's bad at.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it seems like a very passive lane, but you can get work done early on.
The beautiful thing about it, too, was Uzi and Zero really showed off the strength of this lane at the World Championship.
That was my trivia question for you. Well done. Preempted it there.
I got you.
Rek'Sai Lucian, the pick there for OMG. Uzi going to go to a really classic champion for him.
How did Uzi end up at 2 World Championships? Well, thank you for asking, Pastry. It's because Lucian was not disabled in LPL, where he was in the NA and EU LCS after the rework, and Uzi went on a tear with this champion, just in one of the most absurd gauntlet runs that Starhorn Royal Club has ever seen.
And you know what? All crazy Lucians aside, as Ezreal is actually locked in for World Elite, we want to give it a bit more on the Uzi history lesson later, because that's Shie going to be taking Runglaive Ezreal to the mid lane.
I see your Braum and I don't care.
Yeah, apparently not.
Yeah, this is 5.13, which means that Luden's Echo will no longer be working with the Runglaive.
But we saw it with Dade already. Still does plenty of damage.
Still pretty strong.
Scion there for Aluka very late into the draft. World Elite. Understandably going to go back to comfort, it feels like.
They're just taunting me at this point.
Yeah.
No, Xiong, I believe you. Take it top lane.
I was hoping for the top lane
It shreds
Yasuo
through tanks.
to really stick it to the Ezreal, but Maokai might do the same job here as well.
No, Xiong. Tom Kench.
Stop it.
Do it.
Yep. This only hurts you.
It's a tank. You can do it. I believe. No, he's going to do Maokai.
Well, I have to think so. Again, I think it's actually probably better against Ezreal specifically.
Don't bring logic into this.
All right.
This is not the place for it. This is game 2.
This is the LPL. There's
The
no time for
LPL.
that. Well, see what OMG wants to select. Thinking it's probably the Maokai, but looking over World Elite once again. Very standard, very comfy picks for them in pretty much all the lanes. Shia, how is he going to perform on the Ezreal? Might be the big question, as it is the expected Xiang Maokai.
So this is the big thing that people don't necessarily really touch on with Ezreal being picked up. Ezreal loses pretty much every single lane until he gets his itemization up and running. So for a fair majority of it, he's just not in a happy place, especially because by sacrificing one of his summoners for the smite so he can go the Runglaive, he loses all sorts of kill pressure there. So how does this change the dynamic of a jungler for someone who has an Ezreal? You cannot gank mid lane. It's almost very unlikely. You'd have to bring multiple members because naturally he's not going to bring any CC. He's not going to have any hardcore damage until he gets his itemization up. And he doesn't have any kill summoner. So where does Spirit look for? He's got plenty of kill pressure in the bottom side. That said, against Lucian Braum, that's one of the strongest 2v2 lanes in the game.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
absurd. Completely cancels that out there. Where are you looking then? Top lane. Your Scion to attempt to kill a Maokai.
Sure.
I feel like it completely telegraphs any sort of pressure that Spirit can create on the map, and this is all going to be about heavy farming.
Well, I think his job is just to make sure no one else gets run over then.
Yeah.
Which is honestly what he did in the early game of game number 1. So we'll see if he can get it done on Gragas this time instead of Rek'Sai. Shueisha managed to take that one away for himself instead. Didn't go for the Echo. Made me sad. But Shia there on Ezreal versus Cool's Victor is a match we've seen quite a lot of recently.
Yep. I still feel like it's in majority of Victor's control just until Ezreal gets his Runglaive up and running, but those are the 80 carries. That was Uzi, not North.
Yep. He's playing Lucian into the Vayne there, so not going to take his Vayne as Conan there on the Janna with Amazing on the Braum. How much of this team's changed with Uzi on the roster? I guess we're going to find out soon.
I feel like their draft phase completely 180 looked much cleaner this time around from ONG.
That's true. Red Side drafting helping out a bit there, but I guess we'll have to find out how Uzi does. He's back on the lineup for game number 2. Let's get onto the Rift and find out. And here we are for game number 2 between OMG and World Elite. OMG really trying to get some last few points here. Rocket their way up the standings and challenge the top 2 teams. Sitting at about 3rd or 4th right now. Would love to sit in the top 2 by the season's end, but time is running out for us, Gurin. And it starts here against World Elite. They've got a game already. Can they claim number 2 and the full 3 delicious, delicious points?
And naturally, you can't drop any games in the back half of the season just because of the change in the playoff format. It turns into a gauntlet, and the top 4 teams have a much easier road into that final playoff bracket.
I think top 2 even better there as well. So definitely lots of incentive for OMG to collect points now late in the season. They see a lot of moving and shaking as see ya, Luca, or at least your Flash. Amazing gets it out with a Q.
That is not what you want to see. So again, Spirit has lost a lot of power across his map and where he can be successful in any sort of gank endeavor. That was cute.
That was really funny. Amazing walks all the way down to the lane. Spots a Luca running back in. Looks like they might be trying for a lane swap. Or at least spotting the expected Vayne lane swap.
Yep, but they are actually both positioned and postured for the 2v2 on the bottom side. This is funny too. OMG used to religiously run this lane, the Lucian Braum, when they had San and Dada 7, just because it was so potent and powerful that you had to give every single advantage to San and Dada 7 to just survive lane phase long enough for Loveling, Cool, and Going to come by and like pick them up.
Yep, and now it's the opposite. It's
Now this is
rising AD carry player on a champion he's shown a decent amount of proficiency on, and one of the world's most aggressive AD carries.
Yep, pretty much. It's absolutely terrifying
Mystic and Conan are not going to have a fun time as Aluka's killed himself, taken the Raptor camp, and he'll teleport to top lane. We are going to have standard lanes though, and that makes Uzi a very happy chappy.
If you've never seen how this lane works, this is how it goes. Braum's going to tag you with the Q or the auto, which will start to proc his concussive blows, and then Lucian is going to very quickly proc his passive, the double tap, to quickly stack the concussive blow stun as well as the extra magic damage.
If you don't tumble out of that Q,
It's
gonna
absurd.
Go real bad, real quick. Level 2 is important here as well. You have to think OMG are pushing in for it early. Aren't they just yet? Need a couple more creeps. There it is.
And there goes the aggression.
Level 2 though, it does hit. Silver bolts pop. Mystic actually going to go in. Q will miss that from Amazing, and lane will sort of reset back.
I love watching Uzi on Lucian. It's kind of like watching him on Vayne. The thing about Uzi is he will contest you for every single CS.
Yep. Watch it here to see how aggressively he walks up and tries to keep Mystic in range of all his shots. Because, don't get me, make no mistake, if Mystic or Conan make a mistake, they will be punished.
Uzi likes to play it pedal to the metal and never let up. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Xie is actually doing pretty decent, hiding behind his tower, just trying to pick up these last hits with his missing
Just
shot.
needs CS here on Ezreal. That's all you can ask for with a smite.
I love how Victor laughs when he throws down the laser, because it's just...
This feels suitable.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, but I was like, on air.
Well,
It's a jerk move.
it is a bit of a jerk move. Shui though, going to get the Scuttle Crab for himself. Remember, back in the lineup, this is the other addition with Uzi coming in, and actually going to look for Spirit now. Invading Spirit's usually a pretty interesting proposition, but he's going to find him. Spirit, though.
He should actually just go in.
He should.
He's got the red buff advantage. Likewise, Spirit hadn't smited the red buff to get the health back, and both of his lanes are in complete control in bottom and mid lane. So Shui, he could have pulled the trigger right there because he had the clear advantage. That said, doesn't Spirit picks up the red buff.
Yep, Spirit will get the buff. Not going to get anything stolen away just yet. Amazing. Took a big trade in the bottom side as well. Mystic and Conan doing a nice job actually hitting Braum most of the time, because when you go in, he's the front most target, and Vayne, one of the few AD carries that can actually try and kill tanky supports.
That said, Shui sneaking in the back here. See if we'll have a 3v3 because Spirit.
Seems like Uzi shot calling will work. Good condemn though. Amazing, not quite there with the last few punches for the passive, and Shui comes in late. Amazing, chunked out low. Has to maybe run now. Spirit's going to come in. Uzi got to be careful. Q going to land. He's going to double slow. But Uzi going to turn it around, do some damage. But Mystic just weaving in these autos every chance he gets.
OMG doing a good job making sure that they hide Amazing to the side so he can't be picked up. Now Spirit looking for an offensive invade.
Going to find Shui instead. Cool not here though. Spirit's going to be forced to get himself out. Shui will find him, gets the knockup, but just a bit of trade damage. No, Amazing going to join in as well. Last auto not there. Doesn't have time to proc the passive.
Fact that Cool wasn't in position, he had back and was walking towards his lane, where Xie was there, forces OMG to back off.
Blasting one though, early up for Cool. Doesn't have an upgrade to the Hex score yet. And we've seen, I feel like, so many different Victor builds.
Wow. Typically,
even from the same players, I feel like we see different Victor builds.
yeah, I agree. It's a little bit odd. That said, see how this works out for him. Obviously, the AP itemization going through quite a revamp in 5.13 due to its cost effectiveness.
Blasting one just fine here, but we'll see when Cool gets those early upgrades. Once the death ray, of course, they're doing just fine on the wave gear front, especially against an Ezreal with no Runeglaive and no ultimate.
No offensive or defensive summoner to assist him there.
He is the wettest of noodles. AP Ezreal in the mid lane. Does get a lot better from what we've seen with the Runeglaive, but it's just amusing to me in the early levels here. Is amazing. Another Silver Bolt's proc Unbreakable will stop some of that damage, but still going in. Actually really wants to tag Mystic, but a little too aggressive maybe.
Issue is that Amazing is just not finding these Qs onto Mystic. Mystic doing a good job.
Oh, never mind. Going to
found
go
that
straight in. Uzi wants it bad. He flashes in. Gets the stun. Tornado is going to stop some of the bleeding. Uzi going to turn it in onto Conan. Doesn't quite get the passive proc down. Q will land. Well, that's just going to give them some space in the lane.
Amazing forcing the flash to make sure that the Q connects, because that was the issue. They weren't, and unfortunately, Uzi goes very aggressive and is not rewarded for it. So both flashes down for OMG's bot lane.
Yep, make their play on the bottom side with the all-in. Don't get it. And the Buildwater Cutlass will be the first item for Mystic. Pickaxe there for Uzi is the answer. Actually already has one. No wonder he went all in.
Had the buy advantage.
Well, makes sense here. Is Conan going to hold the tower? Luca doing fine on the top side as well, by the way. And Midlane just sort of a farm fest at this point. So again, a very quiet first few 7 minutes. As Conan gets tagged, but he should be just fine. Amazing. Ooh, overcommitting. Gets knocked up. Mystic going to find him.
If he gets slowed, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Uzi's not there. Mystic's found him with the first few ball. Q is good, but Amazing going to die. And first blood goes to Vayne.
He just a little bit too overzealous right there. Was trying to really make Conan eat the massive creep wave that he had built up just to force him to not freeze it and pull it into the tower to reset. Unfortunately, takes some tower aggro, and Vayne shows up just in time.
Yep, so first blood goes to Vayne, which is probably the worst possible outcome there in the bottom lane, but we'll see how OMG bounce back. They're amazing. Again, whenever he plays with Uzi, I'm not sure what it is, but just not nearly as crisp as we've seen him play.
Curious.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Just don't know what's going on there.
I certainly will say that Uzi is obviously a very, not lane reliant, but like lane dominant AD carry. And Amazing's play has definitely been in team fights.
I completely agree with that assessment. Obviously, the difference between North and Uzi and how they set up in a lane, night and day.
Yep.
You have one who's going to be very self-sufficient, very passive, kind of wait for the team to lead him through, whereas Uzi wants to make the plays and demands the resources.
Oh, sorry, Luca spotted up by Shui Shui, and Cool gets stunned in the gravity field. Chaos Storm down! Luca flashes out to safety, but Shui Shui's going to chase him. Maokai coming down as well. Xiang's trying to line it up for the ultimate. Just enough space, maybe. Xiang gets the slow. Not enough. Blue buff instead.
So Aluka, the famous Scion player, escapes death, flashes the wall, ults away.
And World League going to get a dragon. Blue
buff.
Did
he get it?
Yeah, I think stolen by Ezreal.
You got it.
Oh my god, Dwardley across the map going to get everything out of this trade. Can't stop the dragon, didn't get their own blue, and didn't kill Aluka. It's World Elite that come out in the first 9 minutes with all of the little edges.
And all on the back of the train driver there in the top lane. Fantastic Scion play. Commits all of OMG's resources top and allow WE to capitalize with a free dragon and 2 free blue buffs.
Makes you wonder why World Elite did not pick Scion in the last game here.
There's 2 rules. Don't let Spirit have Nidalee. Don't let Aluka have Scion.
Well, Aluka got a chance at Scion in 2 games, taking it in this one. It's looking good here at the early stages. 1,000 gold ahead for World Elite. Again, a small lead, but a lead nonetheless.
Some initial itemization coming out across the board. We do have the double Doran's ring into, I hope that's a Roa. I would love the Roa to return on the Maokai in the top lane. That said, it should be a Righteous Glory. Righteous Glory was fairly gutted, though, on 5.13, so curious what itemization Xiang's going to commit to on that end.
Still seeing a lot of Maokais pick it up. Usually not as a rush item, I feel like.
Got it.
We'll see. I have for Roa too. Roa Maokai feels like he's due for a comeback given the changes to the item.
I know. I just feel like it's super cost efficient. It was just an initial buff towards the stats that you got over the Roa versus the gold that you input. And he's against the Scion, so it's not going to be super punished. Dragon's down. They're not going to be team fighting anytime soon, so you don't necessarily need your resources, or excuse me, your resistances. Well,
we'll see. Xiang had a pretty good game on Gnar in game number 1. Might have earned a Roa Maokai game. I guess we'll find out in short order, but I think you're right. Probably Righteous Glory there instead.
Got it.
But Runeglaive for Ezreal now completed. As Cool's got a Hexcore upgrade there as well. So starting to come together with some of the mid lane items now as well.
And of course, if you haven't seen Runeglaive Ezreal because you've been under a rock, this is how this works. It gives wave clear to Ezreal, who that's kind of the one big thing that he's missing. He needs to burn his ultimate if he wants to kind of chip away and peel these waves. But with his Mystic Shot, he's able to hit a creep wave. You then have some splash AoE damage. Very strong.
And an unpause, apparently. Had a quick pause, unpause there. Can't imagine it won't be too much longer till we're back in another game. But yeah, APS are pretty good. If you didn't see Dade play it earlier today, maybe go back and check out that game too that they played. Pretty spectacular stuff.
Loved his ult at the very end. Triple kill.
Oh man, he was ready for the quadra as well. We pop back into the game. Uzi still trying to get an edge here. He's actually down in CS to Mystic. Vayne does not normally do this in 2v2 lanes. The Spirit going to gank Xiang. Good twisted advance, so does the body slam. Might have enough to dodge the rest. Arcane Smash is good. Xiang though, still with the ulti popping. Flashes the Q there, knock up as well. Gets the stun on the knockup. Shueisha hit just in time. Gonna knock up Aluka and his life will be saved.
Straight up outplayed. Just a beautiful, small little micro movements from Xiang to dodge the initial belly bop CC with the twisted advance, using the flash then to dodge the next Scion CC. Kind of an unfortunate cask from Spirit to kind of pop him back. I think that could have been saved a little bit, but beautiful outplay from Xiang.
Yeah, really nice. Like we said, his play's been getting better and better as we see him play, and even on his old trusty Maokai, this was probably the first top laner he learnt when he was into the role. Mystic almost hits a stun there from Brom in the bottom side. Lucy wants it. Always wants it a little too much. Mystic's going to pop his ulti. Culling there as well. Great ult though from Amazing. And the chair is down. Can they get the stun? Then one more order. There's the flash in. Uzi going to look for it. But Silver Bolt is there. Conan, the next target, gets stunned up, and Uzi rewarded with a kill.
Finally finds a kill on the end of his aggression. Beautiful ultimate from Amazing.
Yeah, Amazing again. Really nice ulti. Oh, Ezreal doesn't find him.
I don't think he would have killed him even if he hit him.
Probably not.
Although Spirit would have definitely gone
Did not want to find out here. Is Uzi going to get greedy here, take a couple more creeps away?
Yeah.
Spirit can't kill him. Worth. Look at those creeps.
He's like, there's more gold hitting this tower than if I were to chase you.
Yep. And he's going to get that gold. Spirit going to collect it. Uzi, though, goes back to spend his. And Blade of the Ruin King's been completed by Mystic, so those early items are starting to come in. And I have bad news, Frostgruin. Xiang is going to go Righteous Glory.
I won't blame him. Being a team player, and this is what Xiang does best. He has the highest kill participation of any top laner in the LPL, so people who are crying for going to return, Xiang has earned his place.
At least for now. As World Elite, actually still about 800 gold ahead. It's been about 800, 1,000 up, so nothing massive. Dragon back up, though, in a minute 35 might be the next point of contention on the map, and everyone's just scaling up. Shea especially. If he's getting free time farming in the mid lane, he is a happy man.
Yep, 121, about to take the lead over Victor, and this is what Runeglaive Ezreal does. See that little bounce AoE? It's disgusting, and when it taps you, it hits you for about 800 damage.
Not yet, but
it
eventually.
Will.
Yeah. Again, if Dade's earlier performance is anything to look at, look for some big flat AP to come in and Shea to take over fights with his damage. So OMG, what's their answer? That's my question.
Well, the strength about World Elite's composition is elongated, sustained fights. Obviously, they have a huge tanky front line in the form of Spirit and, more importantly, Aluka, as well as great disengaging kite potential with the Tailwind passive from Janna, likewise the reset from the Monsoon. And it's all about making sure that Shea and Mystic stay alive as long as possible to output that shred and the cooldowns.
Oh, here comes the dive. The good Canem from Mystic. Cool's roaming down as well. Gravity Field might be enough. Mystic tumbles out. Chaos Storm is down, but it's not enough damage.
Where, on the other side, it's all about that Victor hitting the Chaos Storm and finding the massive burst damage, not only in their mid lane, but likewise even their AD carry as he wanders through a wall.
Yep. Casual. Shea going to get a tower for himself.
That was interesting.
Nothing to see here. Shea going to get the mid tower for himself. Cool's roam down the bottom side. I have to think it's an overcommit to the bottom lane there.
They do technically trade tower for tower, but definitely worth in favor of WE, as that mid-tier tower is going to give them much more control. That said, Uzi does a good job bouncing the wave.
Have you noticed a lot more attention in the bottom lane in this particular game?
Really? That's
That's wild.
That's curious.
Nice blue buff, red buff steal. Sorry, here is all from OMG Shui. We'll take that one away. But yeah, if you want to talk about a difference in shot calling, just look at the gank patterns of the games. That might give you an idea of what's going on here.
I just want a line of everywhere Loveling ganks
Oh,
versus
Mystic,
Shui.
that was a mistake. Goes aggressive. Gonna get stunned up there. Good ulti there from Amazing. Shui gets the kill as Uzi swoops in to try and kill Conan. Janna is gonna die. You have to think slow is good. Uzi gets it. And the World Elite bottom lane overstay their welcome.
Way too far forward, and they knew that OMG were in the area, so a little bit curious of a decision right there, especially stepping that far forward, not only without their flashes, but more importantly, without the Monsoon.
Yep. No cooldowns there to try and save them as Shui going to start up the Dragon. OMG actually pushing in the bottom side as Spirit has got their attention now. But they got a little bit of damage here. Going to need some help to finish this off.
I was going to say, they're completely ignoring poor little Shui. Oh, Shea, I believe.
Looking for the steal. Doesn't get it. Good smite from Rek'Sai.
So close. And really good positioning from Amazing with the Braum wall. He actually absorbed the majority of that. Maybe even blocked it from the Dragon.
Good stuff there from Amazing. Again, on point with the Braum. Especially these nice ultis, splash ultis in particular, have looked good. And Uzi's got himself an Infinity Edge now. So that Blade of the Ruin King for Mystic is nice, but Uzi might very slightly edge up Vayne at one point. It would certainly be close. But in a 2v2, if the Q lands, it's definitely not close.
How's your RNG feeling?
Well, I'm usually probably pretty good.
This is something that's very indicative of the Maokai versus Sion matchup, as we see Aluka and Xiang kind of trading blows here. Anytime Aluka goes for his big charge up on the axe, it's going to be a quick and easy twisted advance.
Amazing caught out now, does hop away there to Shui Shui. Mystic though going to chase him down, gets the kill with a quick condemn to proc Silver Bolts. Nice kill there, Amazing. Too far forward warding in the river.
Yeah, interesting though that he effectively died in his own jungle, so was warding river by himself, but not necessarily out of a comfort zone.
Nice movement there from Waterleaf to get the kill. And Aluka will keep farming. It's been a real farm fest here in the top lane. Right, just Glory done for Xiang, but Aluka leading in CS is getting tankier and tankier.
Doing a good job making sure that he continues to pull his wave to his side, but Beam on bottom, Uzi maybe in trouble.
Rage ults the wave there.
It does a little dance.
Yep. We'll see him with a scrying orb. Kind of altered the wave. I think assuming that he was getting baited into something he didn't want to be involved in. And Amazing's going to return back to the bottom lane as OMG starting to play to the top side of the map now with their jungler.
Well, this is where they should be since the dragon objective is down, and likewise Uzi can just back up after burning his Gatling gun. Spin some gold, buy some items, so they should be looking towards this top lane.
Probably comfy in the 2v2, especially with Amazing there. Rom can lock up the Vayne relatively quickly. People still getting stronger. Xie in particular, very close to that Rabadon's death cap. That'll really spike the damage and get Ezreal going.
Here we go. Here's the dive, though.
Yep, Shui Shui into Aluka. Great knock up, though, from the ulti there. But the Chaos Storm is down. Aluka can't live through that. And Xiang's going to get the kill.
Again, we talked about dragons down, so there's a 6-minute window of opportunity for OMG to play to the top side of the map because no objective can be traded, but WE now find Amazing.
Yeah, back onto Amazing again. Xie's found Uzi. Ultimate will get dodged, but Amazing's going to eat it. They'll turn it around. Massive ulti. They need to kill Xie. Uzi gets popped in, but it's too far forward. Tornadoes there is good, though, and Spirit gets the kill.
Spirit almost cost Xie his life. Definitely cost him his flash, but they managed to pick up 2 for none. OMG trading the top tier tower.
Yep, they'll get the tower there, but the kills do go in favor of World Elite, so looking good as the game evens right back out. But Mystic going to try and make that gold lead a little bit there for World Elite, back to about that 1,000 ahead. They have not been that far ahead in this game, very close still between the two teams, but World Elite have been on the front foot for the first 20 minutes.
And again, it's kind of the difference in how these team fights are going to play out. Can WE elongate these fights long enough for Mystic and Xie to get off the necessary rotations with their cooldowns and auto attacks, or will OMG walk in with their massive CC and burst and just delete WE?
Yep, and right now we haven't seen a 5v5, just a couple of pockets of skirmish across the rift here as towers get traded again, bottom for mid this time as World Elite and OMG take some outer turrets. And even that gold right back up to dead even in this game. In fact, look across the board, and there's literally a tower in the current scoreline.
Incredibly close. Itemization for Runeglaive Ezreal, though, is where I want to check in. And we have the Runeglaive completed as well as the death cap. So this is when things start to get very intense.
Yeah, level 13 for Xie getting stronger and stronger in this game. We saw in the last little exchange did a pretty silly amount of damage there to Uzi as Xiang. Going to get ulted up here by Aluka. Spirit joins in. Ezreal there as well. Ulti does decent damage to Xiang. He'll flash out of the way. And that'll keep him safe as he goes between his towers.
Spirit had his cask available the entirety of that fight, so holding off on it and not willing to expend it on Xiang to bounce him back into what would have been certain death.
Oh, Xie, though, now going to poke in. Amazing. Quick to put the shield up there with Unbreakable. But Ezreal's starting to do quite a lot of damage. Mystic going to take a tower on the top side. 80 carries looking to trade turrets here. Uzi with a big wave on the tier 2, but OMG trying to group together.
Here comes a teleport there from Aluka.
Xiang going to flank Xie. They need to kill this Ezreal, but pretty hard to pin down. Amazing. Barely misses that Q. Shui gets the slow.
Conan.
But the Monsoon disengages them. Xie's going to come back in. Spirit's now around the side. Uzi is joining in a little late here. Does pop the culling. Spirit has to get away. Xiang is just alive. But Aluka now the next target. Mystic's still going to dive his way in. And Xie just does too much damage. Mystic flashes forward aggressively. Gets himself the double.
Hero of that fight goes to Conan. I don't care what anyone else says. Xie did all of the damage, but he would not be alive long enough for the front line of WE to get into position if Conan hadn't used a beautiful Monsoon to push Shui away.
And as a result, World Elite is going to take that fight and look to take Baron here with all their damage. Pretty easy with Ezreal and Vayne. And they'll take it. Oh my god, that was close. 2 smites, though, as the kill goes down. Uzi going to die as well. Xie gets the nice little triple.
I believe Xie may have also taken down the Baron.
Yes, he did. He smited it. He got literally everything in that last little fight for his team. So Conan, applause for setting it up, but Xie really rode that home.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, that was... I forgot that Xie had smite, if I'm perfectly honest. I was like, this looks insanely dangerous. As it turns out, they had an extra smite, but made it look a little scary there.
That said, Xie showing up on this Runeglaive Ezreal, even on the 5.13 patch, proving that you don't need Ludens to be OP.
No. I mean, honestly, I feel like the flat AP build, with all the changes in this patch, not necessarily better, but you do get a lot more damage a lot quicker. Like, this... Take the Need to Steal out of this build, and that right there is the real
core.
start.
Yeah,
real core.
I mean, effectively, you're empowering hitting your skill shots versus doing your damage off of the splash.
Which is probably a good thing as far as...
Curious that Riot would change that.
Did he get the blue buff?
No, he didn't.
Okay, that was close.
He did a massive amount of damage,
Is
though.
it wrong that it wouldn't surprise me that he stole the blue buff, given how much damage I've seen that ulti do? Well, Dragon is taking to go to World Elite, make that 2-for-1 up in Dragons, and of course currently up a Baron. World Elite in complete control, so you watch this again.
That was a awesome replay sound, but here we go. It's really Xie just completely untouched in the background, doing so much damage. And OMG, when they got into this fight, they were just so weak and out of position. Uzi arrived late to the fight, and WE just, wow, airplane.
Yeah, look, you heard that. You saw Xiang trying to do his job diving in onto Xie, but someone needs to follow him there to actually pin him down for the damage, because right now, World Elite have a nice lead. That Ezreal ulting under towers to siege them. OMG cannot hold this.
That is just disgusting amounts of damage. Notice how Xie made sure that he backed away into Fog of War before throwing her ultimate. Like his ultimate, excuse me. Obviously, it's much harder to dodge the Ezreal ult if you don't see it coming.
Yes. Good Elixir ticking away now as well. 4-0-4 for the AP Ezreal right now. Only going to get stronger. You thought the damage was bad before. Just you wait, Frostco. It's coming.
And then he also empowers Vayne's lackluster siege with the W on the attack speed increase, alongside Janna shielding her. So the one thing this composition really doesn't have in it is its siege potential. It's got great poke potential to threaten you off of the tower, but just applying those little bit of free stats to Vayne to allow her to shred through the tower.
The thing is, if you don't want to stand under your tower because Ezreal's going to kill you, Missy's going to get all the free time in the world to take out the tower. Conan here as well, making this a pretty easy job. And the front line is massive also. OMG starting to bleed structures in this game.
And OMG, the reason why they're just going to give that one up there, because against the poke composition, the number one thing that you need to do is you need to hard engage. And OMG, they do have the correct resources to do that. But if something had gone wrong in that fight, that's the difference of losing a second-tier top tower versus an inhibitor. It's just not worth the risk or reward to pull the trigger there.
Especially with Baron buff still there for World Elite. So you're right. They're taking it a bit slower here, but World Elite have rocketed up to about 7,000 gold ahead. And it was not as zombies like I expected from Xie. This crafty new AP itemization. He's gone for Rylai's second. So if he wasn't already annoying, welcome. Welcome to the most frustrating thing in the world.
It's blue AP Ezreal, everyone. The kite is real. That is the maximum amount of slow that you can get for. We talked about how WE, they're going to thrive in these elongated sustain fights, and the slow and health stats that the Rylai's is going to give you is going to make that ever more potent.
I'm just looking at this and I'm getting upset.
It's blue AP Ezreal.
It hurts. It hurts so much. Xie going to wander over to the next fight. He knows how strong he is right now. And again, he's got great protection. Mystic can free hit all he wants.
He's got the two best resets in the game, the Gragas cast on top of the Monsoon. I actually really like this competition.
Yeah, it's great.
WWE.
And OMG just kind of hanging out by the turret, being like, I hope we can protect these inhibitors. 2 pink wards down there for OMG.
That said,
committing to this. Oh my god.
oh,
Uzi might die through the Ezreal ultimate.
thinking about throwing it.
Oh, Uzi's back at the fountain already, but that does give World Elite free time on the tower. Spirit locked up, has to be careful. Massive Casto knocks Amazing and Shui back in, but Amazing trying to block it off. Their damage though far too high, and OMG have to get out. Massive Ezreal ulti as Xie swoops in. Can't quite get the kill. And a 1-for-1 trade's going to give World Elite the edge as Xie goes off, gets the double, going to keep chasing. takes the tower, breaks the base.
WE are running through them. We talked about OMG. They have the tools to counter at the poke, pulling the trigger, but unfortunately, they're never in a position where everyone is healthy enough to all press go. The fact that Uzi had to go back to the base pretty much lost OMG the game.
This game might end right now. Mystic, empowered by John and Ezreal's doing pretty silly things to Tara.
Here comes Uzi.
He's low on mana. That's actually a chance. Uzi, though, going to get dropped is amazing. Barely keeps him alive. Will go down the ulti. Barely misses out on killing Uzi.
Think about that cooldown. Xie just used his ultimate when they siege the inhibitor tower and then uses it again on the back half of that fight.
Pretty low with all the CDR and those Mystic shots. And all of a sudden, World Elite well and truly ahead. Almost 9,000 gold in this game, looking for their next major buffs. Base almost broken in half there in the bottom side. OMG are lucky to not lose the game on the spot there, but they'll get a couple more minutes. But who's to say how many more? This game is looking very difficult for OMG to win.
We talked about how OMG's identity changes when Uzi's on the map, not necessarily just in kind of how they play around their weighted players, but the shot calling in general. Where were the ganks going? They were going into the bottom lane, but that pretty much isolated this Ezreal to sit back farm, pick up blue buff after blue buff.
Shay's just ready.
And get massive. He's got a 20 CS lead on Cool.
Yeah, 605 here as well. And not showing any signs of slowing down. Another needlessly large rod has been added in. And they're just going to run straight to Baron.
And the thing about Victor and Rek'Sai is you have so much kill pressure on a lane because you have to think Victor's gravitational field and just his reach across the lane on top of the bounce castle that Shui Shui is going to offer with the unburrow. I mean, obviously, it's very hard to lock down an Ezreal, and he should never get caught on the mid lane since it is the shortest. You would have your, what's his reposition called?
Arcane Shift.
That one. I always want to call it Essence Flux.
That's the W.
Yeah. Mystic Shot, Essence Flux, Arcane Shift, True Shot Barrage.
That's the one?
I got it.
What's the passive name?
I have no idea. Gives him attack speed.
Rising Spell Pulse. As World Elite going to do this, Baron. Two smites again. GA ults the Baron just to make sure it dies. And Dragon's up if they want that as well.
Beautiful, too, because he ulted, like, calculating the damage for his ult to the smite.
Can smite during the ult?
Yep, because it's channelable.
Easy stuff here for World Elite right now. Looking like they've never lost game one in horrendous fashion. And it's been, for me, the biggest difference is team fighting.
Yeah,
like
it was beautiful.
The lanes...
This comp is so cool.
This comp is really cool. But like, OMG is not team fighting the same without leveling, I feel like.
Even with leveling last game, they still weren't team fighting the same. I mean, think about it. Xiyang was the Xiyang and Amazing were the two leads for OMG.
Well, can't crack this comp, it seems like. World Elite putting something very creative together. And like these are reasonable picks from most teams here. With, again, the exception of Sion.
It's not super bizarre, but it's just how the composition works. Like understanding how your team fight works, and then not only executing it correctly in the team fights, but itemizing correctly with the Rylai's.
Easy's done. You like can't join this fight as World Elite. It's going to take another inhibitor. They only have one Nexus turret, don't forget as well. So OMG on the verge of just losing the game.
We talked about how, oh, hold on.
Ooh, going in, cool. Getting aggressed on Aluki, going to knock him up. They're trying to do something in the back. They found Conan as Xion gets that kill, but Mystic still dishing out damage. Jie is there as well. Spirit gets the kill. Ezreal claims one there as well. And World Elite now 3-1 up, going to try and take it all. Cool almost going down. The Chaos Storm will keep it up, but Jie dives straight into them. Does get picked off, but World Elite just going to end the game. Mystic keeps going. He's going to try and get the kills. He'll chase down Cool. He'll get them. The double is there. They can't fight him off, though. The heals used, and World Elite take game 2 versus OMG.
And they split the set 1-1 we talked about before. OMG, if they want to put themselves into that second place spot for playoff run, they need to find the 2-0. But WE pull out an awesome comp, and they execute it flawlessly, not only in their 5v5, which normally isn't their strong suit, but even in their itemization, pulling out the, I'm going to call it the blue AP Ezreal.
That was gross.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
I feel like Dada is looking like, that's genius. How did I not think of this? He's the master of Rylai's, and Uzi said he's been smiling a lot recently. Was certainly smiling when he came into the game. Not the same here.
There's a guy who should be smiling. Spirit, why you look so sad?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't get to play in Italy. It's a bad day. Cool's like, eh, whatever. Pick Victor. Should have picked Yasuo. Or you picked Victor too early in the draft. Can't kill the Ezreal. Everything's going wrong.
Yeah, pretty
It's
unfortunate.
like, this is the thing. Like, when you leave Ezreal open, you better have a plan.
Ye-
Because I don't care what your plan is. You better have one.
But it just goes back to all of the resources were expended bottom, and you didn't get the trade-off necessary for the amount of time and pressure that you applied there, especially into a Lucian, effectively leaving that Ezreal pick open and allowing it to ramp.
I don't know what the Uzi effect is having on OMG, but they do not play the same way in a lot of different facets. But World Elites take the game, keep
The dream alive.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know when they're mathematically eliminated based on standings, but I guess we'll find out soon.
Okay, so the nice thing for WE's playoff run, should they attempt to make for it, is that they still need to face EDG, Xiaogu. It's kind of 50-50. Invictus yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's LGD, EDG, Xiaogu, and Invictus Gaming, so they need to face 4 more top teams. That said, they do get to face Unlimited Potential, King, and RNG. So they've got 3 bottom tier bracket teams likewise. So that's a possible of 9 points.
I like that there's like 2 and a bit weeks left in the LPL and there's still a million games to play. Love this league. Anyway, let's check in with the standings now. See exactly where World Elite, OMG, and the rest of them are standing here. Right now, EDG, 4 points up at the top of the pile here. But QG had a good result today as well, still sitting in second at 29.
And look at OMG right there, the 3rd place. So they do get a point for their split with WE, but like we said, the higher you go up, the more you're rewarded for the new playoff bracket. So it is definitely a coveted spot to move into second or first.
Could have been a 2-0 behind QG and up on points in Snake instead. Very close and a bit shaky there with LGD and M3 sitting on 21 points and IG and Vici on 20. The bottom half of that top 4 really close. So those spots are going to matter as we kick on through. But here's the bottom half. World Elite still down there, unfortunately, at 12 points. Their King as well, losing 0-2. Retain 11th, but that's about it. And other than that, UP and Royal are the teams that might be ready to crack into the top 8, but they have to get through, like you said, those really menacing-looking gatekeeper teams.
Yeah, they've got the gauntlet to run through, including the teams they have to face to go through it. And it all just comes back to all eyes are on Vici and Invictus.
I mean, look, there's plenty of other teams as well. Playoffs are going to be brutal this time around. But with that, we are done for the evening. Thanks you, FLICKR, and our live production crew, Atlas and Spawn Rust. We had them all on later as well. We're a bit tired. We're going to go home, but you guys make sure to join us tomorrow for more LPL action.